Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look behind, it's moving closer every time. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. 'Cause darkness, my old friend, you get me at the end. At the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. 'Cause darkness, my old friend, you get me at the end.
What's going on? Will Stewart here with another THFC rant session, our post-match rant where we have just lost 3-1 to Manchester United at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. I've got folks already in the back room waiting to jump on, but before I bring them in, I have some opening comments to make. And this is for Man United and Man United fans. I was never very fond of your club before, but after the comments that were made for not only by your manager, but also by the supporters of your club against Son Heung-min, got to say that right now you're on the the same levels a lot down the road for me moving forward. And for the Korean folks who supported Manchester United because of Park Ji-sung, I have a few words for you in Korean. 앞으로 그런 클럽은 인종차별 가지고 있는 클럽은 어떻게 서포트할 수 있어요? 자기 나라 분한테 그런 말 할 수 있는 클럽이면은 앞으로 그 클럽은 서포트 할 수 없을 것 같은데요. 예. 앞으로 그런 클럽을 서포트하면은 당신 나라 스타 손흥민한테 그런 말 할 수 있으면 그렇게 좋은 클럽인가요? 그렇게 다시 생각해봐야 될 것 같은데요. So for people who are wondering what I just said, basically is for all the people out there who were Korean fans of Manchester United because of Park Ji-sung, I think that you need to take another look at being able to support a club that is willing to racially abuse one of your biggest stars ever. But anyway, now that that's out of the way, I've got several friends here. They're like wanting to join. And we've got Brian Daigle, who I'm sure is going to have a very colorful show for you guys this evening. I saw pieces of it, but it looked like he was building up steam to release the full thing, and on us tonight. We're going to bring him, add him to the string. We've also got Brian Ireland, also from Tottenham away, coming in to join the show. And Mr. K staying up late with us tonight, all the way from the UK. So, yeah. How's it going, fellas?
Ooh, loaded question.
Yeah.
Brian, I'm gonna let you go first, buddy.
So yeah, I mean, first of all, Will, thank God for your show, mate, because now I can be unchained, I can be unhooked, I can be unleashed. The first thing I want to say before I do anything seriously is, Will, you're amazing. Now, obviously, I've heard about the abuse or that some got it. I don't know what the abuse is or how it, whatever.
It's gross.
But when I used to live in Israel and I tried to learn Hebrew. And I learned quite a fair bit, but not a lot. But the fact you've gone to Korea and can speak fluent Korean, and obviously I know these Far East languages are very, very hard to get. So it's just incredible to see someone speak like that. You're to be commended, mate, on it. But on a Tottenham Hotspur side, I've always said I want to get a Christmas #1 single or release a hit all about Daniel Levy. And I've come up with the perfect song for it. Basically, I finally understand what Meatloaf was going on about, because I'm just going to change his song to do I will do anything for the club. We spend money, but I won't do that. That's it. And I just got to work the chorus and everything around it.
We're gonna make a hit out of it. I'm a music producer, so I'm gonna look for the release in the summertime.
Yeah, we just might have to get someone on vocals because mine aren't very good.
Yeah, you're not gonna sing it. It's gonna be a ghost vocal from Brian.
But yeah, as I said, I mean, we'll get into it later on. But everyone heard the start of my We Are Tottenham TV rant, where I said no passion, no desire, no commitment, no fight, no aggression, no. Basically, there was loads of words I used apart with the word no, and it's a disgrace. We're an absolute disgrace, and today was just appalling.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you know, and we got Lila Kim here, and she says that she's really sad. That's what that says, and I think it's directed towards the comments towards Sun. You know, that hearing those things, you know, makes her feel bad. Is basically what she's saying there. And then we've got Master Weekend. I'm not gonna put his comments up on the screen, but people who are in the chat can see. And I mean, to you, mate, it was more than just a few people. The number of comments directed at Sun and the things that were said about it. Like, look, if you want to think that he dove, that he didn't get smacked in the face and that it wasn't a foul, that's fine, right? He wasn't the one that made the call. I mean, he was obviously hit in the face. And then for your manager to come out and make comments like you shouldn't feed him if he was I wouldn't feed him if he was my child. I mean, it's complete low class. And if that's your manager coming out and say that, I think that's a pretty good expression of who your club is, because that's what, and then for Jose to come out and call out the press for not asking for his opinion on it, and saying what he did, regardless of our feelings for Jose now and how he's performing. I think that was class.
Yep.
And I think that, hey, I'll admit we got turned over in that second half. There's no if, and, or buts about it. I'm not one to say that we lost because of something other than our own fault. But those types of comments, especially after you've won, right? To go in on a player like that and to racially abuse somebody after you've beaten us 3-1 because you felt that the goal shouldn't have been disallowed, I think is pretty shady.
Who's he calling a hypocrite here, though? This guy, and you can go watch some golf, fella. Seriously, if you're going to put Masters Weekend as your thing and you're here to bitch about, it's ridiculous. Clearly, the better team won in this game, but that's nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. It's absurd. This guy.
We called out everybody that I know in all of our Spurs YouTube family, immediately condemned our own fan base for racially abusing Sanchez after that happened.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're not being a hypocrite. I'm calling out, if you weren't one of the people that racially abused Son, then why are you offended by what I'm saying?
Don't take it personally, fella.
You should be on our side. You should say, yeah, that shouldn't have been said. That was classless.
Exactly.
I don't understand why it sounds like you're trying to defend something that you shouldn't be trying to defend. We didn't defend it when our own club was doing it against Davinson Sanchez. So why would I sit here and make excuses for it when it's somebody else's fan base doing it? That doesn't make sense to me. But anyway, Brian Ireland, how are you doing tonight? And
I'm okay. I feel a little bit better. We did our post game show earlier.
Yeah,
and
I watched that.
Yeah, thanks for watching, man, and thanks for everybody who showed up and watched and participated. I feel better after it because I guess just everybody getting together and having the chat. It's another reason why I came back for this one as well. Always feel a little bit better after coming on here. So I didn't have a ton of expectations. I mean, I know we all had our predictions. I'm typically an optimist when it comes to predictions. I'll usually pick a Spurs win, even if I don't think it's the likelihood. And I think that was the case with this game. I said to my girlfriend as we sat down to watch it, I'm like, it's not gonna be a bad day after this, because usually after you lose, the rest of the day is bad. And she was like, "Oh, that's nice," because she's used to me just being miserable bastard. So I just kind of I just dealt with it, and I walked to the studio, came here, had the chat with the lads, and it is what it is. We're in a big mess. It's a big mess at the club at the moment, and I'm not quite sure how we're going to get out of it at this point.
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult one. And we've got Mr. K staying up with us late tonight.
Hi guys, I feel
So,
for
Mr.
everyone. You guys have been busy. I've seen you guys on different shows streams throughout the day. I've been keeping it easy for some reason. This is probably the least I've ever hurt after a loss.
Yeah,
And
did you do the same thing?
It was almost like you watched this before, so many times you don't get that disappointed. We go up 1-0, we get to halftime, we come out second half, there's some weird substitutions, we end up losing the game. The narrative just repeat. I think got a bit numb for it. But if you realistically step back, like Ireland's saying, then you'll see the form that Man United's been on, and you look at our form. So going in, right, yeah, the odds are well, you're on home territory. That's the only advantage you've got. You definitely don't have form. You don't have unity, right? Whether Ollie's at the wheel or whatever anyone likes to joke, at the end of the day, he's a manager of a club that's so successful that others envy. If we look at our club, for example, when we got the stadium, we started to say, okay, you know what? We've got something now to rival them clubs up north. And then when we got Jose, we got Bale, we got a variety of different characters through the door. We thought, all right, this is not too bad. I think it's just the disappointment from the beginning that hurt a lot of people. So, I'm all right with it. I mean, I've reviewed the goals, and there's been a few defensive mistakes. Aurea appeared in 2 of them. Dyer appeared in everywhere.
I was gonna say, make sure you get that right, because Dyer was around for all
like
of it.
Rodon,
that was
right?
brilliant.
Yeah?
That was
Rodon's
brilliant.
been in. I scored half. It's like this. Like just came out of nowhere, and like he's running forward to do the interception, and Dyer is standing there, and then he watches the ball. He watches them go for the interception. He watches the ball go across. He watches next man get the ball. He decides, I know, I'll put my hand up. That's a good idea. And then the other guy comes in and kicks it in from the rebound while he's still standing there with his arm in the air. And I'm thinking, that is ball watching for a defender? No. 101.
That happened a few times, didn't it? Every time they had a chance, the 4 or 5 players put their arm up. And it's like
it's almost like he doesn't realize that in the Premier League, if there's a goal, there's an automatic VAR check for offside.
Yeah. Why is your arm up?
You don't need to put your hand up. It's that simple.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's my take anyway. I think we lost to some very good play, some interchange between a few players that are confident with one another. And we didn't have that. If we had that confidence, we would be playing that way. We'd go through the opposition. We've got speed on the side. So I don't know. It was mixed for me today. I can see why Lo Celso came off and Sissoko came on. I could understand what Jose was trying to do defensively there, because when they have a back line of like 5 or 6, they need those players in front of that defensive line to actually to be in the right place at the right time, like when Man United's got the ball. And Lo Celso was just running around 5 yards behind where the ball was every time. So I can understand Sissoko coming in for that. But the problem was the second goal was actually caused by Sissoko not covering.
I was going to say he was worse, right, when he came on, and
it was almost like he didn't do the job that Lo Celso couldn't do, and then at the same time he couldn't do the job that Lo Celso was doing.
Yeah, exactly. And then he completely screwed it up. It was a bit of a comedy of errors when that happened, unfortunately.
Yeah, the other problem defensively I saw was that Reguilon is like, really beautiful when he runs forward, but defensively today, he caused half the problem that we had on the left-hand side when the ball came in. By him not being able to do anything defensively on that side of it.
3 bad games in a row for him defensively.
I mean, the ball went through his legs.
You kind of see now why Real Madrid didn't see him as a starting left back. Not saying that he's become a shit player overnight or anything.
No, he needs another 2 years.
But everyone at Sevilla raved about him, and he had a fantastic season with them. He won the Europa League. But since the Christmas episode with Lamela and everyone, when he did it, he has just not been the same player. And no one digs him out on it because it's Sergio Reguilon. He's not one of the full guys like a Dyer or a Sanchez. But he has made some costly errors over the last few games. He is not fit, and he's not on form, that's for sure.
He's making some weird decisions defensively. He just looks out of position often. That side has been the last 3 games. The teams have had some joy there.
Yep. The thing I actually want to talk about as well, and I said it to a few people, the goal that they had disallowed for the foul on Son, I think we made an absolute mountain out of a molehill with that foul. Don't get me wrong, it's in the letter of the law, it's a foul, but it was a little slap in the face, and Son was down for like 6 minutes. We really play acted. That really worked good.
And say, listen, I've reviewed the slap in the face, right? Yeah, and comparing his size to McTominay, like that was a proper whack in the face.
He moved his arm towards him, right? Like that was
what I'm saying is that he that was a proper
with velocity too.
It was a second swing.
Yeah.
First of all, he's put his hand out to get his hand out of the way, and then he decided to do a second stroke.
He swings
and that's how he ended up hitting him in the face.
Yeah.
And when you look at it in velocity, right? Yeah, that is actually from that part of the face where he's got hit. You got to go down. That's number one. Number two, you've been told by the manager if you do go down, you have to stay there until the referee blows the whistle. If you want that foul to count.
It's just where the game's at now, sadly, but that's the reality of it.
Exactly. You look at rugby. If someone did that in rugby and they went down for that long, they'd be like, "What are you doing, you pussy?"
Yeah, 6 minutes is long. 6 minutes is long, but at the end of the day, if anything in this game is really weird, and that is the rules concerning anything hitting someone's face. Okay.
Yeah.
Now the thing is, it's a good thing to outlaw someone trying to strike your face, but sometimes, it's a contact sport. But the thing is, people do naughty things from behind. They do swing their hand out. They do know what they're doing. You flick someone across the eyes, right? Yeah, across their nose or whatever, right? Yeah, there's for the next 30 seconds they can't see properly.
Well, what about the elbow to Aurier's chin from
that was another one.
That was worse, I thought, to be honest.
That is much worse.
Yeah,
it's an elbow.
Yeah,
and I think though that's why the referee didn't give him another yellow card, because honestly, by the letter of the law, if you strike someone in the face,
could have been taken off.
He could have been sent straight off. I mean, honestly, what there was in that first match against Manchester United, a guy was shown a red card for far less, in my opinion. I thought the slap Melo was far less violent than the one that got Son.
100%. I agree. Absolutely. Different refereeing, inconsistencies. I mean, we've been seeing that throughout the whole season. It's just a frustrating part of the game at the moment. But I mean, that's not why we lost. We can't dwell on that too much. But it's just
absolutely. That was never my.
I'm not saying it is, but I know some people will. But I think even Jose a little bit felt hard done by in some capacity because of that, and it was a bit silly. But Jose is Jose at the moment.
Yeah, I think two of the goals that were done, basically, Man United manipulated our defense to a certain degree. One of them, Fernandes pulled Aurier out of defensive position.
Yeah,
and as much as I like Mora, he just stood bloody there. There's a gap between him and Dyer, and it's like the person filling that gap has left it. So you either have to take a half a step left. And that's all you got to do. Take a half a step. Show the intent that you'll cover it if someone goes there. You understand? But he didn't do that, and I don't blame him too much. But at the same time, it all must have happened really quickly. But the thing was, twice Aurier wasn't in position, and 2 goals happened from that position.
One thing I will say during that game, which I got to see, Cavani's movement is just unbelievably good.
He's unreal, yeah. I mean,
unbelievably good for the goal that was disallowed, and just generally, he was. I mean, our defense isn't really the best, I think.
But he's the best striker at that in the world as far as movement off the ball. It's just unbelievable.
That's what I meant. They manipulated our defense.
Yeah, he was outstanding. In all honesty, I mean, we helped him a lot, but I was just very impressed with him.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, our first goal was a bit kind of like the same thing, where their number 10 didn't track back to cover that position.
Yeah,
it was a good goal.
It was exactly identical. We got a goal and we lost a goal because of identical defensive positioning.
Yeah,
the 10 not becoming covering back, and that was Mora's position. So
yeah,
I think to a certain degree, tactically wise, there wasn't much more that Jose could really do in terms of tactics, in terms of how he laid the team out and so on. It didn't matter. It doesn't look pretty.
I think there's one thing he could have done that I think most of us would agree on. He could have started Toby Alderweireld over Eric Dyer, and I think that solidifies their defense considerably. I'm not saying that we win the game because of it, but I think it changes.
But we could have won the game.
Well, we could have, and
because at the end of the day, when you look at those goals, right? Yeah, the central part of all that keg, when you look at it purely from like everyone positioning themselves around, moving around, responding, and so forth. That was the one thing in the middle of all of that, which I saw straight away that it didn't look right. It didn't move around like it was supposed to.
No,
it was lost.
No fluidity to it, no control, no understanding.
He was in the middle of defense, and he's lost. He doesn't know where the positioning is. He doesn't know where the back line is. He's half a yard too forward. He's not even checking to see whether he's in line or not. Right? Yeah. And there was things like that which I saw, and I thought to myself, you can't chuck a man like that straight back into a heat of battle against a team like Man United, who've got so many skilled tacticians up front. They were slippery and slimy.
The problem is, Mr. K, we've been rotating our center halves so much that no player has had a run of form, other than maybe you could say Sanchez did for 3 or 4 games, and then he had like a nightmare of a game, and we probably won't see him for 6 games. It's just there's just such a lack of consistency in that position, and has been the entire season. So no player is going to go in there and be comfortable, other than seemingly Joe Rodon seems to be the most comfortable, and he's sort of the youngest with the least amount of experience in the Premier League.
I haven't covered the Toby situation or affair or interview or whatever Jose said. I've really kept out of that. My mind's been away from it. But for me personally, it's a case of I'm mystified as to if the guy is available.
He should be
crying out loud. If he's available, he's getting 150 grand a week.
He's also our best center half on the team. He has been,
He's the only center half we have in that team. I mean, the other guy, Rodon, he's a fantastic boy. Don't get me wrong.
He's going to be great.
Oh, my days. He's the future captain. I'm telling you straight. You hear it here right now. He's future captain. right? That boy, all my days.
Yeah, he's a good player.
And he cares. He genuinely cares. Anyway, I'll let you guys.
Well, no, I mean, I must believe, and Will corrected me, or not corrected me, he told me it was him. The words came out of our great host's mouth, and it was correct that, and I quoted him on when we did our Tottenham away show, where when it comes to Toby, Jose Mourinho, if I was a manager, or what he should be doing is say, listen, you and me have got real big issues, and at the end of the season, I'm getting rid of you if I can, but for the next 7 to 8 games, you're our best defender and I need you. Let's just finish this strong. And as he just, Cody Mac has quoted, he came out with a statement on We Are Tottenham TV saying he thinks Toby is the mole. And I have to say, it is gathering pace.
Yeah. I mean, it might be the only reason you wouldn't play him, right? If he's talking shit behind the scenes because he feels aggrieved for something that happened. But how do you go from being the player that is probably the most excited out of the squad to have Jose come in and to be playing for him to being the mole in a team that's shit in the bed and not being able to get anywhere? It's just such a. And again,
there's something not right about this narrative in the first place.
There's nothing right. Yeah, I agree. There's nothing right about it.
Toby Alderweireld, he's like, he loves being here. He loves the club because his family's settled here.
Yeah,
you understand. His kids are here at school. So for him to get that extended contract at Spurs, right? Yeah, it was a dream come true. And at the same time, to have Jose enter the club, a manager that's renowned for relying upon his defensive pairings in the middle. He was overjoyed. I don't. There's something not right about this narrative. I don't know what it is.
There's something not right about Jose Mourinho. I mean, I know we sort of people are like Jose in, Jose out, and I'm not as simplified as that with my position on Jose Mourinho, but it's not working. We talked about it earlier on our show. There's something, just like you're saying, Mr. K. There's something that's just not right. It seems like he's not been backed, and the players that he is not. Sort of putting his arm around anymore are I don't know what the word is for him. Just like they're defying him in a sense, just not letting, not playing for him, not being there part of the squad. And the squad is in sort of this. Is that
like the type of players
disarray?
I mean, it kind of makes sense because when Poch was around, he became that strength for them that they could rely upon and trust.
Yeah, and then that went away though. What happened there, right?
That went away, but the point was when they had that, they're willing to, run through brick walls and stuff like that. Yeah. The reason why was because when he first came in, he made them train twice as hard as they ever trained in their lives.
Yeah, they hated it,
and they were exhausted every time. But when they saw in the 89th minute that their brain was alert enough and awake enough, and their body was being pulled by their brain to do that last 5-yard run and burst. And knock that ball in the net. We were scoring goals in the 90th minute.
I'd like to look at the statistics of that, Mr. K, because that's a good point. The statistics of that compared to how many we've dropped in the last 10 minutes.
That's the point which I'm making.
Like the difference, 100%. The difference between those two.
I think when someone says to you that this person's not training the players properly, where something that's either a false, malicious rumor, someone just trying to stir it up, or alternatively, someone is just saying, well, look, the evidence is there. If we're conceding goals in the last 5 minutes, then we must be training the opposite way physically to what we were training before.
Yep.
I'm going to quote the great Cody Mack again. Cody Mack did it on We Are Tottenham TV, and he came on and did the stats on our show on Friday, Brian, when he stated that 28% of the goals we've conceded have been in the last 15 minutes. Well, now you could add another 2 goals to that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, he's spot on, and it's the statistics set tells you everything. And like Mr. K is saying, essentially, you go from a team under Poch that used to be really, the team that would get to the very end of the game and get a late goal, find a way to win. That's how we ended up getting to the Champions League final, was doing that. So it was just we were trained to do it. That's the reason we got there, despite not playing well, right?
Do you think it's a difference in fitness levels?
I think it's probably fitness, it's mentality. It's like, it's just different than it was.
Because if the training sessions aren't as intense as they were under Pochettino, with his 2-a-day training sessions that everybody, groaned and moaned about towards the end of Pochettino's era, and now they're saying that they're light and weak now. You know what I mean, or short or defensively based.
Well,
Maybe we don't have any gaps.
If you take that as a basis, right? Yeah, then the person who would be the mole would be the person who admired the hard training that Poch did the most. I mean, someone experienced and seasoned would be able to look back and say, hold on a second,
That worked.
that training
Toby
was far superior to what we're currently getting right now. Now, all the
100%.
new guys coming through the system or whatever, so forth, they wouldn't realize this. But someone who's been trained up in Ajax, trained alongside Vertonghen, could that be the reason he's decided to leak that out? Maybe someone took it out of context. Maybe he didn't mean to do that. Maybe Jose is being way like a nutter and saying, et tu, Brutus. I need my baby back. Where's my long lost love child? Adaya, there you are. Where were you been hiding all this time? Behind the couch.
Yeah.
Come out, boy. It's time for Man United for you to gain your Spurs. And that was a royal flop. So the manager is like, we have to turn around and say, well, this is an issue. That was a central part of our squad, is the defense. If the defense looks a bit solid, the midfield and the attacking forwards, they love what they do. But when we have a shaky defense, the forwards and the mid are totally clueless as to what to do. And Kane is constantly so frightened, he has to come all the way to the baseline where the goalie is and defend the goals from there.
Yeah, that's why we play so deep, arguably, because
he's so intelligent enough. He realizes, oh my days, the best place for me to be is behind Lloris.
Yeah. Oh, he's ridiculous. The amount of clearances he's had, it's absurd. So
I think that's what it is that decision was like slightly suspect. I think for today. Overall, I think the training saga. Okay, so why did that happen? I mean, is Toby going to come back?
I think this just goes to show he's never ever going to play Toby again. But Danny Kiriakou, I can see he's asked a question there. Now, obviously, Danny, the way I stand on it, and I've done it since the season we didn't sign anyone, I point blank refuse to give Daniel Levy any of my money. Not that the amount of money I would spend means fuck all to him. Just out of sheer principle, it's got to the point now where you look at it, and us Spurs fans, no matter where we are in the world, now I think we're bad here in Canada that I have to get up at 7 a.m. for a midday game. People on the West Coast are doing it at 4 a.m. and people in Australia, whatever, we give up our blood, sweat, tears, our emotions. We cancel things to do with our families or girlfriends, wives, boyfriends, whatever, to watch this. We give our time, and we are treated like this. You start giving your season ticket money, and he gets all the money, and it goes nowhere. It goes. Yeah. And I put it this way: if I had my season ticket still, there's not a chance I would renew it. But it's not going to make a difference because someone else will just snap it up.
Yeah, I think that's the point. I think if you give away your season ticket, you end up, if we sell the club and they bring in a new owner and the owner's ambitious and you want to get your ticket again, you got to hop in line in a queue of 40,000 people before you get a ticket again. So it could be years. So I'd say keep your ticket and just don't buy any merch or anything else that you normally would buy when you go to the game. Take a flask with some vodka.
Brian, that away kit next year looks pretty sick though, black and yellow.
I haven't seen it yet, actually.
You gotta check it out.
They've only showed the trim lining for it. They haven't actually released the kit. It's just a picture of black and yellow.
Oh,
but the home kit,
kit's
dreadful. The home kit's fucking dreadful.
It's like plain white.
It's just, I swear to God, I can't stand Nike. I cannot stand Nike.
Not a fan of Nike.
But does Nike even design that? Isn't it the people in the club that design it?
No, Nike have like a bunch of like standard gear. Do you remember when our training kit looked exactly like Barcelona's kit?
Yes.
That's exactly like what they do. They're like, recycle that, switch that to that team, recycle that, switch that.
I know they have like stitch patterns and stuff like that are basic.
Standards. Yeah.
So like for instance, even with my son's club, the club gets to design the kit, but it's designed based on these elements. So here's the options. You choose, what goes where and how it goes, right?
Like, probably just the options are crap or something, or the person who's in charge of that is also useless, like the rest of the club.
Like I thought this year's kits, other than the yellow one, were pretty like the green and pink one. I mean,
I didn't actually mind the green one. I did like the yellow one though. But I thought the other ones were kind of average.
Like if it had been green, green and white, I would have been okay. But like green and salmon, like Four-screen and
strange
salmon
combo,
don't,
isn't it?
they don't mix well together. Like what graphics designer? I'm a graphics designer by trade. So what graphic designer
Thought that was a good idea.
thought that those colors match? Because for me, I get real picky on colors. Like even for my company, like there's certain colors. If I give a logo to somebody or somebody tries to steal a logo off of the internet and it's the wrong colors, it really makes me mad. Like that's the whole reason why companies have style guides and stuff like that. Is because I've picked the colors for my company's logo for a specific purpose to make a certain response. And yeah, it was just
ugly.
Not a good match. And then the training kit too, with like the navy and the salmon.
It's not great. I'm an Adidas guy, man. I like my Adidas. I love that kit. I keep seeing it like Harry Kane in a white with blue.
Oh, that does look bagged.
Oh, it's tight, man. That's like that's my kind of kit right there. I'm like, that's sharp as hell. I put that on in a second.
That is bad. Also, Daddy, also what you should do, mate, is don't order food from the restaurant. Go to blooming Chick King, the best chicken shop there is in the world, and just stock up on there.
No pies or cheese from the cheese room. Avoid it.
But I will give this to Nike over Adidas. Like my son's club sponsored by Adidas, so all of their stuff's Adidas. Like I'm not even allowed to buy them other brands of shoes. They have to be Adidas.
I love Adidas,
and I like their stuff, but their Nike's fabrics are far more comfortable than premium. Like the premium, like the elite level Nike fabrics are far more comfortable than the Adidas ones. And Adidas tends to put stitches in weird spots, like right across the top of the chest, to where you can feel that seam. And but I like the way their stuff looks. Like if I'm not wearing Tottenham stuff, I'm wearing Adidas stuff.
Me too. Better design stuff, but maybe comfort wise, yeah.
Yeah, the fabrics, Nike's got the lock Nike's, on the fabrics.
Fabric's good, style shite.
Yeah.
I actually like the Under Armour stuff too.
I loved Under Armour.
I didn't love all of it, but it was mostly good. Like most of the time, I was like, "Oh, that's a nice kit. Oh, that's a nice kit."
Well, part of the Under Armour obsession is because I have a really, really out of control, really scary obsession with Dwayne the Rock Johnson. So it could be, mate. I've got his trainers. I've got the Rock face mask. When I go to a cinema, I'll tell you now. If you're ever in a cinema, wherever you are in the world, you'll know if I'm there, because if The Rock is on a trailer or it's a Rock movie, the very second I see him, I scream, and I mean I scream. Like Tottenham have scored if you smell what The Rock is cooking.
Hey, did you hear that he's he might run for president?
Oh, please, mate, listen, whatever that man does, honestly, it's my dream to meet that dude. I don't care how I have to do it, I will meet that dude.
Amazing.
But yeah, Under Armour, the kits were amazing.
Fantastic, yeah. Cody Mack with the question. Yeah.
Where do we finish in the table this season?
Yeah.
If you look at the table right now as we stand, it's not looking pretty. We're hovering. We're the best of the rest. We're at 7th, and Everton's got like 2 games in hand, so we're basically 8th. I can see them picking up at least 2 points somewhere. The good thing there is that Arsenal's played the same number of games as us, and they're like 4 points behind us. We'd have to kind of like shoot ourselves in the head if we're going to lose a 4-point lead over Arsenal.
Can you imagine if we lose the Carabao Cup? If we lose the Carabao Cup,
I can imagine.
We don't qualify Europa.
When we lose,
and we don't finish for Europa, and Arsenal finish above us.
I can imagine, because I remember once we came, we could have been 2nd, and we ended up being 4th, and Arsenal were 1 point ahead.
Yeah, that
wasn't even too long ago.
That only took 1 game and a 5-1 loss to a 10-man Newcastle team.
It was 5-1. I thought it was 6-1.
It was 5.
It was 5. It was worse in my brain.
It was fucking awful. Yeah, it's where do I think we'll finish? I have to say, I'd probably say 7th would be accurate, but it could be 6th or 8th depending on what other teams do, because it's so bloody close around that part of the table. So, but yeah, I'm not confident. We're remotely confident we're going to get close to top 4.
I'm hoping for 8th. Because if, like Ben said,
I don't want to be in that Conference League crap.
That's if we finish 7th.
Yeah, I'd rather finish 8th. Yeah,
exactly. So I think we're going to finish 7th or 8th.
I think if we win the Carabao Cup, we get the same league. I think.
That may be a good point.
Oh, do we? We get it's the Europa Conference League for the Carabao Cup. Makes sense. It's about the same level, isn't it?
Oh wait a minute, Europa Conference. We win the Carabao. We go in the conference one.
Yeah, I think so.
That's what I heard today. I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Look that up.
That's typical Tottenham. So we don't want to finish 7th because we'll go in that league.
But to get silverware, we have to go
win exactly. Is there a more Tottenham thing?
No.
Is there a more Tottenham thing than that?
This is what we do.
Oh Jesus!
But if we won that competition, is it actually a competition? Is it like an extra, like a lower level of the Europa?
It's another. It's another.
I think for us that would be the equivalent of winning a Carabao Cup, though. If we ended up winning that competition,
it's our level at the moment.
Yeah.
Well, put it this way. Well, listen. People joke about us when we say about the Audi Cup, which no one mentions. They just say it for a joke, and they call the Europa League a Mickey Mouse Cup. Can you imagine if we win the Mickey Mouse Cup of Mickey Mouse Cups?
Yeah, but I think the Europa League is far. I'd rather win that trophy than the FA Cup or the Carabao Cup.
No, the FA Cup is a bit special, but I get why people might think that. I think the FA Cup. I know it's not as special as it used to be, but it's such a good tournament. It's such a classic English tournament. But
yeah, but I mean classic, but it's really not.
It's not like it used to be. Yeah, I know.
That's because I think of the Europa and Champions League. Those competitions have dropped it. Yeah, lowered the level of those domestic cups.
Yeah, it's true. For sure.
Have we resigned ourselves to not caring whether or not 2 results could suddenly turn ourselves being a point ahead of, tying with Chelsea, being a point behind them?
I think you have to.
When it comes to the run-in towards the last few games, like say the last 4 games, right? Yeah, it gets really tricky. Okay, and right now it's like we've had a couple of kicks in the shins, and we're listening to conspiracy theories about Derby and Mulgate. But if you look at, we even got to the stage now where we're not 100% listening to what Jose saying in press conferences afterwards. He's like picking for a fight. He didn't need to react in a certain way, but no, he goes like, why you guys didn't ask me about that, and then get up and then leave. It's like he just said something simple as that, but every single headline everywhere was like a clickbait title. Sky Sports, ESPN. All of them had their videos of clips of that interview, and they had these titles at the top that, bizarre interview by Next Man. It's like because of that one thing at the end, and I thought to myself, he didn't need to bait the reporters. He was having a go at Man United, get that, but in the middle with Son. But that bit at the end, he didn't need to bait the reporters.
And Marcelo needs to get on here. I haven't seen him on anywhere today.
I haven't been on a show with Marcelo too. So let's get Marcelo, get on here, fella.
Have you not? Weren't you last week?
No, never been on.
And he left before you came on.
He did, yeah. I came on late.
He was on Wednesday show, Brian. He wasn't on last Sunday.
Oh, that's what it was. I wasn't on Wednesday, so
yeah. And I know Marcelo. I know you got to work, but jump on for a little bit, mate. We haven't seen you anywhere today. We'd like to hear your thoughts on the match.
So yeah, I just want to talk a bit about what Mr. K said about media bias as well. Now, what I tend to do when I can't sleep or whatever, I watch some TalkSport videos just to see what they're talking about. And Simon Jordan, love him or hate him, sometimes speaks a lot of sense and sometimes speaks a lot of drivel. And he had some really good points on last week when he said, same manager, different players, and everyone went absolutely mad at him. But when you break it down, as Simon Jordan did, Simon Jordan was absolutely right. Jose Mourinho just spoke it as it is.
But that's not what the problem. It wasn't the problem with that part of the interview.
What I'm saying is, but what I'm saying is, he said that. Yes, the players got furious, but they're fucking grown men. Take some responsibility. But when you look at it, that headline got a lot more clickbait than it should have done. Because if you look at it, when the reason the difference of a story that he gave is, you remember those glory days when we used to smash teams, especially when we beat Southampton 5-2, and Kane got the 4 assists. And I don't know if you remember, but Son was being interviewed, and he went over to Son. Mourinho said, "Kane's man of the match. Kane's man of the match, not this guy." no one went to the press and said, "Oh my God, Mourinho calls out Son for being." It's like whenever he says something that's obviously going to grab the attention, they can switch it. Jose Mourinho, yes, he is the same manager, different players. Yes, I can see how that would kind of piss off a few players. But your grown men fucking take it. And the actual contents that he said is absolutely bang on the money.
I agree with that, and all of that's true. But I don't think the players were upset about that. I think the players were upset about him lying to the press about why Toby Alderweireld wasn't on the pitch or wasn't available to play. So it's like you can easily skew that situation by saying, "Oh, this is why the players were mad." I mean, I don't think they would have been mad about that, or maybe some of them were because they're whiny bitches. But for the most part, my understanding of why they were pissed off, or why anyone would be pissed off, is that he lied. He said Toby Alderweireld's not available. He wasn't back from his COVID test. We all saw him in training on the website. So if you're lying to the media, what's that for? And what's that about? So and if you're a player in that scenario, and if you're Toby Alderweireld especially, who is the mole, what are you going to say? You know, what are you going to do? You're going to be like, what the fuck, man? I was there. Like, I don't understand. You know what I mean?
We'll be here, Marcel.
It's just such a strange thing. So they're obviously going to put the two together and say that the players were pissed off because they were being called out. We don't really know that that's the case. If they were being called out and that's why they were mad, I agree 100% with them. But I don't think that's the case. I think it's because he lied, and I was pissed off because he lied more than anything else. Because it's horseshit. You don't need to lie unless he made a mistake, which, you know, if he did, he made a mistake, but it didn't seem like it.
It's just a complete mess. I mean, from what I heard, and this is again from TalkSport and the radio and blah blah blah, they had said they were angry with exactly what you said about the lies, but apparently his comments about same manager, different players, didn't just annoy the defense. Apparently it ruffled feathers, and literally the other statement put petrol on the fire.
But I just think they put those two together, and we don't know what actually ruffled the players' feathers. They just put them all in one sentence in the media and said, "Oh, Jose said all this. The players were mad about what he said." We don't know the specifics of it. I mean, what
it is that the thing is that Jose has a track history of saying things that provoke some sort of reaction from his players. There's Porto players that have come forward in interviews and said, "Look, he told me I'm going to get sacked." Nothing happened. He just came in one day and said, "It's all your fault, and that's it. Don't expect to be here tomorrow." And he just talk. He just to get a reaction out of him. That was like, he said that was like 5 minutes before we had to go on the pitch and play a game. So, you know, he's that type of character where he's done that in the past, and sometimes it's worked, and players have got to a next level up and said, "Hold on a second, this guy was right," and they love him because they said, "You know what? It's like we became legends inside ourselves because of this man. We hated his guts during that process." Yeah. I mean, I get all that. I just don't think I've ever seen a manager lie to the press like that blatantly. That was a bit strange, but I mean, it is Jose. He does a lot of strange things. So I just think to myself that what he did at the end of this interview, he didn't need to do. You know, he didn't need to lose his professionalism in that spot. He should have been wiser. I think he's tried a lot though. If you compare him how he's been in the last X number of clubs that he's been at, and watch the interviews, because come on, it's like even as a Spurs fan, you'd watch his interviews because they're funny. But now he's like Spurs manager. He's like trying it very, very differently. So maybe like every now and again, 30% he slips back into his previous ways, and we're seeing an element of that. You know, but at the same time, we can't turn around and say, okay, that counts for that's just managers being in the media. Yeah, for sure. I get that. I mean, DP is in the comments said Ireland evidence of lying, know all the facts. Well, I mean, he said he wasn't available and he didn't train, and there's video of him training, so that's the lie. There you go. That's definitive. I mean, it's hard to argue. or again, like I said, he may have made a mistake when he spoke about Aurier and Toby in the same sentence, and that's possible too.
Yeah, okay.
But strange nonetheless. Yeah, I doubt it.
I'm lucky I missed that whole saga. So for me, what I care about the most is the players, when they're put onto the pitch, how they perform. At the end of the day, regardless of whether you don't like the manager, do like the manager, whatever, you're at that level. You know, you're playing in one of the best leagues on the planet. you know, you're at a club which is like, you know, it just you would know more about it than anybody else around the planet that you're playing for Spurs. For you to get into a situation where you can get miffed off at the way you're getting treated, then come on, it's like,
take some responsibility.
That's just wrong. That's just wrong. You know,
Yeah,
you can be pissed off with the manager, but at the end of the day, you train hard. You can't allow it to yourself to say, hold on a second, I make more money than him or something, or I'm more relevant than he is. I'm better at social media than he is. You know, I'm more popular with the Spurs fans than he is. He's gonna come and go. I'll still be here. You know, I'll get my move to Madrid, whatever.
You sound like Dele Alli right now. That's it.
My point is this: is that, you know, some of those players, when they dropped off at the end of Poch's reign, did Poch's training methodology change? And the answer is no. So what did drop off? Dropped off was like their belief, that they're at the right club. You know, it's that simple. Like they know more than anyone else whether Levy's going to put his hand in his pocket and some big characters are walking through the door and the club's going to look fantastic. And if they're the best that the team's got, and they're doing Mickey Mouse sales like they're getting rid of Trippier, you know, they're going to turn around and start losing that belief. So wanting to go through brick walls.
Yeah.
What you got to remember, Mr. K, and our chief and officer in command, and we're talking about Mr. Levy here, has this very, very good tactic of putting bids in for players that are so low he knows we're not going to get them, i.e. a Fernandez or whatever. He's done it with Aguero when it was first time around. He puts bids in to excite the fans, to excite or even have rumours going through the ground that that players are going to come. He literally does it, and they're like, "Oh my god, look who could be coming!" And we all buy into this nonsense, but it never's going to happen. I'll give you a prime example. I mentioned this on our first two Brian show when it was Alan Sugar. Ozzy Ardiles turned around to Teddy Sheringham and said, "Listen, Teddy, I'm finding a partner for you." And this is from Teddy Sheringham's lips. I can find the interview. This is bang on from his lips. He goes, "I'm going to buy you a partner, and you're going to love this one." And Teddy goes, "Who is it? Who is it?" And he was like, "You got to keep it quiet, but I'm talking to Diego Maradona." And then literally 2 days later, he came back and said, "Listen, I've spoken to Diego. I can't bring him in because of the cocaine and all the issues that come with him. It's too much of a risk for the club. But I have got someone that's coming in for you, and you're going to love it even more." And he goes, "Who is it?" And he went, "Jurgen Klinsmann." And Jurgen came in. There's no talk. There are no rough bids here and there and everywhere to excite everyone. That deal was done like that. Whether you love or hate Sugar, what he did. The nonsense that we go around. I keep referring to a game where we lost 4-0 to Fulham in an FA Cup years ago when Keane and Berbatov were up front. It was the day before deadline day. He put in a bid for Giuseppe Rossi, Sergio Aguero, Andy Carroll, and there was another striker that I can't remember. But all of the bids were way below what they should be. But it doesn't matter because the bids go in, so everyone gets excited. "Oh my God, look who we're linked with. Look who we're linked with." Never happens. Never, ever happens. And it's going to continue happening.
Yeah. And then the media just loves that shit. You know, the media just they see those things and it's like, "Ooh, thank you for the clickbait," you know, because they know it's not going to happen. But you know, Spurs are linked with this crap and this, you know. It's just,
And did you guys see Roy Keane's comments today?
Yeah,
I thought they're pretty bang on, to be honest.
Yeah,
with
he's 100% correct. Yeah,
Completely. And this is the thing, I said it as well on the last few shows. The big players we're linked with, Milinkovic, Skriniar, what's the Sabitzer? None of them are coming unless we sell foreigners. And if we get the foreigners out that we need to, it's not going to be enough money to bring even one of them in. So it's not happening, but we all believe it.
Value anymore either, right?
Exactly. So, but we all believe it because we hear these. "Oh, we're linked with." It's not going to happen.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I think that, you know, we always talk about this, but it's the reality of the COVID situations. It adds to it. It's another level of difficulty that Spurs are going to be in. We in a scenario where we need to, at the very least, ship out 4 or 5 players, at the most probably 7 or 8, to be real, to really like start sort of from scratch again. how many of those do you think we're going to get rid of in the summer? Probably 2 or 3 if we're lucky. And how much money does that generate? 30, 40 million maybe if we're lucky. Who are you going to buy? One player for that? I mean, what are you going to get? It's just an absurd situation that we're in, really.
I mean, if you, and this is the thing that frustrates me, and I don't want to set Brian off, but
yeah, you do. It's THFC Rants, baby. Let's do it.
That's it.
Let's go viral.
Let's go.
What goes through Daniel Levy's mind? I mean, what's going through his mind right now? Right? Like, can he be sitting up there in his penthouse, windowed office at the training grounds or the stadium, and be thinking, all right, I don't have to buy anybody this summer, and we can just skate through next season and be okay. I mean, is he not in there racking his brain? Like, what the hell do I do, man? Where can I get this cash to make this happen? Like, I mean, me as a business owner, when I hit the end of the month and my sales target is here and I'm like right here, I'm pulling out all the stops, man. I'm racking my brain, throwing an extra $1 here and an extra $1 there and marketing to get it. You know what I'm saying? How as a business owner can you not be doing that? I don't. It completely boggles my mind.
He's doing that, but he's doing it with the stadium rights, not with players, not with the players on the pitch. He's doing it with other things because that's what he knows how to do. Yeah. The players on the pitch, he's just going to keep doing what he's doing because he thinks it's enough to get by because we've gotten by in the last 6 or 7 seasons because we punched over our weight with a fantastic manager, which he got very lucky with.
And so because the balance sheet's in the black, we're okay.
Basically. Yeah, of course. I guarantee you, if
business is run really well.
If we look at Enix's vast companies they own, and a lot of it, as people said, is in property. If one of his massive condo buildings was not doing good, they would be on it like a shot. Like, right, this is the problem. They don't see it. They don't see it. If we played a back four of bungalow, apartment, penthouse, and mansion, they know what was going on because it's property. They don't have a clue. And all Levy is thinking right now is, do you know what? I may have made a mistake here, but I can't come out and call that I've made a mistake because this is the guy that I've been harping on about for 20 years. I've watched what he does for 20 years. I've seen his MO for 20 years. It's exactly the opposite of what I do, but I'm going to bring him in. And I think this was his last throw of the dice. And it has failed miserably.
I think it's a band-aid, not recognizing that the rebuild that particularly Pochettino spoke about on his way out of the club. This club needs a rebuild, like a big one, and it needs to start right away. That was 2.5 seasons ago that he said that, and none of that's been done. He found Jose Mourinho, and he was like, "Look, I've got one of the most winningest managers in the world." In football, and I can bring him in, and maybe cross your fingers he's going to be able to do something with what I've got left at the club at this point after what Pochettino had put in as a base, and then he sold it to him, and Jose Mourinho getting paid enough money was like, "Fuck around, I'm going to do this, give it a go. Who cares?"
And for Danny, and I know it's real late for you, but if you want to jump on, you're more than welcome. All of these media links to these kinds of players, I bet are PR ploy for Tottenham Hotspur. Well, that's a bad PR ploy.
Oh yeah,
because once you start putting it out there that we're going to sign these players, and then when it does happen, we're even more pissed off than if you would have come out and said we're not signing anybody. Right?
Yeah, the thing is, we're not. The thing is, that's the whole thing about it. Will there's a percentage of people that will say, "Oh, for fuck's sake, Levy fucking about," or there'll people be saying like, "Oh, look, Levy, he's trying. It's just they can't do this and get it out." That's got to stop.
No, the honesty needs to be. I respect companies that are honest. I'd rather have them come out and say, "Look, we don't have any money this summer."
They can do that, but don't. They put the. I'd love them to say that. Just don't put those bids out there. What they do is by putting those bids out there, it gets the people that think the opposite of myself. Or exactly.
Bit of a tease to supporters and to investors and everybody else. Oh, we're gonna, look, we're thinking about doing this, but they never really go for it. What was it? A $5 million for rights for Paulo Dybala that he was unwilling to pay
14.
To get that over.
Yeah, it's like 14.
Oh, so still $14 million for a club that like we couldn't afford 14 million at that point to get that over the line. And then, I mean, it's just those types of things. You kind of never think he's actually going to get it over the line.
You missed the worst part about that, Brian.
Yeah, go
because
on.
he says 14 million for the image rights. Oh, we don't have the money. We don't have the money. Yet 2 weeks after the deadline or whatever it goes, he sacks Poch for over 14 million.
Oh, right.
And Poch that was on £95,000 a week. Jose's on over 200,000.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
More than doubles the money.
Yeah, so it's amazing how 14 million. It's amazing how the money wasn't there, but all of a sudden it's there.
Right, you've been looking at the ins and outs of this club for a while, rather than the carrot that's been dangling in the front.
Yep.
When we buy and sell players, if you look at our track record, forget the last 5 years. I mean, we saw a stat the other day which said that we were 18th in spending in the last 5 years compared to any other Premier League club.
Yep.
Now,
Stoke
if you
are
look
above
back
us.
further than 5 years, when Bale left, we bought in something like 5 players or 6 players.
7,
right? Now, during the purchasing of these players, we bought them and we racked up £105 million worth of sales. And we hadn't even sold Bale at that particular moment. He was still signing the contract. So that season, right, it's like the plus and the minus of how much we spent, diddly squat.
Yep.
Then the following season, then the following season, then the following. If you track it to now, you'll say that as an organization, if you study this organization and how it spends and how it, what it does, what's it designed to do? Well, if it's designed as a business organization to make the club look as successful as possible and then sell it to an incredibly rich sheikh, right? Then this is what you would do. You would, get yourself into top 4 every season. You'd have a spanking great stadium. To crown it off, you would have one of the best managers on the planet. That would sell to somebody. What really messed up the plan was COVID coming along. Because, it was a great... Now, luckily for us at the time, we were doing crap. But that was just the first season from Jose, do you understand?
Oh, no,
the thing is... I think that scuppered up the plan that they had of selling this club.
But
before the silverware came in.
I'm with you 1,000,000,000% on everything you just said. But the thing is, what happened is, like all the big clubs do it, you strengthen when you're at your strongest. That's when you're at your highest to get the right players in of the right caliber. Like if we'd opened the checkbook after the Champions League and lost the chat, obviously we lost the chat. It was like, do you know what? They've moved into a terrific stadium.
We should have done it before that, though, Brian. We should have done it after the 2016, 2017 season.
We should have. But this is the thing, and that's at the point when also Levy said, don't worry, the stadium money is here, transfer money is here. They're not going to interfere with each other. And we went a season without signing anyone. But then there's more excuses that come out. But the thing is, what I'm trying to get at with the Champions League one, that was the prime time. Obviously, when we finished second was fantastic. We should have strengthened. But after you've been in the Champions League, you're officially moving back into your brand new stadium for the first full season you're having. This is pre-COVID, obviously. You got one of the best young managers in the game who has done everything on diddly squat for you. You now have the manager that everyone would want to play for, the stadium, the training ground, the club, everything was pointing up. And when I say strengthen, I didn't mean like spend 170 million on 2 players. Freshen up the squad. Freshen up the squad. As I've been saying recently, you look at it, Lloris, Alderweireld, let's just say he's our strongest defender, which he is, Højbjerg, Kane. That's our spine. We do not have a replacement for any of them. An actual replacement that can come in and do a job. Every other position on the pitch, you look at it, there is competition for places. Except for the key areas. How is that allowed?
Yeah, that's a good question. I wish I had an answer for it. It's a fucking mess, really.
Before we go on to another topic, though, I want to bring in Sushant, and don't worry, Brian, he's upgraded his audio system. And
fantastic! I'm just going to turn my camera off because I'm going to go for a cigarette.
All right.
And I don't really want to smoke. It gets very dark out there. Funny enough, seeing it's dark. And I'll be back on after I'll still be there, but my camera will come back off. Bloody hell! After my cigarette.
Cheers, Brian.
Sounds good.
Thanks.
Let's go. Just go, man.
Just go. Yeah. Shazant, we're ranting about today's match. How are you doing today, fellow?
Hello, guys. Hello, everyone. I'm doing great. Thank you. I
Stop.
have nothing to say. I'm really feeling low. I have nothing to say. And say no to racism.
And Cody Mack, man, I don't think I've ever seen you this negative ever, bro. Like looking in the comments.
He's leaving us now. He left
Yeah.
a blue heart. So at least he's given us some
His
heart.
brain's fried, he said.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's been on
He was
like
gonna
12
come- he was gonna
streams
come into the
today,
stream.
so
Yeah, nonstop.
I don't blame him.
Yeah.
But I
He
mean,
was
like
there early
all
in the
this,
stream, but
all of his comments were,
yeah.
He's finally been broken.
he's
He's
been
fine.
No, I felt like that. I felt like that. What, 2 weeks? I don't know, a few weeks ago.
Enjoy
I
your
felt like
that
cigarette,
was me.
Brian.
That
I
was
think I
me
disappeared
last
off the
week.
streams. I wasn't in any of them. I wasn't in the comments. I didn't turn up anywhere. I went out
Yeah.
the corner and I cried or something.
After Zagreb, I think is where I kind of was
I
like,
think
you
that
know
was
what?
it. I
Yeah.
think that was the one.
It was
I can't
such a
remember.
disappointment, that game. And I think it's been since then. You know, we won one game against Villa, which was, some sort of respite, but it was still just
And I guess it's just different times for different people. Because for me, it was after the Newcastle match. I mean, I literally screamed, raged on Matty Hayes' channel in the watch along.
I
Like
missed that.
I was literally screaming.
Will was angry.
No.
Will was
Like,
very
and I've
angry,
never-
to be honest.
I'm surprised, Will,
I never
because
saw Will
I don't think I've ever
that-
seen you in that mode before. You're
Anyways.
usually so
No.
chill.
Yeah,
Usually so
exactly.
I'm a very kind of
chilled out dude, man. Usually you're quite
calm character. I tend to try to not let my emotions rule my thoughts, even though my brain works faster than my mouth does sometimes, so I end up missing words and stuff like that. But I try not to let my emotions rule me. But I was screaming like Marcelo and David. Their faces went,
Whoa.
yeah, like it was.
Yeah.
Marcelo was even like, dude, I've never seen you this pissed off before. Well, I mean, I was mad. And that's why I don't know if I could ever do a watch along, because when I watch a match, like I can chat with you guys in the WhatsApp or whatever and put in comments or things like
That's
this.
different. It's different. Yeah.
But when I'm watching it, it's like, when we score a goal, I'm like, get it, yeah. And when they make a mistake, I'm like, you mother. Like,
yelling at the screen, man.
Yeah,
I'm exactly the same. Well, I don't think I'd ever do a watch along. It would be ugly.
Yeah,
The only good
especially
thing
with Spurs.
coming up. The only good thing coming up is that we play on a Friday this week, so the weekends shouldn't be ruined for our partners.
Exactly.
It'll ruin the whole weekend instead of just the Sunday now. Thanks.
No, we'll get everything out.
It's really hard to recover from this.
Yeah, at least we'll have
be
2 whole
honest.
days to get over the hangover of all the beers that we have to drink in order to pass the time. But
Getting through it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, you look at it, it's like today. I
It
mean,
just feels
since,
shit.
since we've lost, you look at it. However many shows all of us go on, that's like today. I've seen my wife for about an hour. At least this weekend, I
know.
can say, do you know what? I'm going to spend a weekend with you. Yes,
that's
I'm pissed
true.
off.
Yeah.
I could just say whatever you want to do. I've said to her this weekend, like Big Bang, when they used to have anything can happen Thursdays. I said to her, we're going to have an anything happens weekend, and you're in control. Because for the last few weeks and since I've been on YouTube and whatever, there's so many shows I go on, I hardly get to see my wife.
That's
And
true.
it's like, do you know what? This weekend, for once, Spurs can't ruin it. I'm sure they will somehow. We'll lose like 12-0 or something, and then I won't be doing anything. But it's just.
Jesus.
It's just, and I have to say that my game where I completely switched
You just-
was
You just
the
got to be
Arsenal
busy
game.
though, Brian. You just got to be busy because, like me, because I have stuff going on during the day, and people invite me on the show, and I say no, then they just don't ever ask you again. So, it's, but
I don't
like,
know
no,
what
I mean,
happens to us after the second half. I don't know. After the first half, I'm just so confused. At the first half,
I
we
think
played.
what it is that maybe you had more hope than some of us about,
Yeah,
about the way the
After
match
second,
was. I mean,
don't know. After the first half, what's wrong with these people? I don't know.
I said yesterday that I wasn't going to. And I think I even said it on Wednesday's stream that I was not going to hype myself up for this match, and so that's why I think I came in with, yes, I want to win. Yes, I think we can win.
I wasn't confident, to be honest.
But I wasn't putting pressure on myself, because I thought last week was
I wasn't
cup
bothering
final,
you either.
Yeah, tying Newcastle was worse than losing to Manchester United today, because Manchester United are a good side, right? They're second in the league. They've got the best away record probably in Europe at the moment, and the record is ridiculous away from home. They're a good side. So we for me, I was just like, we win a goal up, and I'm like, oh, we're a goal up now. We're definitely gonna lose.
Bruno
Definitely gonna lose.
Fernandes destroyed us, to be honest.
No, if you look at the game very
Fernandes was
carefully,
I didn't see much of
today.
Fernandez today.
Yeah.
I thought Paul Pogba was the best player on the pitch.
And
if you look at the second half, Fernandes and Cavani, right? Yeah, they're both concentrated efforts on Aurier's position. That part of the defense, they both did like sneaky little things, pulling away this, that, and the other to get him out of
Pogba
position.
was on fire. He was
Pogba was
rocking
like,
yesterday.
he's
Pogba
well,
was
no,
good
I
today.
thought Cavani was on fire.
Cavani
some of
was
the,
Cavani
incredible
was
as well.
class.
Yeah.
some
Not
of the
even-
flicks and some
yeah,
of the
not
balls
even just
in.
his goal scoring, but his
Yeah.
his off the ball as well, and his
Yeah,
running is
class.
incredible off the ball.
But
Well,
Fernandes,
think-
Bruno Fernandes,
And to
is the
think we
core
could
of
have
the
picked
team,
him
I
up
think.
on a free this summer.
I know. You know what? I did for my other podcast, the North End podcast. We did if we took our team and you like, what players would you want to get that are available in the transfer market? We did it over the summer before the season started, and that was he was top of my list. I was like Cavani on a free, like as a backup.
Well, I don't
for
even
Harry.
think his wages are ridiculous that you're
They're not.
right now.
Imagine having
Yeah.
him as a backup for Harry Kane in this
And
team.
15 million a year, to be honest.
With Paulo Dybala
contract.
and Bruno Fernandes. That's
I mean,
what
that's the same
And
wages we're
Grealish
playing
and
Bale.
Skriniar.
and Grealish and Skriniar. That's what we could have had. We could have had all those players.
I mean, we're
Listen,
paying
I-
Bale
I-
the same wages that we could have been paying Cavani. What United's paying.
I've said this a billion
Yeah.
times. When you buy players like Pogba, 90 million, and Fernandes, I think it was 50, 55 million, you're not just buying the skills that they have on with their feet. You're buying their mentality.
Mentality. Yeah.
You're
They're
buying
very-
their physicality. You're
And
buying
their
their
IQ.
attitude. Exactly. You're buying. That's why they're elite, because they think it,
Exactly.
they train it, they eat it, they sleep it, they do everything.
and they do it.
When-
That's
They
why
literally
Fernandes
do it.
destroyed us.
When you keep buying lumps of coal, as I refer to them, and try and turn them into diamonds, you've got to try and
Exactly, Brian.
broker all that into. You've got to try and get that all into the package.
Yeah, you
We
gotta have
don't-
a manager who can do it, like Poch.
Yeah.
We were lucky with that.
I'm missing
Listen,
him more
there's-
than anything. I'm really missing him.
And you know the worst thing? If he goes and wins the Champions League, it just proves Levy wrong again. All right,
I
he's
want
gone
him
in.
to win the Champions
it-
League.
He's gone in and got Mbappe,
not
Neymar,
gonna make it.
stars we'll never have. But it just goes to show when you give him a team with world-class players, what will happen. And if we lose Kane and Son, there's no world-class players coming to Tottenham.
No one's gonna come.
You take away the two shining lights and the beacons for players to come and play with other players is Kane and Son.
Or you'll have to just pay the snot out of them. I mean, you sell Kane and Son, and you end up with 200 million. You're gonna end up paying whoever you bring in like 350 million pounds a week, or 350,000.
I was gonna say, well, that's a lot of money.
What you got to remember, what you got
Million
to
pounds.
remember as well, like when Mr. K said that we were spending the money before Bale had gone. If,
Exactly.
and I do mean if, Kane is to go, we need to sign a striker before he goes. They need to cough up, because if we sell Kane without a striker, any striker we want, the club
gonna
knows
come?
that we
Romelu
don't have
Lukaku,
another
Brian?
striker. It's not even that.
Fraser.
It's not even that.
No, he's just throw an extra 20
it's
million
just
pounds on top of it.
exactly. If we get rid of Kane
It's
before
gonna be a
we
tax.
get a replacement,
No striker tax, basically.
exactly. Everyone's going to
And
go, oh, wait a
Brian-
minute, you've got one striker. You need a striker. That 60 million player is now 80
Who are
million.
you picking, Brad? For the striker.
Do you know what? I've said it all.
Danny Ings will probably be the.
Well,
player
I've got a bet with Ben that that's
Callum
not going to
Wilson.
happen. That's exactly, Mr. K. Do you know what? That's exactly who I said we'll get. That's the kind of shit we'll pull. The striker I do want.
I missed
and-
that, Mr. K. Who did you say?
And that
Callum
10-pound
Wilson.
bet's going to cost you
Callum
15
Wilson.
Canadian dollars. So that's
I know, mate. That's the kind of way Levy
Who you
works,
need,
mate.
Brian? Which striker do you
so-
want? Brian?
There's one striker I want. Everyone's going to laugh when I say it, but listen, he's available. Get his fucking release clause done. Go straight in and say, right, 60 million Haaland.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's not coming to Spurs, though, man.
He has to talk to
No
us. If we
way.
put that bid in, he has to talk to that. But that's the only, because when you look at Kane, we haven't replaced Ericsson. Love him or hate him, and near the end, as everyone knows, I hated him for his attitude and temperament and what he was doing to the club. When you get rid of Harry, I was looking at it, and there's not another Harry Kane in the world. Yes, there's strikers
Exactly.
available, but there is no one like even Lewandowski right now. I'm not saying we're getting Lewandowski, but Harry Kane does so much more than any other striker on the planet.
Yeah, he's like plays three positions, man.
Yeah,
He's
you-
you need to reply. I'm saying that on our pod. You need to replace three players when you lose Kane.
Yeah, and the thing is that there was a stat, and I've said it on our show a few times, that Harry Kane is the first player in Premier League history, and probably Europe's top 5 leagues, I don't know for sure, He's the first player ever in Premier League history to have 30 attempts on goal, create 30 chances that led to shots, obviously, and make 30 clearances, all in one season.
Yeah.
You don't replace
he
that.
did it. He did it today too. Yeah, I think he had 3 or 4 clearances from defensive.
Exactly.
He's incredible. Yeah, we're going to
He
be
was working hard for the team.
an absolute mess without him. It's not going to be pretty.
And I
So
feel
does that,
really bad
Harry
for
Kane
Højbjerg
is the
as well.
franchise. Harry Kane is the franchise player, as they would say over here. He is the franchise player. He is the star. If you go to any person around the world who knows football and you say, "Tell me something about football," 99.9% they're saying Harry Kane.
Yeah.
Forget Mourinho; they are 99% saying Harry Kane. And if he goes,
if you would have won something this year, then I think he would be in the rankings of Ballon d'Or as well. To be honest, I really think so.
100%. I think he is the best striker on the planet right now. No ifs, buts,
Exactly.
maybes. The best striker on the planet, and this is what we have resorted to him to. The worst thing you got to talk
All because
about.
of Enig and the board.
Well, you got to look at it as well. How Levy, Enoch, Mourinho, whoever, are not spitting blood and firing out venom at whoever has leaked the Kane story the day before one of the biggest games of the season. Man U Spurs is a big game anyway, but we're trying to get top 4, and after that Newcastle win, that story should not have. If top 4 was not a formality anymore, like we physically can't do it, if that story came out, fair play. But
I didn't see
behind Tottenham Hotspur. I don't know why.
I didn't see anything in that story that led me to believe that that's what he had said, though. I think again, we talk about clickbait and the media's role in making these things happen. It seemed to me, especially even if it was Sky Sports, I know some people trust Sky Sports more than others, but there was nothing in it. If you read it, it said, "Oh, it's vague. It's weasel words in order to describe something that isn't necessarily true." The fact that it was said at this time is certainly, it could have been like a Manchester United. Somebody from Man U who was just trying to get under the skin of Spurs and made it difficult on a day that they needed an advantage of some, or thought they needed an advantage of some kind. I'm not convinced. I'm convinced that he'll probably go. I don't know that it'll be this season. I don't know that he would be at this point in the season saying something like that. He's going to go, but he's not going to say something like that. It's not Harry Kane. Harry Kane would wait until the end of the season or end of the Euros and go, "You know what? I've done my duty here. It's time for me to move on." And he would just let the team know, and they would do it. He's not going to say that right now. So to me, it's just somebody else is fucking with us or fucking with.
And now I've got another topic that I want to talk about. And Brian, you had posted Son's interview in the group, or whatever, and I'd watched it and made my comments there. And I kind of agree with Roger Collins. Some people saw it as being broken, not just you yourself, but I saw people all over Twitter.
Yeah, it was kind of
Facebook kind of
headline,
that was their consensus. Yeah. I didn't see it as being broke. I saw it as being fed up. And like Roger says here, he says that couldn't help but think that he knew the end is near, and he's deeply saddened by the prospect of leaving the club that he likes. Right. And I think that's, knowing Son's personality, and I mean, I don't know him personally, but just what I know of Son's personality, that's what it seemed like to me was, that he just wanted to. What he was sad about, why he was almost in tears, was because he's like, "I've got to leave. I can't be here anymore."
Yeah, I saw that straight away. He never said next year we're like this. He did. He just turned around and said, "For this season, I wanted us to end well."
I wanted to get top 4. I wanted to, and that's why I'm saying
to end well. And he was broken about it because he loves the club. He loves the club. Honest to God.
I
saw that in the interview.
Yeah, I agree that he loves the club.
Kane is going to stay. Son is going to go. Kane will stay because look, Kane, right? Yeah, he's after the record for Shearer. If he doesn't stay here, then he'll have to go Man City. It's as simple as that. They're the only club that could actually afford him.
Nobody else.
The only club that would understand that they need to score goals next season. They don't want to wait 2 years for the striker to get his action mojo on to replace Aguero. The lethal intent of Aguero when he was on point. He was lethal when he was on point. Now Kane gives you the same thing, without him having to track back through the midfield. He's getting them lined up on a plate by De Bruyne. Come on, it's like he wants to break records, get Ballon d'Ors, get De Bruyne to pass you the ball.
Exactly.
Simple as that. You just do your Kane thing.
He's going to win Ballon d'Or week in, week out.
He'll break Shearer's record if he does that. And this boy,
That's
I
for
think
sure.
he's
Premier League's
loyal
gonna be
enough and he
finished
wants to
after
stay
that.
here.
On the topic of Sonny's comments in the interview, which we were talking about, I think you guys are reading a bit too much into that. I got the impression that
Maybe.
he was certainly upset about the situation, and that I think what we were seeing is him realizing that they were not getting top four now, and that's a disaster for the club generally. I don't think it was him saying that. I mean, it's hard to read that far into it. That now means my career is over at Spurs. I think that I'm not saying that isn't the case, but I think it's pretty hard to read that based on what
How
we saw.
difficult is it? How difficult is it to get your contract sorted out? Like, how much time has it been going on for?
I think a lot of it. I think a lot of
was thinking about.
But I think, Mr.
It's
K, I
like,
think
it's not difficult to do.
well,
It's not about money.
I think it's difficult in the situation we're in. You brought up COVID previously, and I think clubs right now and how they're trying to manage the situation without any income from people coming to the stadium don't have the ability to just throw money at something and sign a contract. They have to see where they're going to be at the end of the season and see what they can afford. So partially that's
you could sign a contract saying that next year I'll start my salary like this because Bale won't be here.
Maybe, but maybe there's a lot of other things that could happen.
When you get contract extensions, especially when you've got 2 years left on your contract, you know, the money you're making is like reasonably quite sufficient. There's only two reasons why somebody would get a contract extension. One is that the club finds you useful enough and they're going to use you in the squad. Secondly, they want to ward off any medium takers, but entertain only the high ones. But with Sonny, it's the case of like, if you sign him, it's like you signed a new player. You know, but it's been taking so long to get his contract done. Like,
yeah, I mean, we've talked about that a lot. I agree. It's taken a long time. I don't think the rules that were applied before apply now, and I think that's my point. But you could be right 100%. I'm not saying.
So what I want to add to that, and we'll be able to confirm with me or say no, is what you've got to remember with Son. Yes, COVID's hit, but if you take Son out of that team, the amount of revenue we're going to lose from the Far East
it's massive.
Is a lot worse than him signing that contract. He's got there's times obviously you speculate to accumulate. Now, don't get me wrong, I openly admit that COVID is a huge issue, but not just for our club, for all clubs. Other clubs are having players sign now. Heung-min Son. He speaks like The Rock used to say he's the people's champion. Heung-min Son speaks for the fans. He really does take into consideration how we're feeling.
And that's what he was doing today, don't you think?
Exactly. Exactly.
Well, he's the only one
talking.
to come out and say
exactly. None of these other players.
Joe Rodon came out.
Joe Rodon is going to be a star. But these established stars, you don't see a Dele, you don't see a Dyer, you don't see a I'm not going to say Højbjerg because that man's he leaves everything on the goddamn pitch. His 52nd game of the season.
Yeah,
he's got nothing. But these big shots come out and say absolutely nothing. But Son's contract, I would bend over backwards to get his blooming John Hancock on that piece of paper because of the amount of revenue that man brings in. Yeah. Do you know how much money the amount of money this guy's probably brought in, even during a pandemic? Yes, you have thousands of people coming from Korea just to see the man, but the TV rights, the purchases from the Spurs shirt with his name on the back, and everything Son orientated could pay that contract alone, and that needs to be sorted.
More than the contract alone. I mean, I can tell you right, even in my house, having 3 sons that are half Korean, each one of them has their own Son shirt, and
there you go.
My oldest son has life-size sticker of Son on his wall, and
he's like Ronaldo for in Korea, right? Like the same
well,
type of level.
Think about how many Koreans that you see outside of Tottenham Hotspur Stadium.
He's the Beckham
Son, and they're not locals, and they're spending. It's costing them $4,000 to $5,000. Like, you think it cost me a lot to get to England, right? Take that and add another $2,000 on top of that for them, and I mean the amount. And there's not just one of them. There's hundreds of them in the stadium every single match. So
I don't know if you've seen that. Will, you may have seen this video. I don't know if it was last season or the season before, but it was before COVID, where literally there were like 50 Koreans outside the training ground just hoping to see him. Now, the whole video is in Korean. and the Korean subtitles. I didn't understand a word that was going on. But every single time a car pulled up, the pure pandemonium of just hoping it was Son. And they literally pay. Some of them couldn't even go to the game. They just go to the training ground with the hope that he's going to come out and stop.
He's a rock star.
He is beyond. He's like Beckham. And like you said, like Ronaldo.
If he's like Beckham, then where do all the rock stars go? Real Madrid?
Yeah, but they haven't got
He's
the
the
money right
Beckham,
now.
No, yeah. Talk about being
and I-
broke.
And I have to say, if he goes anywhere, it's going to be Bayern Munich. He knows Germany. He speaks German.
But PSG.
Why would he go to the French league though? Like, why would you go to
Because somebody from the French league might be leaving and somebody coming in. And
What?
Poch is there.
Yeah, but like
They've got the money.
Well, I know, but like if you're a
Mbappe
player,
leaves.
why do you go to the French league? Like, why do you go from the
Sports
Premier League
connection.
being arguably the best player or one of the best players in the Premier League, which is the best league in the
Champions
world?
League every season, guaranteed. 3
Not even.
trophies a
They haven't
year.
even gotten to the
Every
Champions League yet, so it's not guaranteed, and they might not win the title this season.
They're in it every season.
No, I mean they're in it every
in
season.
it, sure, they're in it.
every single season. You're playing season out. You're playing two
Guaranteed
leagues.
2 to 3 trophies
Playing
a
your local
year.
league and you're playing the league
Yes.
with all the big boys.
I just
And the imaging rights go through the roofs.
I just think Harry Kane's looking at that going, no way. I want to break all the records in the Premier League. I don't want to go to the French league and play against a bunch of farmers.
Because, look,
Sorry,
people-
agricultural workers.
Not Kane.
But
Son.
people don't-
Talking about Son.
Yeah, but let me go into this a little
Exactly.
bit because as somebody who speaks Korean fluently can read all of the Korean comments in We Are Tottenham TV or Chris Collins or any of the big channels because that's where they tend to flock to. Although we're lucky to have 5 or 6 of them in here with us tonight, and here's a comment from one of them. And this is 100% true, right? That they're Sun fans. There might be a small, I would say, only 10 to 15% of fans that have come to Tottenham from Son Heung-min are actually Tottenham fans. Like if he leaves, they'll stay Tottenham fans, and that's the reason why
Exactly.
Spurs have surpassed Manchester United as the most popular club in Korea is because of Son Heung-min. And the problem is every time we lose or every time there's an issue, anytime Mourinho calls them out, the vitriol that they show. Like I've literally been on We Are Tottenham TV and had to tell people to relax and stop being so abusive in Korean to the Korean people in the chat because of the way they feel. And people like to think that Son, he loves the club, he's good for this, he's good for that. And I've done a whole video on this before, but there's a huge cultural weight from Park Ji-sung, the shadow that he lives in. Like when the World Cup happened, in 2002, and he got him to, he helped Korea get to the semifinals of the World Cup,
The semifinal.
and then and the success of how many trophies he won with Manchester United, even though he's an average player, in my opinion. He wasn't a superstar at Manchester United, a good quality, squad player, starting 50% of the matches a year, but nowhere the player that Son is.
Yep.
And yet his own people, right, which to him, that's the opinion that matters the most, right? They totally slag him off when he makes a mistake, and they constantly are comparing him to him because, you've won, Asian Player of the Year and gold, the Piskus Award and all of that. But how many trophies you got, Son? Right? Park Ji-sung had 19 trophies.
with
How many do
Manchester
you
United.
have? Nothing. Right? They go out in the rounds,
Exactly.
the rest of their squad is trash, and they go out in the group stage of the World Cup, and it's all Son's fault. He carries the entire weight
Of the
of his country on his shoulders, day in and day out. 50 million people that he has to carry on his back the whole time. And that's why not because I want to see him leave, but because I understand the cultural weight and impact that is on his shoulders. Like people just think, oh yeah, he's just a normal guy at the club, but people love him, blah, blah, he loves the club, blah, blah. No, there's way more on this, right? And you've got his brother who runs his academy, who's in Korea.
Yep.
Right. And Koreans are the type of people too that if they get pissed off at something that he does, they're going to go to that club and there's going to be 100,000 people standing outside there protesting and doing whatever. You know,
Can we get them to talk to Levy real quick?
Yeah,
Exactly.
I mean, you never know. I mean, they would, if they cared that much about Tottenham, they probably would be on a plane out there with signs outside of his office. But
you don't need 100,000. You just need one me.
Yeah, I don't know,
Yeah.
man.
but
100,000
I mean, it's
might be
just
helpful.
I think that because, and for me, the reason why I think that for the club, for someone who is a fan of Son, and Son
Ryan's
is
pissed.
one of the 4 or 5 reasons why I support Tottenham Hotspur, to see him leave and knowing the amount of money that he brings in. Interesting stat that I saw: there's 3 million Tottenham supporters in the UK, 180 million worldwide. And where do you think the majority of that 180 million are?
50 million of them are in Korea, South Korea, probably.
Well, you have China, because he's not only the
China
most
too, right? That's true.
he's
Yeah,
not only the
Asian.
most popular Korean player, he's the most popular Asian player in the world.
Yeah.
So you have Japan, China, Korea,
In the whole Asia.
Indonesia,
Korea.
Taiwan.
So this just goes to show again. This just goes to show again how much of a buffoon Levy is.
Oh, 100%.
If you're a
He's going to look at some
businessman,
sale and say, "Wow."
if you're a businessman, exactly, Scotty, if you're a businessman, the things that are doing good, like if you work in a shop like a bric-a-brac shop or like just a local shop,
Yeah.
your biggest selling things you put in the highest place, and you keep repeating that order because they're making you the most money. That's what you do.
Yeah, but
That's how business is successful.
Brian, you understand Levy, right? Yeah. In his brain, he's thinking, you know what? If I sell one Son, I can bring 2 fantastic wingers, right and left.
No, not 2.
And-
You'll
and-
buy about
and-
10.
No,
You'll buy
no.
10
What I'm saying
players.
is that with that type of money, he could bring in 2, up and coming wingers, and that would get the fans all stirred up because they got these names coming in. Now on the slide, he has to get rid of 2, so that's 1. Who's the second? Dele Alli, but that's it. Trained in the UK status when it comes to going for European
He's not
spots.
going to invest money.
Welcome,
that's the
Danny,
point,
to
is
the
that that's-
show.
It makes sense.
What's up, Danny?
What's up, everyone?
If he can
How
get
are
rid
you?
All
of him.
hail the bun. All hail the bun.
Probably.
The bun is here.
The bun is here. The bun has arrived.
The problem isn't so much in the wingers, trust me, because we've got a few. We just need to somehow coach and develop them. The problem is in the back.
Hello.
What right winger do we have?
Spend that type of money.
What right winger do we have?
Traditional
okay.
right winger, or just somebody who plays off the right side?
No, someone who's
See, that's the
actually
problem.
can play a right wing.
I mean, Lamella and Mora would be your 2 options.
And so
probably.
those are
Bale,
those are
of course,
quality right wingers.
but- No, I didn't say quality. You didn't say quality. You just said right wingers.
When I mean
Isn't
a
Bergwijn-
right winger, I mean someone who's quality.
Isn't Bergwijn a right footer anyway? So
Yeah, but he's a right winger that we
Liam
bought to
Bailey.
play at right back, even though we bought a
Bailey.
right wing back to play at right back, because
I mean, he's a
that's
perfect
the
inverted
logic.
left wing.
But
Look, trust me,
Bergwijn's played more on the
Give
left
him a
than on the
chance.
right.
Yeah,
Liam
he's
Bailey.
more of an inverted winger.
be
He only
honest.
plays
Yeah,
on the
that's
right. He plays on the
There you
right
go.
mainly for Holland, for the Netherlands.
Danny,
That's why he
Bayern
plays on the right.
Leverkusen's Leon
Yeah.
Bailey.
I mean, if you look at him, he's he does want to have a go at that inverted wing position from left that Son occupies, and naturally he's suited to it. He's got that physique as well. And the only problem is he needs to finish his chances.
Can't fucking
Understand?
score.
That might be
Yeah,
training,
he's got no
coaching,
composure.
He's a
developing.
quality right winger.
Hey,
He could replace
regardless
Son
of
on that
that,
left wing.
regardless of
He's for
that,
the wing
Lord
back.
knows that his left foot is better than Lamella's right foot. That's for sure.
Lamella has a right foot. He's a stump on that thing. Doesn't touch.
I
the
think he's a
fucking ball.
pirate.
It's brutal. Yeah, it's
I think he should come in.
pirate.
He should come in with an eye patch and a parrot on his shoulder off the bus.
Totally suits him.
Egg leg.
Argentinian pirate.
Sorry,
Oh,
Brian.
it's good.
I know you love him.
No. Listen. When it comes to Lamella, Will, I agree with a lot you say. The only thing I say about Lamella is when he comes on, there is no doubt there is a spring in the step that happens after, and you cannot doubt or put aside the dedication, compassion, and craziness that he'll go to for the team. His end product is ridiculous. He, like you said, and after you showed me the things, you were right. He does float around in the same kind of area. But one thing you cannot condone or say he hasn't is he doesn't leave everything on the pitch.
No, he always does. His
That's
work
the
ethic,
one thing he's got.
his passion is commendable. And to be honest, I've wanted to say this a couple times, but because the conversation didn't really go there, I mean, we can talk about it now. But even after my show on Wednesday, which was kind of about the midfield and Højbjerg, I thought Højbjerg was excellent today.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, there was one or two times when he got turned, spun a little bit, but on the whole, I thought he was great.
Did you see in the first half, a lot of the times he was dropping back to help the defence out? I
Yeah.
don't know if you guys saw it a lot, but he was doing that a lot more today.
Was-
And that's why I
It
think
was
in
a
the
low
first
block.
half, it was, yeah. But in the first half, that's why we played a lot better. I think one of the reasons anyway.
Yeah, I think we
just
also
think
played. We
Højbjerg
came up
dropping
against the
into
United team who were a little tired at
They,
first.
they picked
Yeah.
our low block apart in the second
I mean-
half.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I saw it happen. It was like there was fine. The formation was fine. It kept Man United out.
It was
problem was
positional
that
play.
twice-
Positional play. And
No, I mean, I can
and-
tell you what the difference was for me. What I saw in the midfield was that in the first half, because Lo Celso and Ndombele were playing there, we were almost playing in a 4-3-3 type of a situation with a holding midfielder that Højbjerg was kind of sitting in between the two center backs and was kind of staying there.
Yeah.
But when they pulled out Lo Celso to bring in Sissoko, now you have two people in a double pivot, and now Højbjerg felt like you saw him getting up the pitch a lot
Yeah.
more,
Yeah,
like he
he was
had
trying to
more
press more
license.
up top.
And then when they were playing balls in behind, they were playing it again in the giant planet-sized hole in our right side, in between our right back and the right mid. That's
There was a
supposed to be
hole.
filling that hole, a giant hole.
And-
Every single time the ball came in right into that hole,
Yeah.
boom, and then it was. That's why they were sitting. Cavani was sitting on the touchline. There'd be a midfielder sitting in that giant planet-sized hole that nobody was there because Sissoko was either deeper than the center backs were, or he was covering for Aurier, who was way up the
Yeah.
pitch. And there's a giant planet-sized hole sitting on our right
One of the
side.
One of the goals
that's
like
what-
that, he was out of position. He
Yeah,
didn't get back.
all
in
of the
time.
goals come from there every single time, and I don't understand why me as a 40-year-old skinny fat person can see it and the rest of the club can't, because it's every single time. If you watch that whole second half, if you look on our right side from about the corner of the 18-yard box up about 30 yards and wide about 40 yards, there's a giant hole, and every single time the ball was played right into that hole and was dispersed either out wide to be crossed in or directly into the box.
But that's what I was saying. They were baiting us. They were tickle fancying with Reggae on the left-hand side and forcing people from the midfield out of position, knocking the ball back into that hole that was being created, and then pushing through, getting Aurier's position and smacking it in. Dyer just standing there watching most of the time.
Yeah,
it happened again and again and again.
It's a game analysis right
at
there,
least two
Mr.
times it led to a goal.
Spot on. Yeah.
This is
Oh,
like,
wow.
I mean, that was just performances of players. Firstly, like that one was just silly because that's on Jose, unfortunately. Technically, that doesn't make sense. You stick a man on Raw, and you expect him to
I just wish they would let like 20 people into the stands, just 20. And let me in there, and then I can sit up in the higher sections and look down the pitch.
There's a hole.
Fill the gap, fill the gap. Check the runner, like I do at my kids' game, right? Like,
Problem is, Will, they won't listen to you either. They won't listen to anyone. They don't give a shit. That's the
But
problem.
why not? How could
Because
they not?
because they
And
paid
I think
too
that's
much.
Hugo's fault, to be honest with you. I don't think
They-
Hugo commands his line.
Oh,
near
he
enough.
doesn't. Of course not.
No, he's struggled with that this season, especially.
And you could probably say he could have done better with the third goal as well today. Even though it was a powerful shot, you think you'd expect him to do a little bit better than what he did.
But what's up with him punching balls straight back at the center?
He's been
Hello,
doing that
Abdul.
a lot this season, hasn't he? A
You
lot
know what
more.
it is? I'll tell you exactly why he's doing that. Because Jose Mourinho has told him to stop kicking the fucking ball short. He's like, right, what other thing can I do to make sure I get a bit more game time? Is I'll just start punching things for no reason whatsoever when I can catch them. And it's why I keep saying this summer, I think it's imperative we go and get a goalkeeper.
Yeah,
Whether he stays or not, go sign a goalkeeper and say, right, listen, if Hugo stays, he's the Premier League #1 unless you displace him or he gets injured. But all cup games and whatever crappy European competition we're in, if it's not the Champions League, you're playing in that. Because if we don't go and sign this goalkeeper, the next season is his last season, contract up. And again, we're going to go through the whole Kane thing where, oh, you need a goalkeeper. You don't have a backup goalkeeper. Now let's pay the goalkeeper tax. This is why I keep saying the spine is in such a mess.
Right, you know Joe Hart's starting for us next season, right? He's going to be our number one.
Do you know what? The one thing I will say about Joe Hart is
100%.
Joe Hart, and the thing you've learned, and the thing we've all learned since the thing we've learned with Joe Hart this whole season is he has the one thing that Hugo Lloris doesn't. Is you do not stop hearing
voice.
Joe Hart scream, communicate, chat. If we could have his communication in that body, then you've got a player on your hand.
He's
best goalkeeper.
Lloris is part of our defensive problems this year. He's included in that defense. People keep saying
100%.
the centre backs, but he's part of that. He's part of that, and we need. I think we need a keeper just as much as we need two centre backs. To be honest,
it's correct. Me that
if you go into the season, sorry, Will.
No,
if you go into the season with just Lloris and Hart there again, the same things are going to happen, even if they get centre back or two, for example, because he's not the same player he was a couple of years ago, and we know Lloris goes through mistakes every season. He has a patch where he goes through mistakes, but this season it's just been a lot. I think he went for the first half of the season, he was really good, and then after we started having a bad run of results, he's just constantly making a mistake per game, nearly per game. He's doing something that's nearly causing us or costing us. And it's just, he needs to go for me now. I think he's been there too long. As much as I love him and he's been there a great servant to the club, I think he's another reason. He's another part of our problem as well.
And I don't necessarily think that it's. To me, what it looks like is he's falling asleep on his line. It seems like to me.
He's not coming out yet.
He seems like it's not that he's not necessarily coming out. He seems like he's being surprised by things that are happening.
Oh, I see what you mean.
When I could see for instance, that Cavani goal, I saw that coming 3 minutes before it happened, and yet when it happened, he was all.
He did make an incredible save though at one point as well. That Bruno Fernandes
one,
unreal reaction.
Seems like he's switching on and off.
Yeah, and that
that's what Lloris is like, being the goalkeeper that's been doing those type of things for absolute years for us.
Yeah.
What we need right now is someone that's going to come in and spend the next 10 years with us.
Yeah,
now,
we need an update.
What they might do is they might say 5 years. So
but the hard part for me.
Let
me finish this comment first, and then we can ask a new question. The hard part for me. Let me finish, and then we'll ask. We'll go a different direction. The hard part for me is it seems like he's getting the impossible ones, the ones that he shouldn't be stopping, and then is letting in the ones that he should.
Yeah.
You're bang on the money. You are bang on the money.
Lads, before you ask another question, well, I got to bounce, but it's been a pleasure, gents, and come on,
thank you, Mr. Ireland, for joining.
We'll join you guys tomorrow.
Take care, man.
Tottenham way.
See you tomorrow, Ireland.
Yep, we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, guys. The question I wanted to ask was: say this summer, somehow, Kepa from Chelsea is available, right?
Oh no, please don't.
No, hell no.
Some sort of dirty cheat that only Levy could do, right? Yeah.
No.
Say, for example, only Levy could pull something off.
No, God, please, no.
But what I'm saying to you is that, what do you guys think?
Will answered my question.
Nah, the type of keeper I want a big commanding keeper, like a Edouard Mendy. I'm tired of like these smaller keepers. Lloris, like, he has like one of the most weakest wrists. I feel like there's so many times when a shot comes off him and it just bounces off his wrist into the net. I need a more commanding keeper. Anytime a cross comes in, like that Cavani cross, that goal that Cavani scored, I need somebody who's going to go out there and just attack.
You need
like Edouard Mendy.
Joe Hart and Lloris hybrid. That's what you need. A young version of it.
Lloris looks to me like he's malnourished.
He's too small, man. He's built like a winger, man. He's too small for a goalie.
No, like his cheeks are all sucked in, and I mean, he looks like he's malnourished.
I think the Spurs have sucked the life out of him this season, especially
because if you look at him when he was in his 20s, he didn't look like that.
No, he didn't.
But you know, the guy's very tall compared to us. So it's like,
I'm 6'5".
On my days, nice.
I'm taller than Lloris is.
So I'll tell you what, the goalkeeper I would love actually was in the opposing goal today.
Yeah.
Dean Henderson.
Yeah, that's
but the thing is, if De Gea goes, Hey, Brandon, the man is in the building.
He's been here for a
but-
while. He should join, but I'm sure
I saw his few comments that were coming in.
Yeah, they were
But
great
yeah,
comments.
I think honestly, Brandon speaks so much sense.
Yeah,
It's
he does.
honestly such a joy
Always
to see
do,
his
Brandon.
comments, and also it's great to be on a show with him. He honestly, because when he speaks, his aspect is obviously coming. The way he talks a lot with his like you will as well with the North American sport analogy, and the way you break it down. When we had him on the show and when he's been on We Are Tottenham TV, he actually teaches me new things. The way he says it and his passion is absolutely superb. But getting back to Dean Henderson, he's the one. But the thing is, if De Gea goes next season, which he may do, that's not happening. That's not happening.
I think De Gea's going back.
That's the one. That's the one. I would say, right, Dean Henderson, what do you want?
And this is why, for me, I think that people are overlooking Areola. I really do. If you want to talk about someone who screams his face off and has command of his 6-yard box.
I mean, he did let in a bad goal. I guess
you're looking at the team he's playing for, right? So I mean, but you have to understand too that like his statistically he's equal. His stats are like 1 or 2 plus or minus. Sometimes he's higher, sometimes he's lower with Nick Pope this season.
Yeah, I like Areola. If that's a cheap option we're going to go for, I would go.
And
for
think
him.
about it, PSG.
But remember,
Lloris wants to go back to PSG. PSGs don't have any interest in. I mean, if PSG are going to take Lloris, is Areola going to be the number one? No, right?
What you got to remember, Will, is Areola is a foreigner, and we can't sign foreigners right now.
So is Lloris.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very good. Well, shut me up. Shut me up. That is so true, and I'm so stupid that my own argument has come back to bite me in the ass. Well played.
It's okay. I'm a foreigner too, so that's how I figure that. But no, I mean, I just think a straight swap would be an easy deal there.
Yeah,
it's a good shout.
It's a good shout, you know.
It's a good shout. I think we should sign Paul Robinson and bring him back. At least he'll shout.
So
that's what I want someone to talk, right?
I miss Bravo.
Because I think
so
that helps.
Kappa, then.
No Kappas.
No Kappa. Kappa's not a good keeper. No way.
I mean, have you seen him at Chelsea over the last 2 years?
From Lille.
Oh, Magnan, whatever his name is.
Yeah, whatever his name is.
Yeah, he's like a younger Lloris.
Mike.
Yeah, but that's the thing. We've got to stop doing this and saying, "Oh, he's a younger Lloris. He's a younger." Go and sign the finished article. Go and sign. And do you know what as well, Mr. K? Even if it came to Kepa, even if that was the option, do you really reckon Chelsea are going to want to do business with us?
No.
And do you think Mr. Roman Abramovich, who finds 5 million down the back of a sofa, it's like us finding a fiver when he goes down the back of his sofa? He ain't going to sell for cheap. There is no way on earth.
I think what it is with Kepa is that the type of expectation that Kepa held for himself and what he can do. The problem is that Chelsea don't want to hold on to that anymore. They're fed up of it. You know, they'd rather just let him go and just get themselves a nice, good, talented goalkeeper like Nick Donnarumma.
Yeah, Mendy.
From Milan.
But Mr. K, do you honestly believe Kepa is going to be a great keeper if we were to get someone like him for Tottenham? Do you actually honestly believe that?
I think what it is, the reason why I'm asking is because it is. There's got to be a realistical option that Levy has to try to maneuver this summer in terms of the goalkeeping position. If he doesn't do anything this summer, it makes the team so vulnerable coming into next season.
Mr. K, what you got to remember as well?
Plain simple.
There's Marcelo. What you got to remember as well, Mr. K, is
Marcelo.
After Kepa did what he did in the Carabao Cup final or whatever the fuck that cup was called at that time. Once he defied Sarri, all right, Chelsea went on and whatever. I would never have him in my squad. Never, ever.
But
you're not doing that.
Now that Marcelo is here, I predict Brandon will be on in about 5 minutes.
Oh man!
I'll let you guys just talk. I just want to hear opinions for now. I'll
man,
add on later.
you've been working all day. You missed the match. You had to work through the match.
I watched a little bit of pieces of the match. I watched it through work.
I wish
Yeah,
I
you're
had to
glad
work
you
through the
didn't.
match.
Yeah, same here.
I wish I had a job so I could work through the match right now. I'd do anything. Anything.
Don't worry,
Take
I
it
want
one
all
second,
the goals
Brian.
going.
Let's hear Marcelo's thoughts. Let's go, Marcelo. You know we want to hear what you have to say.
No. I just want. I just want to hear the opinions, and I'll go.
He wants to listen for a little bit until he brings out his knife and cuts all our throats. Right?
You know what Marcelo's doing. Marcelo, what he's doing right now is, you know, when you're the new person in therapy and you're scared and you just want to hear everyone's opinion before you have something to say. I think Marcelo, from what I've seen today, is like me. He's got so much rage and so much anger put up there that it's got to the point now where you just can't be bothered with the anger. It's just like, it's not worth it for your mental health.
No.
You just
That
like,
was
you know what?
that was me for the first 45 minutes of the show until I've had this. You know what I'm saying? So I mean,
Yeah.
I was just sitting there listening to you and Brian because I didn't have comfort. I was too upset.
I could get Marcelo going easily.
Nah, don't worry. I'll have my piece.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he has no problem saying what he
Oh, I
wants.
know that. I know that.
Marcelo, I'm looking forward to it. Whatever you're going to say, whenever you're going to say it, I am so looking forward to it, my friend. I'm so looking forward to it.
I mean,
It's just like
Alex
every
wants to say
year is the
something.
same shit, man. Every year is the same shit, I guess. You know. Do you want to say anything? Anybody else want to say anything? Everybody say.
No, go for it, Marcelo.
go for
Alright.
it, man. Go crazy.
Yeah, we've been there for a while, so carry on.
So
And
like,
Marcelo, wait, before you go on, Marcelo, have you met Abdul? He's he was on the show yesterday, and he's got some really good insights
No, I don't
too.
think
he's
we've
from
met. But
Canada.
yeah.
I've seen a lot of Marcelo on the Irish shit, so I'm very fond of him. Even though we haven't met before, I know all about him.
Good that we finally meet, brother.
America's number one Spurs
Likewise.
fan.
I think I have to give that title to you, Will. I'll take Brazil's number one Spurs fan. I'll give you America.
Oh no, come on.
No, you're definitely that one. Especially, this is a great show, by the way. Great panel. Great job, Will. I just want to say, like, how the fuck is Dyer playing in this team still? Like, seriously? Like, I'm sorry. I said it in the beginning of the game. If we lose this game because of Dyer's bullshit, I'm not even going to blame him because he can't pick himself. It's a manager. How have you been here for this fucking long and not know that Dyer's a shit defender? How do you not know that Toby's your best defender? What excuse? What excuse do you have? Like, do you need spectators? Do you need glasses, bro? Like, do you not see what we all see? Who here fucking rates Dyer? No, seriously. Who the fuck here rates Dyer, bro? Who the fuck here rates Dyer?
You know my opinion, Marcelo.
He is a fucking fridge, dude. He is the worst fucking defender I've ever seen in my fucking life. Did you see that Cavani goal? That was fucking pathetic.
sick.
Him and Aurier.
Sick.
Useless.
Sick.
Useless.
Sick.
Sack of shit.
I knew
Dyer,
you'd see it.
fucking, you're 6'3", dude. You're 6'3", and he's just like.
Yeah, he was equally awful, but he did have some good blocks today.
Oh my god, dude.
That's the problem with Dyer. And that's what I struggle with Dyer, is because there's at times where I'm like, yeah, good block.
Yeah,
And this fucking guy.
And then it's
has-
like he just stands there and lets people run right past him. It completely, it's like 1 minute he's making this amazing block, and the next minute he's literally standing still watching the ball as someone dribbles past him and scores.
I swear to God, the goals he let in, I swear to God, he's just like thinking, did I leave the stove on? Did I tempo the show?
Do you know what,
You know what I
Marcelo?
mean? He's just like, he is so lack of concentration. The lack of concentration from Eric Dyer is unfucking believable. It's like we're trying to like teach an ADHD child fucking math. That's how it is teaching him fucking defense, dude. You can't teach this fucking kid anything. He's useless. And then this guy has the audacity to even come in and say, I want to spread fucking my ashes in a Tottenham Hotspur stadium.
don't.
Is he on fucking spice? Is he on fucking drugs?
He's on. Yeah, he's definitely on
Seriously.
drugs. He's definitely on drugs.
It's got to the point
100%.
where we actually need to sell him just so Jose cannot pick him.
Yeah.
That's what
He's
it's
done
got to do.
taken though. Let's be
Jose
honest.
Well,
needs to
apparently
go,
he-
bro. I'm done
he-
with Jose.
He
needs
couldn't
to
pick
go.
Sanchez because of Sanchez's issues last week, right? Can't pick Sanchez, and Toby. There's something going on there. So, but I mean, I
this is the
guess you'd
problem,
rather
Will.
see him pick
He-
Tanganga, I guess. But
I agree with
That just can't
Marcelo, right?
happen.
Because after today, I've finally I've stopped. I want to stop backing Jose now because I'm fucking fed up of this shit. Because if you look at Jose Mourinho is taking more he cares more about his own image and more about his personal vendettas than the club. Because if he cared about the club, he would have played the best defender we've got at the club, and that is
Correct.
Toby, right?
oh, I
He
agree.
don't- And the problem we've got is it's been like that too many times this season with too many players, and it's for me it's like a motivational thing as well. He's created this diversity within the squad, right? Under Poch, right, our best football and our best years is when you had that. Everyone knew, right? We had a family feel. There was like a unity within the squad from everyone. The unity within the fans, the squad. There's a diversity in the fans now, diversity in the fucking squad, and he's created that because of how his decision making is, his in-game management is, and how he throws someone under the bus, or I get the fact that he wants to accuse players of having bad performances. Yeah, that's fine, right? But the problem we've got is nowadays these players, they've got such fucking weak mentalities, right? They're like little kids, and like you've got kids who've got stronger mentalities than some of these players, and the problem we've got is you've got people like Harry Kane, people like you look. I said it earlier on to the boys earlier, right? I was like, this. If you look at Harry Kane, who's our best performer this season, then our second best performer is Højbjerg. Our third best performer, you'd probably say Son, right? All of them three players have got a strong winners mentality, right? They've got strong mentalities. They can take Jose Mourinho's man management and his style of coaching, right? But the rest of the team, they can't because they're fucking weak mentality. And the problem is, as soon as they have one bad game, he outs them from the team. And then when they come back in, there's a fear factor that if they make one mistake, right, that they're going to be out the team again for like 5 weeks or 4 weeks. And then it's a psychological thing because they keep thinking that in the back of their head. They're going to constantly keep thinking about these mistakes, and then they're more susceptible to making mistakes.
Here's the
That
thing,
just
too.
instills fear into the back line, what you're
Well,
saying.
yeah,
right?
Yeah,
Jose
here's the
done this
100%.
over and over again.
Yeah, he keeps doing this, right? So for me, I think I just think Jose's had his time now. I think the only way I don't even think I can't, if they were to sell Harry Kane, just for example, right, just for argument's sake, I wouldn't trust Jose with the money that they would, if they were going to give him any money from Harry Kane to rebuild the squad. I don't think he's that type of manager. There's
he's
too
not.
many. There's too many problems at this club, right?
He fucking he loses everybody, bro. His
Yeah,
ego, his fucking. I'm done with him. He's a fucking liar.
He
as
can't.
well.
The problem is, right, Marcelo. Yeah, he can't manage players, right, in the modern age, in this generation, with how people are in this generation, right? Because 20 years ago, people were different. Generation was different. The players were different, right? And in like 20, 30 years ago, for example, right, or when he first started out,
It's all you
he was
damn
just-
millennials.
it's true though. But the thing is, social media's played a big part in it, and more of these younger players are getting bigger contracts, so it's going more to their head even more. And the problem is, these when Jose Mourinho burst onto the scene, right, he had men that would fight for him and listen for him. Nowadays, like if you look at what Poch did, right, the reason why Poch was so successful with the squad that we had was he made these average players better because he put belief into them, right? But Jose Mourinho is not that type of manager to make these average players, or like he's not that type of manager to put these belief into them. He makes great players, elite level players, right? So if you've got a squad full of people with Højbjerg's mentality, he'll make them amazing players, and then he'll get a tune out of them. But when he's got like fucking Eric Diabolical, yeah, in the fucking defense, you're never going to make someone like that better because he's just a bad player as well. But even on the argument of Dyer, right, Poch he was not in Poch's team towards the end of his tenure because he knew he was fucking shit, and you wanted him to go. And then as soon as Jose comes in, the worst decision I saw Spurs do was when he signed that fucking contract extension. I was like, oh, here we go, this is it, we're going to have Dyer as our fucking main centre back now. And if you look at who we had before, and our mainstay was Toby and Jan in prime years, and they're nowhere near. He's nowhere near that level, and he'll never be half the players they are. and that's the problem. And
Well,
for me,
he could have played. Touch could have played Dyer to cover centre back for one of them at any particular time, but he never did. He tried to chuck him in on the right, starts to chuck him in front of defence, but he never used him as a central defender right yet to learn off the others in any way.
Yeah.
And this guy was a defender himself, so he's got Dyer. He never uses him for that position.
Yeah, but it's the entire mentality thing. They're putting their starting position, they're putting their Euro place, they're putting this, that, and the other thing on a pedestal, and they're playing for that instead of just playing for the love of the game, right? And for the desire to win, right? They're putting the things that they want to accomplish over that. And this is the thing that my son's brain coach tells him all the time. When you go to a trial, when you go to a train, when you're in a tournament, when you're in a knockout competition, don't put that competition when you're playing the top team in the league. Don't put it on a pedestal, right? Treat it as just another opportunity to play the game that you love and go out there and try to win. And when you have that mentality, you're free from the fear of making mistakes, right? If Dele Alli isn't afraid that he's going to get benched for the next 5 weeks, if he doesn't care, if he just thinks to himself, hey, the next time I go out on the pitch, I've got an opportunity to play the game that I love, and damn it, I'm going to win, then all of this bull crap division goes right out the window. But the problem is they have more self-interest than they do for the love of the game, the love of the badge, and winning.
I mean, Dele Alli prefers fucking playing Fortnite than giving a shit about his Tottenham performances. He don't give a shit. And,
I swear to God, man, this fucking manager's last hurrahs is fucking sabotaging this club as a Chelsea manager. Fuck him, dude. I'm so sick and tired of this bullshit.
And Brandon,
no, it's same shit.
Brandon couldn't take it anymore.
He can come in here. He can come in here.
Here he is.
Jose Mourinho is fucking finished at Spurs. He needs to go at the end of the summer. He can't get top 4. He's fucking bottle it against fucking Newcastle.
Who needs WrestleMania when you have THFC Rants?
Guys, you know what would be the most Spurs thing in the world to
Barcelona.
do? You know what would be the most Spurs thing in the world to do? To give the manager with the greatest CV of the last 4 or 5 the least amount of time compared to the rest of them. That would be an incredibly Spurs-like decision to make.
The problem is, Brandon, I agree.
Congratulations. He won all those trophies. But he didn't do it at Spurs, so he can fuck off. I don't care.
He didn't do it in 12 months at Spurs, so fuck him.
I don't care.
Crazy
I don't care about his CV anymore. He can't beat Newcastle. He can't beat anybody. It's just give it to Kane and Son and fucking inshallah, and then let's fucking defend for one.
You know what? I'm all good.
No style.
I'm all good with anybody.
What is our style of play?
I'm okay with anybody who's not a Jose Mourinho fan. But you've completely lost all perspective.
No, we can't.
You've completely lost all perspective.
This guy is fucking finished. He's fucking finished.
You see what I'm saying? Marcelo, you're talking like we won the Premier League the last 3-4 years. You're talking like we've been winning trophies and winning the Premier League. That's not the case. You're talking like
battle will be legendary
during pop.
You're talking about this
it's like I don't understand how you can see. I don't understand how you can see there's so many problems and so many issues when Pop is there, and the only thing you change is you bring in a manager and suddenly it's all his fault. That's crazy.
Mate,
I can't understand a word either of you are saying.
It's boring. I'm bored of it, bro. I don't care. Shit football, shit results. Can't be any good team. Get the fuck out of my club. I don't care what your CV is. I don't care what you did in fucking 1995. Get the fuck out. I don't care, bro.
I have to say, I gotta tell you, that feels like the perspective of people who have never built anything. It takes time to build things, guys.
I saw Pochettino build things.
The emotional impatience that football fans have in general is like a sickness. but the emotional impatience in this situation is kind of shocking. It's not like everything was great before, and then this dude got here and he's been here for years and he's destroyed everything that
been here for a year and a half.
Before.
He's been here a year and a half. He's been here a year and a half, and he still doesn't know that Eric Dyer doesn't know how to fucking pass the ball.
And he has okay, so we can talk about that. Now we can talk about that because unlike Marcelo, I actually have perspective because the Eric Dyer thing, I can't understand the Toby Eric Dyer thing. I can't understand his. I don't know what's going on with Toby. Clearly, there's something going on there. With respect to how he's dealt with the defenders, and like I said, I put up that comment before. This idea that one mistake and you're out, like that's not been the way he's been. He protected these defenders all year while we were calling for their heads.
We literally
put his arm around them all year. Dyer had a run. Dyer had a run of matches, and then he was out because eventually it was like mistake after mistake after. Sanchez had a run before that, mistake after mistake after mistake. Toby had a run, and then I thought it was about fitness issues. I don't understand. Like I said, I don't understand the Toby Dyer thing. Obviously, he put Dyer in today.
He lied about the Toby thing.
Again, and with respect to what's going on in the club and what's going on with Jose and the people, I unless maybe some of you all know more than I do or are more plugged in than I do, but I feel like we as fans, we know a very small percentage of the truth of actual goings on between the people behind the scenes in those changes.
I want to add something to that, right? This is my take on it. Jose Mourinho is the right man for the club, but also the wrong man for the club. Do you know why I say that? Yeah, because Jose Mourinho, if he is backed 100% and you go and you believe in the Jose way, if you don't back him, if you back him 100%, right, and you do whatever he wants as a board, he will win you titles. He will do it. He 100, even if it's shit football, he will fucking do it. You don't back him 100%. He's going to fail miserably like he's doing now. And I can't see Daniel Levy backing him because this summer was proof of it, right? I get the pandemic's played a part in it, right? But this, he asked for Diaz or Skriniar. What did he go and do? He didn't sign anyone until the end of the British window, and then the extended English window. Then he goes and signs Joe Rodon because that's all he could get. Because he left it to the last day to try and get Skriniar again. And he couldn't get, and Inter Milan told him no.
You know what? Again, guys. Again, I don't know. I because I haven't been a fan for as long as you are. I don't know what it feels like to be to have as winning and storied a history as a club as I guess you guys have. But this all feels very alarmist, even the perspective on the season, because from my perspective, I mean, we were in first for weeks, and then even though we faltered, we've been brought onto the brink of qualification, brought onto the brink of top four, brought onto the brink of. We've dropped 15 points in the last 5 to 10 minutes of matches. When you look at that, that has to be some credit to the setup and the choices and the development of the manager. And some of those failures will be on the manager, and some of those are going to be on the players. If you're brought to the brink of moving forward and you keep losing out on that, then I don't see how that's all on Jose Mourinho.
So, Brandon, I'm going to add to that now. Now, obviously, I have been supporting Tottenham for a very, very long time, and you know full well how I feel about a certain man, and I'm going to bring that certain man up. The buffoon that runs this club, who has said he's wanted Jose Mourinho for 20 years, has scouted him for 20 years, knows Jose Mourinho's MO. He comes in, he gets backed, he wins trophies, he causes drama wherever he goes. We can all agree to that. He ruffles feathers. It all ends badly. After 3 years, he goes. He goes to the next club. He gets money. He wins trophies. Same. We've gone and signed him where we're not going to give him any money. We're not going to back him. And he's not going to win trophies because he doesn't get what he needs. When you're about to be an actor and you're recruiting for a show, you get the best actor that has shown that he's delivered show after show or TV show or theatre, whatever. You don't go and sign someone that just fucks up everywhere he goes. Why do we bring someone in of Jose's magnitude and know what he does to deliver, but say, yeah, I see what you do. you're going to do nothing. That's the issue. Now I see where Marcelo's come. Of course you can.
So even as like you said, so he goes to a club, you give him all the gold, and you give him all the gold at once. He knocks it out, and then things deteriorate because the pressure builds, and you can't do whatever. And he does that over and over again. And so you say, Levy says, okay, all right, I that guy wins. I'm gonna bring him in, but can I do what he's done everywhere else? Can I give him what he's gotten everywhere else? You know what? I can't. And he's like, hey, can you give me what I've gotten everywhere else? And he's like, you know what? I can't. All right, can you do what you need to do with me giving you all the silver I have? I can't give you all the gold. I'm gonna give you all the silver. He's like, all right, and then you work with what I got. He's like, all right, I'll take your silver, and I'm gonna see what you have, but I'm gonna need more time if that's the case. Because if you're not gonna give me all the gold now, then all right, give me silver and some time. And he's like, okay. And so you start on a project. If you're not gonna be given all of the things at once, then you're going to need to be given time to compensate for that. It's like, when you build a house, you can't get it fast and good and cheap. You got to pick two of the three, that analogy. So I think the real issue here is that the idea is that he has to have done this already. And I think that that's the problem. So you got a couple of pieces that were right and that work and have the right mentality. You test the squad. You put your arm around Delhi, but then you're not getting enough, and you don't have margins. I don't have time to just be playing everybody and giving them all day, every day. No, I know I'm going to lose my job if I don't show up. That means, this is professional Premier League football. You won't have to show up. You have to show the mentality. You have to compete. You have to play. I'm going to do what I can, but at a certain point, it's like, okay, you got some of the players in. Now you've tested some of the players. You've seen what they can do. You showed everybody else what they can do and what they can't do. Though you've seen if we work as a team, we can compensate for some of those differences. But at a certain point, you just can't fix everything. All right, well then, now we go again. Now that we have all this information, we go again. We forge the mentality anew. You put the second layer on top of what you learned before, but you can't get any of that unless you take time and you decide to try to build a project. You try to
don't trust this
go
guy.
through the evolution.
He's not
I
the
hear
guy
you,
to build
Marcelo.
first.
Okay,
He's not the guy. Let me tell you, no. Let me retort. Let me retort why this guy is not the guy to rebuild Tottenham. He's been here for a year and a half. We have no style of play. At least under Pochettino, when he first came in, we knew what was the style of play. We knew what was the system he was trying to attempt. I have yet no fucking clue what Mourinho is trying to do. Some days we're defensive, some days we're attacking, some days it's fucking mayhem. Some days we're not even showing up on the pitch. He can't get these players motivated at all. How do you not get these players motivated? We're comparing. The thing is, it's funny. We're comparing Pochettino's.
How do you not get these players motivated? It's a wonderful question.
No, because
how are these players not motivated?
Pochettino got the best out of some of these players for a very long time. We're comparing Pochettino's 5th year, where it got stale, to Mourinho's 1st year. This is his first fucking year, and he's already fallen out with almost this whole fucking dressing room.
The reason why that's a valid comparison is because it's the same group of players.
But no. But the thing is, those group of players were around with Pochettino for a really long time. But in Pochettino's heights, a lot of those players love Pochettino. It was just at the end of the stage where they turned on him. This is Jose's 1st year. Every manager's 1st year, they usually get a bounce of these players. He has somehow figured out a way to lose almost all of his dressing room, one of his most loyal, for like 2 freaking months, man. And then he lost every single
You
one
had
of these
the end
players.
of last season where they bounced from 14th to 6th. Right?
Yeah.
We won more games than we lost.
We were 2 points. We were 2 points from 5. We weren't really. That 14th place was a false image.
It was 1 point. Yeah.
But the thing is, with Jose Mourinho,
it felt very different
is
to being
he has lost.
Really like we usually have.
He lost half of this fucking dressing room, and it's not like he hasn't had a chance to get top 4. He's had some of the easiest route to get top 4, and he has fucking bottled it against some shockingly.
And it's all him. That's what's so.
No, his tactics are shocking. Brendan, did you watch that Newcastle game? No, tell me, did you watch that Newcastle game?
Because if Brandon and Marcelo,
I'm not saying he's not capable in any way, shape, or form, but the idea that it's all him is crazy.
It's definitely not all him.
Brandon and Marcelo had a baby, that would be me.
It's not 100% his fault.
This is the
I get what
conversation that goes on
tactics
in my brain.
are so shockingly shit. He makes average teams look amazing. He picks up teams that are fucking average and then plays around them. Like, who plays around? Like, I put this tweet. We went and we set up around Newcastle, right? We set up to play against Newcastle. Who the fuck ever in the Premier League set up to play for Newcastle? You just need to play football. Just play football. Just play attacking football, and you beat Newcastle. Simple as. But he's such a fucking, like, he has this mindset. Like, it's not like it's back then where it's like you just have to, you know, you can play defensive and everything. Nowadays, it just doesn't work. Defensive football, it works only a couple managers, but defensive football is
Marcelo,
mainly dead.
It works, yeah. It works when you got the players to play.
When
that
you got
way.
the players
don't
to
have
play,
the players to
you
play that way.
don't
That's
have
the
the
problem.
players. Exactly. He can't
Yeah.
adapt as a manager. He has
No,
shown it
so-
over. You know. We talk about his CV, but we have seen over the years of Jose Mourinho that he cannot adapt as a manager.
Here, but still,
As
this is why-
soon as things starts going south, this man, everything crumbles. Everything crumbles. He loses all of his players. Every player turns on him, and then he loses faith with
But
the club.
can I
He loses
add
faith
to
with
this?
the
Right?
fans.
Can I add to this? Can I just quickly add to this? It's also part of the problem we have nowadays in society, right? Because the media take everything out of context in the UK, especially, right? They take it so much out of context, and because you've heard it before from the documentary and stuff, players are looking at social media all the time. So when players see what the headlines are printing about what's going on in the club, what's going on, they're not actually looking at actually what's within the club. Like, because you've heard it where some ex-players have come out and says Jose Mourinho, when they were playing bad from previous clubs, he hasn't actually told them why they're not in the team and stuff like that, and how they can improve to get back in the team. He just doesn't speak to them.
He just doesn't speak to them.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like that's his managerial style, right? But the thing
And
is,
it's shit.
it's also,
And it's
You
cost
also
him
have
all of
other
his job.
players that talk about why they love Jose is because he always tells them straight up why and what they're doing and what they're not.
But
I'm not
have you
gonna play
noticed,
you, so
Brandon,
you
it's
should
always-
go to another squad.
it's
Or
always
Brendan,
the
he's been
players.
sacked
It's always
3
the
times.
players who don't want to play his way, or don't want to play, like, listen to him and and his instructions. They don't like the training style that he has, or something like that. Because whenever the players listen to him and listen to the way he wants them to play, they always play better. Look, we've got 3 players in our team that are prime examples of it. Kane's gone to a new height this season. Son scored. Look at Son, how he's playing this season. I know he's gone through a patch where he hasn't scored some goals recently until today, but even like Højbjerg, no one expected him to be this good for us. And look what he's a player who wants to play for Mourinho and wants to fight for him. So thing is, right, like this season, right, some of his in-game management and his substitutions are fucking ridiculous. Because like today, right, let me tell you this, right, today Toby Alderweireld should have started. That's period. He should have started. He's our best defender, right? Second of all, Sissoko coming on shows that he was too scared. He was fearful of Man United winning, so he tried to set up the team to defend. Right, that's what he
I
did.
disagree with that.
Brandon,
I disagree
that's
with
what he
that.
did. You can't disagree with that, man. You can't.
What do you mean you
No, I
can't?
disagree with that.
Every time we go
Because
1-0, every
you
time we
look
go
at the second
1-0
half.
up, it's always
You look at the second half.
Every time
We
we go
began the
1-0
second
Marcelo,
half. pressing
Marcelo,
high and applying pressure.
Marcelo, breathe in
We
and
began
out.
the second half. We began the
Alright.
second half.
A break,
Pressing.
small
We
break,
began the
a small break, because I have to go to the restroom. Brian, you're in charge.
Oh
Please
Jesus,
keep things
Jesus!
civil.
You're letting the nutcase run the asylum. Oh, here we go. So no,
We've got Jason.
the one thing I want to add to the whole thing with Mourinho,
Welcome,
whilst
Jason.
Will's gone, is the one thing I don't understand. Brandon and the people in North America, I don't know if you would have seen this. Danny, you most certainly would have. When he came into Tottenham, he said, as he was doing it in his time with Sky, he said, "Do you know what? Whilst I've been out of football, I've taken a step back and I've looked at myself and I've got some new terminology, some new ideas, some new things that are coming out. So I'm not going to make the same old mistakes. I'm going to have new philosophies, new read." And do you know what? It looked refreshing. Like, yeah, do you know what? He may actually have a new formula. He may play different formations. But the thing is, I've seen none of that. Danny, you remember this part. I don't know if North America, Marcelo's saying, yeah, he's so this is a part, and this isn't me having a a huge dig at Jose. But what I'm saying again, if he said I've seen and I've improved myself because I've made these changes in my career. I've seen how football's played, and he's done none of it. None of it.
For my money, what I've seen is Jose trying to figure out who the players are in order to figure out how to play best with this team. And for my money, it's been highly complicated by coming in mid-season and having to just kind of gird the team together and get things across the line. As he had said, he's like, for this season, we were just trying to really manage the situation, but going into this coming season, we look to win every match. We look to win every match, but you're still coming into a shortened preseason and a highly congested schedule because of the pandemic scheduling. So you don't have a lot of time to work with the team. You have a lot of injuries, so you don't have a lot of consistency within the team. And then you find yourself, okay, you're setting up in certain ways. Like the first quarter of the season, we were setting up fairly consistently. And we were, and because of how
you just said a key thing, Brandon. You just said a key thing, right? I agree completely what you said, but the key thing there is Jose Mourinho has not been consistent with his team selection all year. He's chopping and changing everywhere around the park. You've seen different formations, different personnel, and because of that, that doesn't create stability. It creates instability.
It also shows
we played a 4-2-3-1 consistently for a very long time, right? But then there were individual mistakes within certain players or injuries were causing changes with that. And so then you have to change the selection, and then you decide to change the formation depending on the tactics that you're applying to the team that you're playing. But what I'm saying is there are so many variables that have been going on throughout the season that I understand why there has not been a level of consistency.
I disagree with that, and I'm going to add to Danny's point. It also shows a manager that's not ready for a rebuild, that keeps chopping and changing. Because he doesn't know, because a good manager that's been part of a rebuild already figures out what his first strong 11 is, his first players that he can trust, and then he plays them. And he backs them. And then
who does Jose trust?
Jose, but the issue is Jose has created his own mistrust by chopping and changing. Because if you keep chopping and changing, players are not going to trust you because they can't, they don't believe that you'll have his back.
And Dyer consistently for the first quarter of the season,
and then he dropped them the first time things start going sour.
Yeah, but do you know why it went sour? Do you know why it went sour?
The first time it went sour, he dropped them, and then he dropped Toby again, and then he dropped them again, and then he played them again because he hadn't. I
can't explain Toby. I can't explain Toby, but he's given Dyer chance after chance after chance, and Dobbers made mistakes, and he's continued to back Dyer, and we've all screamed and tore our hair out.
He shouldn't have backed Dyer. He should have backed Rodon.
And then that's why Dyer has been out of the team for a while. And Sanchez had a run, and he tried to work Sanchez, and then Sanchez continued to let us down.
But
now Rodon is showing us. He had to take time to develop Rodon, right? You don't buy a young player and just throw him in immediately. That's how you ruin
a good manager spots his best 11, spots the 11 that he can trust, and then he works from there. And then he works from a rebuild. That's what Pochettino did. He found the first 11 he could trust. He found the first 11 that could, sort of fill his system, and then he worked on it. And the players that he didn't trust, he left them out. Remember that, Brian, when he left out Adebayor and all those players, he didn't give them any game time. He didn't give them any game time because he knew they were not going to be part of any of his system. And yes, we lost games, and yes, it cost us a lot of tournaments because he rarely rotate, but he put faith in that starting 11. That starting 11 put faith on them, and then he built from that then on. That's what a manager in a rebuild does. Nagelsmann done it. Ten Hag has done it. Every manager that does a rebuild has done it. This manager does not know how to do a rebuild. What this manager knows is open up the checkbook and get the players that he wants.
Wait, one second.
Simple
Marcelo, listen, this is the first time we've shared a stream together. Let me just get my 2 pence on this, because I think you're looking at it from a certain point of view, which always seems to me like always 2 steps ahead of where I eventually end up thinking, right? But on this particular point, I think you're not quite right on that one, because when you're trying to create a system, the capitulation of West Ham, losing 3 goals, left Jose distraught. Because
And I
that wasn't a
understand.
case of like, it wasn't a case of like, what am I building? It's like, there's something fundamentally wrong here. If we can lose 3 goals in 9 minutes when we're supposed to be winning this match. This
Or
is
dog Rob when you lose 3
tactic
goals
or,
and you only need one.
formation, or instructions given to them. He goes, I told the players, don't back off. Why did they back off?
Because that's what he trains them to do. That's what he trains them to do. He can say whatever he wants. Players do what they do in training. Players do what they do in training. Players do what they do in training. It does not matter what he says. The performances speak for themselves. The performance in this pitch is what he trains them to do.
Marcelo, listen. The frailties in our squad were there previously.
Yeah, we do.
Capitulations were there previously. Listen to me.
Yeah.
He's come in, right? And who is this guy? He is an expert in a particular field, correct?
Yeah.
And when this expert speaks in that particular field, he's come on interviews and said to the reporters, you can see, I can see, but I can't say.
Yeah.
And he said it out loud. He doesn't have to be cryptic. He said it so many times. He said it today too, right? So the point is this, right? Yeah, is that when you vent your anger at performances towards the manager, you're saying that basically you're making excuses, which are baby excuses, like, oh, the training isn't like, whatever. There's a problem. Hold on a second. We've got some of the best training facilities on the planet, nearly, and we've got professionals in there.
Yeah.
They know what training is.
Yeah. But he's saying he's but
what professionals are you talking about? Musa Sissoko? He ain't a professional. He shouldn't be a professional footballer. He ain't a professional.
But what I'm saying is, Mr. K. What I'm saying is, Mr. K.
Yeah, but
it's not about the position in which we're at. We were in this was the same position we were at under Pochettino. For Pochettino's first season was just as bad as Mourinho's. But with Pochettino, what I saw was a system, and I saw a game plan. I have yet to see a system under Jose Mourinho and a game plan and the man management for me to believe that this guy is the guy to go for a long-term rebuild in Tottenham Hotspurs. I'm sorry. He just doesn't. He doesn't.
Discovering who his players are and what he can do.
It's been a year and a half, and he has yet to discover it. How long is it going to take?
Interview today. Jose said, they asked him, why is it that you keep, leading at halves and then dropping points? He said, I know the reason why we keep doing that. I cannot say, but I know the reason why we keep doing it, and we will work to work on it. Jose knows. Now he's got to figure out what he can do about that. But I think it's absurd to feel like the guy doesn't know what's going on.
He's had a year and a half. Thank you, Jason.
It's all
had a year and a half.
I agree with what people were saying, right? But this all goes back to Mr. Bryan's favorite man on the planet, Daniel Levy. It all goes back to him, unfortunately, because the problem is, right? We've got these players that they shouldn't be playing for Spurs. They should not be fucking playing for Spurs.
But the thing is, Danny, talking about Daniel Levy right now is pointless at this point.
I know,
because he is not going anywhere. As much as we all hate him, as much as we all dislike Enoch, they are going nowhere. So we need a manager that can work with Enoch. And Jose Mourinho will not, cannot, and he will fail under Enoch. I will guarantee you that.
I said it from when he first joined. I said as much as I love Spurs, right? And I'm Spurs in. I will back like any manager who manages our club, right? That is what you do as a fan. You support your manager. You back him through thick and thin, right? But the problem is he cannot manage this club under Enoch's leadership. He cannot, because he can't do what, like you said, a Ten Hag can do, or like a Pochettino can do, or like a Nagelsmann can do. But also,
you don't know anything if you don't give him time.
No, I agree, Brandon. I agree with that completely, right? But the problem is, Levy will not back him the way that he needs to be backed. That is the problem.
I want to ask you a question, right? I've been answering a lot of questions. I want to ask you a question. You're a big Jose fan, right? You know his CV better than anyone. His CV says, yes, he wins you trophies, but his CV also says that when it gets toxic, it doesn't get better. Explain to me why he got sacked 3 times by 3 different clubs.
Oh no, I mean I think you're right. It's one of those things. Is that when it gets toxic. Well, the idea that when it gets toxic it doesn't get better, I think is not quite right. When it gets toxic, you have to make a decision.
Really, it doesn't.
Now, yeah. No, hold on. You have to make a decision now, because to just say that it's Jose is the only reason it becomes toxic is false. It becomes toxic because of a combination of factors, and then usually you have to decide which side you're going to pick, right? Am I going to back the manager?
That's right.
Am I going to back the players? Or am I going to listen to fans? Like, you have to decide what you're going to do.
Well, every
And-
fan said that he should have been sacked. Like, Chelsea fans believed he should have been sacked. United fans believe he should have been
Chelsea
sacked.
fans are the worst fucking fans on the
Yeah,
planet.
but I mean,
Sure,
still,
but the fact of the matter is, if they had backed Jose at Manchester United instead of backing Paul Pogba,
United's up there now.
they would have won the league by now.
you sure about that? I disagree.
I don't know.
I
About
believe so. I
He
absolutely
lost.
believe so.
He lost all of the dressing room. None of the
But
players.
the point is that because the club didn't back the manager, they backed the players. Sometimes you end up having a conflict between manager and players, and the club has to decide who they're going to back. And if you don't back the manager, then it does become toxic, and you can't fix it. If you don't back the manager, you can't fix it.
Yeah.
Luke Shaw.
And then
was
you
having
drag it
one of
out,
his
and then
worst
you got to
years.
call the call the ball.
Yeah, but Luke
Luke
Shaw
Shaw
did look fat, overweight, and was
No,
very slow.
yeah. And guess what? And
True.
now under Ole, he looks like one of the best left backs
3
in the
years
league.
later,
Yeah.
he came off of a broken leg last time.
He didn't want to play for Jose anymore. Half of that
What's the
squad in Man
comparison,
United did not want to play for Jose anymore. I bet.
No, that's fair.
I will
But my
make-
point is that when you end up having a conflict between the manager and the players, the club has to back the manager.
But no. Everybody keeps talking
The
about
players
on
are
TV.
always going to be out for the players, but the manager is always out for the club because he lives and dies by the
look
club.
at it, right? Look at it. The last two clubs Jose got sacked from, it was always the star players in those teams, the biggest names in those teams that he fell out with. And when you lose those star players, right, it loses the dressing room because they back the players, and the players
But here,
players
it's the
back
star
that star
players
player.
that back him.
But guys,
Yes,
when
exactly.
he got
This
sacked,
is what I'm saying. But the
when
problem
he got
is
sacked, he
now,
won them
you've
trophies.
got
Before he got sacked.
No, but listen, you've got the star
That's so
players
crazy.
at Tottenham. You've got you've got the star players at Tottenham who are backing Jose Mourinho. It's now time for the board to back Jose Mourinho, because if they don't, it's fucking failing. It's not going to happen. Tottenham are not going to go anywhere. We're gonna regress another few years, because end of next season we're going to be sitting here talking about the same fucking thing, and then we're going to be like, okay, now we actually need a rebuild. Now it's ridiculous.
Listen, the players' mentality is fucking ridiculous. If I was on 50 grand, if I was on anywhere from 50 grand to 200 grand a week, you can call me whatever the fuck you want. You could say to me whatever the fuck you want. You could say in the papers whatever the fuck you want. If anything, it's going to motivate me more to prove the manager wrong. You could say to me whatever. It's
Sean,
literally,
you're feeding back, man. You got to keep yourself muted if you're not talking, right?
it's literally, it's got to the point now where these players are such babies and prima donnas. Literally, that thing, that saying, "Sticks and bones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me." It's come to the point where you say something to them, they're like, "Boo hoo hoo, fuck off."
You know that's actually that phrase is actually used incorrectly. It's "Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words do hurt me." That's actually where the original one came from.
So
A lot of people don't know that.
That applies to all the
It's not.
applies to most Tottenham players.
It doesn't flow
I think-
as rhythmically as the new version. But.
Look, I think personally,
Sounds good.
I think personally, regardless of what you think, a manager has to adapt to the climate that he is in. And he has not adapted that climate, and he has only made it worse. And now he has lost his most trusted and most valuable center back over a stupid lie that he made. He lost Toby over a stupid lie because
Hold
he
on,
played-
it's obvious that he had that they had stuff before that, right?
Yeah, it was the
the
straw that
lie
broke the
is
camel's
not
back.
the cause. It was a effect.
He okay, no, I'm sorry. I remember when I asked almost everybody, and they said no way Toby would ever turn on Jose. Toby loves Jose. Watch the documentary. He said he wanted to play for Toby. I remember everybody that defended Jose and defended Toby said Toby was one of Jose's most loyal player. And then now that he's turned on Toby, everybody's saying it's Toby's fault. No. He threw Toby under the bus. I'm sorry. He lied to the media. He came out with all that bullshit.
No, but Marcelo,
Done it
your
before, and
timeline
he's
is.
doing it again. He
I'm
has
all
done
for.
it before, and he's doing it again.
I'm all for having opinions, but your timeline's off, right? So it was 2 or 3 matches before the lie, which I agree to. All available information we have now it can only be classified as a lie because Jose hasn't come out and provided evidence that he wasn't. The club hasn't come out and provided evidence he wasn't for right now. So the only thing we have to go on is the picture and the statement. There was the 2 matches before that where Toby was ill and then he was this, right? There was 2 other matches where Toby didn't appear after Arsenal that
he has completely killed that relationship.
Right,
Whatever
but I'm saying that's not because of that particular press
relationship.
conference. It
He
was
does
gone
this
before
every
that.
time. No, and don't go like this, Brendan, because guess
I
what?
have no idea what's going on between that. I have no idea what's happening there. That's why I'm shrugging. I have no idea.
But can I point out this ain't the first time?
Apparently, you all have a lot of inside information that have confirmed things that I haven't confirmed, but I don't know. That's all I'm shrugging for. I don't know.
Let Jason talk. Let me point out that this isn't the first time Toby's fell out with a manager because remember he was in Pochettino's doghouse. So do not automatically simply say that it's Jose. There's an issue with Toby. Okay, and nobody wants to admit that, but there's an issue with Toby.
I know this
because he was it. Do not forget that he was in Pochettino's doghouse as well.
It was almost 3 months.
You see Jason rocking the t-shirt again.
Yeah.
Look at the rocking the shirt.
He's got to support his hometown.
Yeah. No, and to your point, I mean, there's a lot of issues there, and I'll never forget what the interview that Hugo Lloris said after that embarrassment against Zagreb, and I think you have to listen to the words of the captain and really understand that there's really something going on with these players. I mean, I feel like I'm looking at. I think the way that Jose's looking at this now, he's just like, I think he's waiting for the season to just be over with. And whatever happens, happens. But right now, I feel that the season's done. I don't know. And the problem is, I don't know where we go from here because I know Levy is the type of moron that's going to try to demand a bunch of money for players that nobody's going to want to pay for. I mean, we can go down the list and say Sissoko.
Exactly.
You can say Sissoko's got to go, but who's going to pay for Sissoko? How much do you really think you're going to get for Sissoko? Okay, Winks. I feel like you could, I feel like you could get rid of Winks, and then Winks will go thrive somewhere, and you'll be like, I mean, Deli. You think like you'll send Deli off, or you sell Deli, and you'll turn around and have Deli looking like Jesse Lingard. You know what I'm saying? Some guys just need a different change of environment.
Exactly that, Jason. They need a change of environment.
Yeah, the squad has been this team has been screaming for new blood, new rotation for a while, and it's just been stale. What Levy tried to do is he felt like I could get rid of Pochettino, bring in Mourinho. It's probably just as a new voice. I do not want to tamper with the squad, and it didn't work. Everybody just needs to admit the experiment failed badly. It just completely flopped. Okay, he felt like he didn't want to. It's just the years of not spending and not bringing in new players that's finally caught up to us. And now you're trying to, and even with Kane, everybody's like, oh, Kane should leave. And Levy runs around and may say he wants 150 million, but Kane's going on 28. You know what I'm saying?
That's why he's not going nowhere.
I mean, well, he says he's going to push for a move, but in this market, where's he going to go? And I mean, yeah, he could. And then what do you do then if you can't move him on? Then you have a franchise or a club that doesn't seem to have any ambition to do anything. What do you do now? You got a disgruntled player. Now you have a disgruntled player. You have several disgruntled players, and you got. I mean, the issue with this team is just there when you like I say, when you alienate like Danny Rose for whatever reason, just the turmoil within the club. There's just so much turmoil within the club. I mean, let's be honest. I got to give Arsenal. I hate to say this, but I have to give Arsenal some credit. At least they got rid of the players that were causing them trouble, even though they're sitting 10th or 9th in the league. There was just the least to say, let's move some of these players up, like the Genduzis and all of these guys. Let's just get them up out there, send them on loan somewhere, just get rid of them, just go, and then try to build. But our team, who have we sent out?
I've seen more from Arteta in terms of rebuild than I've seen from Jose Mourinho.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
He
Yeah,
has. He has. What do you mean, Brendan? You're shaking your head. But he has created a system. He has found
Why
his
do you
group of
think so,
players that he
Marcelo? Why
can
do you think
trust.
so?
Because he has found a group of players that he trusts. He has found a system that is working. The only issue with Mikel Arteta is that he has no experience, right? And he is still learning on the job. But I can see, and you're gonna laugh at me, Brendan, but I can see that guy, as long as once he starts getting the experience and he starts getting some better players, he has a real project. I am telling you
I'm
this.
glad that you
and
can
I'm
see
scared.
clearly what's going on at the lower half of the table.
I don't care. Listen,
but
they can be there.
We are in a different stage of evolution.
No. Brendan. I can
gonna
see
go all the way, to be
Arsenal.
honest.
I can see Arsenal moving up if they get better signings than if we stick with Jose Mourinho. If we stick with Jose Mourinho, he does not have the.
If we had, whoa, what's that?
The
If
table
we
doesn't-
had even a half decent upgrade on our center back, I guarantee you we wouldn't have dropped half of the points we've dropped in the last 10 minutes of the matches this whole season. We'd be in the top 4 with these right now.
If my aunt had a dick, she'd be my uncle. I don't care, dude. He has to work with what he has. If he's such a great, if he's such a,
you've lost all perspective, Marcel.
no, bro. If he's such a good manager, he should be beating Newcastle and challenging for top 4. He battled against Newcastle. He's had the better teams.
If we're doing no better next season, I'll agree with you. But for my money, if I look at all the circumstances, there just hasn't been enough time to draw those kinds of conclusions.
Shown me
This is a guy
nothing.
who has proven that he can take the right people if given enough time and the right resources to succeed. He's clearly got.
What
the
do you
goods.
mean enough time? He hasn't stayed in the club for more than 3 years.
He stayed in the club with enough time to win what he needed to win, then decide to move on to win someplace else. He doesn't have what he's had at other clubs, so he needs more time to compensate for what he doesn't have up front.
So I'm going to add to what you say, but also it's kind of not even devil's advocate. If you look at all the clubs where he has gone to, he has had his rock of a centre back: John Terry, Walter Samuel, Varane. John Terry back at Chelsea when he went back. Now, when he lost his job at Man U, again he was crying out for a centre back. He was begging United for a centre back.
He would have been
and he would. They even. I don't even know why they didn't activate Toby.
And they gave him Lindelof.
What they wanted. If Jose Mourinho had a Skriniar, who knows what would have happened if he had that commanding centre back? So Mourinho, he didn't. But that's the thing. But whose fault is that?
It's
not Mourinho. Exactly. So I can see what Brandon said. If Brandon was still saying this, and we had Skriniar in this defence right now, and Skriniar, and we were where we were now, I will be going daggers. Like my daggers, your daggers are solely at Jose. You know where my daggers are. My daggers are solely above him.
Same for me, Brian.
Well, no, Brian. If you give me the choice between get Jose out or ENIC out, it's ENIC all day. But I'm just being realistic. ENIC is not going fucking nowhere. There's no point in talking about Levy because he is going nowhere until he sells the club.
But that's what I'm trying to say. If Jose Mourinho gets backed and gets the fucking centre back that he always screams out for, and like I said, when he had Walter Samuel, when he had John Terry, when he had Varane, he won trophies.
You have to give him the chance.
He beds his things on having a rock, a leader, a disciplinarian,
That's a great point.
A fucking kick your face off defender.
Yeah, that's a great point, Brian.
Yes, he got Rodon. Rodon, as good as he may be, he is not a Skriniar. He is not a Terry.
He's going to be a Gomez. I think so.
If we had that defender in this team right now, and the results were as they were now, then Mourinho hasn't got a fucking excuse to even fall back on.
Yeah. But let me ask you this, Brian. But let me ask you this. You talked about the big center back that he needs, right? The big signing center back that he needs. Will ENIC give him that?
No, like I said to you, right now, if I was Daniel Levy, I would do whatever it takes to raise 75 million. I don't care if it's selling players or I have to put my hand in my pocket, fly to Milan. So I wouldn't trust
all out attack on Milan Skriniar. I don't know why.
I wouldn't try. I would fly out to Milan and say, "You said you want 75. Here's 75 million. Let me talk to him. Signed."
I agree with you. And I agree with you, Brian. No, Brian, I agree with you. But will that happen?
No.
And if you can't buy one, then can you not get the time to build one?
So, no.
He's got a point.
No.
So this team is dependent.
So we are going to build Roden.
Marcelo, listen. The point which is being made here, right? Yeah, is that the problem Spurs has had for decades, right? Yeah, has been this soft belly, this thing that falls apart, this capitulation. The type of person that you want to bring into your club to instill one thing above everything else is the resilience, like Man United had.
And he hasn't, bro. He has not.
Maybe he hasn't done it yet.
He has not. He hasn't given any. He hasn't changed any players' mentality.
So listen to me. Maybe he hasn't done it yet. What Brandon's point is that you've got to give the manager time to do so and the tools to do so. You've turned around and said that
have to change the mentality.
No, you said every club he went to, he would have this much year to do this and this much year to do that. This particular club, he may need 2 of those years to do this and 1 of those years to do that. Think about that, for example.
I can't.
Go on, Jason.
Right? A defensive manager.
I think if you know, I don't know where they raise the funds. I do not trust this board. I do not trust Levy. You know, you can't sit here and everybody's seen it. I mean, the hire was the thing with the Jose Mourinho hire, and let's all be honest. We all said, okay, as we were all wishy-washy. You know, most of us were like, I don't know about this. And the reason we were like, I don't know about Jose being the manager for Spurs is straight up and down. Is this board going to is this board going to back him? Straight up and down. There is no ifs, ands, buts, or maybes about it. I'm just saying, you know, is the board going to manage him? And in 18 months, the answer to that question is no. The answer to the question is no. It doesn't matter who, you know, and you're and it's all like after the same anyway,
also, let me just say one thing. AIC said a great point. Jose was backed at Man United. He got about half a billion in terms of funds, and he still didn't get that marquee center back. So if you think if he can't get a marquee center back with that half a billion, there's no way he's going to get that marquee center back at Spurs with our funds.
He received some backing. He won 2 trophies. He got second in the league, and then he received
half a billion.
But then when you discover that these players aren't good enough, and you're like, okay, look, man, we didn't buy the right ones. We need to find another, just like Pep Guardiola does anytime he decides to.
Yeah, but players want to play for Pep Guardiola because they like him. Players didn't want to play for Jose Mourinho, Man United, because they didn't like him.
Obviously, a lot of players really like Jose Mourinho. Just like some players don't like him. Just like a lot of players don't like Pep too, man. Like it.
Yeah, but
that's a
Man United
situation.
Yeah, but yeah. Sorry, Jason. Go ahead.
I think you know, like I said, we want Jose out, and I ask, who do you bring in? And then the question is always going to be, okay, whoever you bring in, what is the expectations as a fan base? Because say, for example, if you bring in a Tim Hogg or you bring in a Brandon Rodgers or whatever, right? What is our expectation? Seriously, what's the expectation? Because if you get rid of Jose, what's our expectation next season? Where do you want to finish? Because because if you're bringing in if you're bringing in the Tim Hogg or the Brendan Rodgers, that means you're basically putting your trust in the youth, bringing in the youth squad and trying to find those little gems. Because I seriously think that this club does not know what they want to be. I don't think that they know what they want to be. I mean, you want to claim like you're a big name squad or a top 6 squad that gets Champions League.
But you don't spend it like it.
You don't want to spend the money. You kind of want to bring players through the academy. So and then you don't know if you're a selling club, if you want to groom players to sell and bring merchandise in or bring money in that way. And it's really hard to say what we're going to do because everything that gets thrown in the mix is this COVID. COVID really kind of really and truly did screw up a lot of things for this the vision for this team and what they wanted to do with this team as far as bringing their finances. So it's kind of, you know, you can look at it from that aspect, and then to make things worse, the football is awful. I mean, we're playing horrible football. I mean,
football.
It's awful. And it's hard to watch, man.
And
It's hard.
And in the thing of being all honest, I didn't come on last week after the Newcastle game because I was on a flight. I was flying back down from Wisconsin, so I only saw the first half of the game. I did not see the second half of the game. And then from what I saw, or the results, it's like when you step off the plane and you freaking get that alert, and I'm like 2-2. The fuck, you know what I'm saying? Newcastle 2-2. You know, and then
But it's not just 2-2. But the thing is, it's not just 2-2. It's how Newcastle just dominated.
Dominated.
Yeah, I didn't get
They
to
made
watch
us look like the worst team on the planet.
But that's what I'm saying. I was watching last week. I was watching We'll Break It Down and showing the heat map and the stats and everything. I didn't get the chance to watch the game. But you know, they were saying that Newcastle had the most shots that they had in how many years?
9% of all their shots of the whole season. 9%.
Whole
of
season.
It.
Yeah. One game.
But Jason, to answer your question, the thing that this board is trying to do, right, is, and whether you agree with me or not, it's just from what I heard from Levy, and it seems like this game plan is to make it a self-sustainable club with the stadium and everything. The issue is, right, they did the whole stadium thing way too early. When they had something good going on with Pochettino and Paul Mitchell and everything, they should have pushed on and tried to go for titles. Instead, they went for the big shiny stadium.
That was the huge
that
mistake.
that was where it fucked us, because guess what? In the last 6 transfer windows, we've only spent 3 times. Now, I'm sure that's a Premier League record. I don't think any other Premier League club has ever done that. That has fucked our progress. And now what we need, what the type of manager we need is not Jose Mourinho. It's like John Cooper, you know, John Cooper from We Are Tottenham. It's like he said, it's a good manager, but just at the wrong time. He doesn't fit this time right now. What we need is a manager that can work with what he has, that can evolve, that can, you know, it's almost like a Pochettino that can work with the scraps and get the most out of it. Pochettino
is it really the wrong time though? Because he's come in, it's made it clear that the squad is in bigger shambles than we thought.
But
no, it is. It is.
No, because nobody thought after Poch that our squad was as big a shambles as it is now.
But
it's never been more clear.
You know what it is,
Will,
as well, right? Do you know what it is as well, right? It's that bringing in Jose was like Daniel Levy papering over the cracks that our club had before he even came in the club, right? Now, what Jose did when he had those discussions with Levy to come into this club, to join this club, to manage them, right? He firmly believed that he could make this team better than what it was under Poch's last year at the club, right? He genuinely believed he could win things with this current team with a few tweaks. He said it himself. He said the next season, when he came in November or 18 months ago, he said that in the summer he needs a few tweaks, and he says he's going to challenge for the title for this season, right? What he's realized this season is that the players that he's got, they just can't do what he wants them to do, and a lot of them don't want to play for the club, for the badge. You've seen that clearly. It's evident in games that they don't want to play for the badge.
Winks,
right?
Clear example.
Yeah, Winks, Sissoko's changed at the turn of the year. Sissoko at the turn of the year. You've got Aurier in there, right? You've got Davin Sanchez. He wants to play for the team, but unfortunately, he's just not good enough, right? Yeah. You've got Eric Dyer. He's a joke. He's a fucking joke of a player. How is he a football player? And it's just the list goes on, right? You've got I'm not saying Lamela, right, in terms of he's a bad player. I'm just saying he's not consistent enough, and he's injured more than he's not, right? So again, having him in the squad for 8 years, you know, Will, you know how you feel with him. Lamela for 8 years, he's scored less than 20, was it 30 goals in 8 years? I mean, it's ridiculous.
20, less than 20.
less than 20. He's still at 17 goals. That is fucking pathetic for a fucking a footballer in the top league. How can you have 17 goals in 8 years? Because most of it is spent on the fucking injury room.
Well, it's not only that. He's actually only had 9 goals in his last 100 appearances.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely that is appalling.
Daddy, I'm going to add to that. Now, when Jose came in and said he thought he could win stuff with this team, I honestly believed him, and I honestly
so did I.
I honestly think when you look at it from their skills as players, they are there. The skills are there. What Jose didn't know coming in is how weak their mentality was.
Exactly.
You don't know that coming into the squad.
They brought in Jose, right? Because they said that he said himself that he wants to bring a winning mentality, right? But what he didn't understand until this season was that these players don't have that capacity to have a strong mentality, a winning mentality. There's a few of them in that squad that have it. A few of them. Right, and they're the ones you can clearly see who that is, and you can clearly see who the ones who don't have that capacity, right? Who just are not there to they look at their careers, right? And what they do is they take home their paycheck. Dele Alli, one of them, right? Yeah. They take home their paycheck. They don't want to play to win trophies. They do not want to fucking win anything. They just want to go home, sit in their £5-10 million house, right, and just play Fortnite or play FIFA, whatever the fuck they want to do, right? But they don't want to win trophies. Harry Kane wants to win trophies. He wants to win everything possible with this club because he's got blue blood in him, right? But there's not enough players in that squad that have it. So going on to Marcelo's point, right, is the fact that Jose Mourinho, if you look at it right now, he can't make this team better unless he's got investment, unless he's got money. And if you're not going to give him that, you can't have Jose Mourinho as your manager. Yeah, you can't have him as your manager then.
If this is the exact same squad and there can be no changes to the squad, yeah, that will be a challenge. If there can be none.
Yeah. So, Brandon, let me ask you this, Brandon, right? If Levy, right, doesn't back Jose, right? If he doesn't decide to bring in players who we actually need, I'm not even talking about £50 million players. I'm talking about £30 million players, because at this rate, I don't even think we're going to get that, right? If he doesn't back him in that way, do you think Jose is the right man at this current time to manage our squad going into next season?
I think there are two things for me. There's the necessity of refreshing and the additional players, but there's also the shift in mentality that comes from the understanding that this is the project and this is what we're doing.
Yeah.
There's you all play how you play or you act how, and maybe it'll go this way or maybe no. This is what we're doing. This is who we're rocking with, and so there's also the shift in mentality that comes with that. So, but with
it's a hard one, isn't it?
Yeah, but without, I mean, I think you need, because I think every squad needs some level of work to improve in each window, even if it's incremental. It's one player here, or I'm clearing out Deadwood now so I get the time to do it later, you know? So I think you have to operate like a club that's trying to improve, but, you know, even if you can't get anybody in, but there's a commitment from the top down that this is what we're doing, I think that also has that has an effect on the mentality. And also, the more time you have to work with players, you know, ultimately, the more you learn.
For me, it's Marcelo. I understand a lot of what you say, and I see it the way you see it. And Brendan, I hear what you say, and I see it, right? But for me, the biggest thing and the thing that I'm worried about the most is kind of what Victor's saying here is, Victor, I think it is a fool's errand. And my worry is that if we sack Jose and bring in another manager, then the Deadwood stays.
Yeah, so that's exactly it.
You see,
that to me is more dangerous than having Jose as a manager.
It depends. I think a manager like Nagelsmann or Ten Hag would weed out the bad players.
Yeah, but Marcelo,
because they have done it. No, let me tell you this. Ten Hag.
What do you mean by weed out the bad players, though?
He will weed out all the toxic, all the Deadwood, and he will play. If he has to, he will play the youngsters. He will play these guys do not care about experienced players. They don't care about what your resume is. If you don't play for them, they will weed you out. Nagelsmann did it for Hoffenheim. Nagelsmann did it for Leipzig.
He's not going to find anyone else.
But
has done
listen,
it.
I agree with you, Marcelo. Right? He will do that. But if someone comes in like a Nagelsmann or a Ten Hag, they will do it. But there's a big but. They will take at least a year minimum to find out exactly what Jose Mourinho knows about them right now. That's the only difference, and I agree. I agree with.
It will take time.
The thing is,
it
what
will
you've got to
take
remember,
time.
Marcelo, people have got to stop doing with Nagelsmann. He's at RB Leipzig. They're Red Bull. Red Bull spend money like we could only dream. We could only dream of spending that money. So Nagelsmann is not. I see why people are saying
super rich,
but he's not the answer. With Ten Hag, and he's the drum that I am banging constantly, because if we get him,
I'll say this: he lost.
He needs to come in and say, right, I'll come in, but
he lost against Roma.
You get rid of everyone. You get in the scouting network I want. This is what I've done. This is what I do at Ajax. I understand you're not going to spend money. I will bring youth through, but you've got to get me the odd player here. We can't keep spending money. We keep buying lumps of coal, trying to turn them into diamonds. We need some diamonds, and we need them now under Jose. That's it.
I'm not understanding. You all are talking about bringing in somebody who will go hard, who will cut the players who are whack, who won't play for the badge, who will tell it like it is, and Jose came in, as we said, with a certain expectation and has tried to temper, because that's how Jose is. He is trying to temper that because he recognizes I can't yank Doherty at halftime because I've got 6 more games over the next 3 days, and I'm gonna have to use this guy. If I yank him at halftime, I'm gonna lose him. If I don't put my arm around these guys after Manchester City and after Sanchez gets spun onto his face, I'm gonna lose him. But I have to use these guys because I'm not gonna be able to do anything in the meantime. So I have to try. So what you're talking about, Marcel, I guess what my question is, if we're talking about somebody who will say, look, you got to get rid of these guys and we got to do this, is that not what he's going to be looking to do in the summer, right?
Yes.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, but he can play better and more attractive and progressive football on the way.
That way.
Now Jose's philosophy is okay. I can do that, and I can score 4 goals, and I can lose 5. I can score 3, and I can draw, or I can try and get all the points I can possibly get. I can protect my defense, and I can work through the middle with Ndombele and put the faith in my quality attack. Like that's what he's looking to do.
But Brian, I actually have to correct you on the Leipzig manner. I do have to correct you. Leipzig, I think, spent almost the same amount of money as Spurs, if not less. So, and Nagelsmann lost a lot of some of his best players because they sell to a lot of clubs and everything.
Yeah, Leipzig is more of a selling club. They're not a team that really buys.
They're not a team. They actually sell more. They got and somehow Nagelsmann, even though after getting a lot of his players weeded out, is still challenging for second place in an actual very good league. There's a lot of good teams in that league.
The only way I'll be on board for Nagelsmann.
I agree with you, Marcelo.
Sabitzer and Bailey.
With that being said, Marcelo, on that point you're right. What I'm trying to say with the Ten Hag is, we've got Jose in, who needs money immediately, and he's not getting backed. Ten Hag ticks all the goddamn boxes, and if Ten Hag comes in, you need to do everything his way and the Ajax way, which is scouting network and everything.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't do that, you're cutting them off at the knees again, like what Levy's doing with the.
But it's going to take time, Brian.
No, that's the thing. So if Ten Hag comes in and replaces, and we get the whole network in, everything gets done Ten Hag's way, instantly with me, and I'm telling you now, and people will understand how big a statement this is. Ten Hag comes in, he gets rid of Hitchin, gets in his staff.
Yeah, it's Hitchin needs to go.
That Daniel Levy immediately buys 5 years with me not berating him immediately.
No, Brian.
Management.
You know me and Ten Hag. I've been wanting Ten Hag. You know me and Ten Hag. I want Ten Hag, but I think either him or Nagelsmann could work. But Ten Hag would be my first option. But I was just trying.
Would be better. Ten Hag leaves the defense way too open at Ajax. He does not have any.
Yeah, but he's got 19-year-olds, man.
Yeah,
you know
I watch Ajax on a weekly basis, right? them religiously.
Yeah,
like I
Daily
watch
Blind.
Spurs,
He's
right?
up there.
No, but listen. Ajax, like Marcelo said, they're playing 19-year-olds at the moment. Their squad they've got injuries now at the moment. They've got a keeper who got banned for a year. Onana got banned for a year. They've got the keeper Sketzenberg who's just left the club. So they've got a weakened squad at the moment. Before that, right? They were playing amazing football, right? They were playing really good in their league, respectively, right? But it's his philosophy, the way he brings up the youngsters, right? But more importantly, it's like Brian said, it's the scouting team behind him. We've got fucking Steve Hitchin, who's a fucking clueless dodo who doesn't know how to fucking scout players. He's got no idea of how to scout players. And if you look at Leipzig as well, right?
And to add to that, Danny,
his meetings,
this guy
are useless.
This guy Ten Hag also beat Lille, the team that is #1 in League One. With all of that, that is a manager that I can trust, because you know why? He is getting the most everything. He is squeezing everything out of that team.
But
I cannot tell you,
Brian,
Jose
Marcelo,
is not doing that.
How much time you're
Jose
going
is
to give
not
to
doing that.
Erik Ten Hag, to be honest?
I would listen, if I see a system and I see a game plan and I see a style, I will give him how many time is needed. It's not about the position in which you're at. It's not about winning or losing. It's about me seeing a plan for the future. I don't see none of that with Jose. I don't feel safe with them in my club. I just don't trust them.
Will Gill and Son be part of that? I don't think so, man. Will Gill and Son be part of that?
The problem, I think, is that straight up and down, what everyone is talking about is fire is the type of manager that you want. It just really goes back to why'd you fire Pochettino?
Yeah, but no one wanted Pochettino to go.
We are missing him more than anything. To
no
be
one
honest.
wanted
We are missing
Pochettino
him.
to go.
But do you know what?
Missing him, man. If we can get him, then please get him, God.
You fired
Pochettino because you decided that he had lost the dressing room and that the players needed to hear somebody else. And so then he got shipped out.
No,
and also
players went and griped and bitched and moaned to Levy, and he took the side over Pochettino. That's what happened. Because it wasn't the fans.
It became
that
a conflict,
and
the club did not back the manager, and so it created
3 years. We didn't buy anybody.
The club didn't.
3 windows, rather.
The club didn't back the manager, and oh, by the way, you had a freaking camera crew running around filming a goddamn documentary, and how to put that documentary over the top by firing goddamn Pochettino and then hiring somebody that doesn't even fit the culture of your club in Jose Mourinho, because it just seemed like it was one of those.
But you did that because the goal is obviously to change the culture of the club, evolve the culture of the club.
Right, and that works if you're going to buy the players that manager needs in order to be successful. But if you're not going to do that, then it's just a waste of time.
Or if you're going to give him the time to do it otherwise.
I trust him with the funds. Absolutely, 100%. If Jose's picking the players, yes. If Steve Hitchin's picking the players,
I think, to be honest,
no.
I don't know what's wrong, but
he's never been one to build a squad from the youth. He's never been that manager. He's never been that. He
not 100% true. Not 100%.
He brings through young players, but he's certainly never been one to run through 5 or 6 players at a time and just throw them out there and rely
He's going to
upon
back
them,
Mourinho in this
you
transfer
ruin
window.
young players that way.
We don't know, guys.
No, I'm just saying.
We got to try to go one at a time because it's hard to hit people when they overlap each other. But
I'm just trying to listen. I'm just trying to listen.
I want to trigger Brian right now. I want to trigger Brian right now.
Jesus.
Brian.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
Do you want me to play the sound? I've got that sound. But if you're looking at Ajax and Ten Hag and you're looking at their academy and they're pumping out and selling 5 to 6 players a year coming out of the academy. And while our academy has some good prospects, we have like 3. So is the academy really doing that great of a job?
So first of all, you look at it. Yeah, you're going to trigger me right now. Danny, just answer me this question in just one word or one number. How old was De Ligt when he got sold to Juventus?
19.
Yeah, 19. Yeah.
19. So we were just speaking about a 19-year-old. Don't get me wrong.
They've got another De Ligt in their squad.
Why I'm saying Ten Hag is he knows being at Ajax, you're going to have to work with your academy, or you're going to have to bring in young players build them up to greatness, and then we have no option because our league isn't as powerful as England or whatever. You're going to have to sell them, and we're going to repeat, and we're going to repeat, and we're going to repeat. That is the Ajax way. We have got Vertonghen, Ericsson, Alderweireld. All right, we can put Sanchez in there because Sanchez is one of them, although he's not the same caliber of player. They have done this time after time. They are known throughout history, even before I was when I was a kid and didn't even know football. Ajax were known for this. So if you've got a chairman,
what about our academy?
If you've got a chairman that's not going to spend money, or to the level that we need to, can unearth young talent, and then when we get them to the Delit state or whatever like that, and not have to sell them, because this academy is coming through and because we're producing players, Delit's got the mentality to go on and win trophies. He's gone to Juventus. It hasn't worked out for him there. But we were, again, another player we were in talks with. This guy has a proven track record, which Danny can even talk about, because obviously his girlfriend lives in Holland, is an Ajax fan, and when he says religiously, if your other half likes football and it's Ajax, just for the love of God that you have a woman that likes football, yes, I'll watch fucking Ajax.
It's not a bad team to watch.
There you go again. They play great football. They have a team that they hardly spend money. Like the money we've given them. They haven't gone and set the world alight with brilliant record transfers. This guy, whenever their scouting network and recruitment, when they bring players in, 9 times out of 10 they work. 9 times out of 10 they work. And
can I ask something, Brian?
Of course you can, Marcelo, bro.
Also, Ten Hag has done about 10 rebuilds, and every season for Ten Hag is a rebuild, because Ajax will sell all their best young talent, and then what Ten Hag has to do is find new young talent and build off that. So he is used to a rebuild. If there's anyone that is used to a rebuild, it is Ten Hag, because he has to do a rebuild almost every season.
But my problem is not okay. If you bring in Ten Hag, right, then you got to not only rebuild our first team, but right now, if you really think about it, if you really want to be honest, and I know that we've got people that we love and we care about, right? We got a U18 squad, a U20 squad, a U23 squad, and we have like 3 or 4 names that we're excited about.
There's a few more.
Thank you, Brian.
There's a few more.
Or Brandon, sorry.
There's a few more, but what I've got to go on about this with is, it just goes to show we all. Sorry, you have triggered me now, and now my Levy rant is going to come. Marcelo took the heat off me with his Mourinho rant, so it could just build up in me, and now I'm reaching Marcelo's level. So Marcelo, take a rest. I've got it from here, my friend, when it comes to the rant part. So Daniel Levy, this buffoon of a businessman, signs a manager that doesn't do anything. It's the exact opposite. He's like the Antichrist of Levy for what Jose Mourinho does. You sell players for stupid money. You don't get the players for big money. And you say the stadium's going to be built in 1 year. It's built in 2. But yet, here, you have a manager in Ten Hag which covers every single thing you want. A guy that's not going to demand money. A guy that will bring through youth. A guy that will play attacking football. A guy that has won trophies. And you don't go and get him. You don't go. I don't understand. This guy is a walking, talking fucking moron. I just don't get it. Like I said, and Will, you'll know, and everyone that watches me and everyone here, Danny, Marcelo, who see me religiously or a lot, know how much I fucking hate Levy. Like I said, I hate Levy more than I hate Judas Sol Campbell. End of. Period. Done. There's no. I just don't understand. But if he got Ten Hag in and said, right, scouting network, yours. Whatever you want around the training ground, yours. Whatever you want to do, and for 5 years, I'm gonna believe in what you're saying to me. If you want me to get this, and your scouts say this, I'm gonna do it. Instantly, Daniel Levy buys 5 years of me not bitching about him. Instantly, because then I can see we're going in a direction that the whole club can understand. You know, if Ten Hag comes in, this ain't a fix overnight. Jose has been brought in to fix it overnight. It ain't happening. It was so Ten Hag with everything that comes in.
I have a question.
Daniel Levy gets 5 years freedom from me.
And Jason wants to blow the Ajax out of the water.
Because I'm gonna say this in Holland, okay? Who does Ajax have to compete with when they go out scouting for their youth, for their academy?
You got a point. But they
you.
spot them. But also, Jason, they spot them. They spot them before any other club does.
And who
PSV and Fairwood. Actually, Jason.
No, everybody wants to go back.
Actually, Jason, go look up the winners of the Eredivisie before Ten Hag came into the to the Eredivisie. PSV was actually dominating the Eredivisie, and then Ten Hag came in, and
I'm
then
talking about the reputation of the academy. You could be playing for Arsenal, and if Ajax Academy at the age of 15 comes to you and says, "We want you," you're going to leave and go.
the thing is
the reputation of Ajax Academy.
The thing is, Jason.
Exactly.
But the thing is, Jason, you are wrong about that. PSV was dominating the Eredivisie before Ten Hag came in.
But okay, but
not the academy.
But thank you. That's what I'm trying to say. The Ajax Academy, okay, can pull players. Okay, who do Spurs compete with in England with the academies? Let's be honest. Let's be
Chelsea.
Thank you, Chelsea, Man City, Man United, Arsenal. Okay, and
Liverpool.
And Liverpool.
Yeah, but,
okay,
but Jason, Jordan Sancho. Jadon Sancho went Man City's biggest prospect. We were in for him as well. Where'd he go? Borussia Dortmund. Jude Bellingham, Birmingham. Where's he go? Dortmund. It's not just English. What you've got to remember as well, Ajax strike for their youth academy or anything. They have
players.
Dortmund, youth Ajax, academy, Barcelona. Everybody
youth
wants
academy, and even further up. Ajax scouting network moves before any other team has a whiff on it. Yes, in Holland they may not have competition, but there are scouts around the world that are doing this religiously to try and get in the best players. That's what they're doing. Yeah, go on,
a great example of that was Anthony from São Paulo. Now, I watch Anthony in São Paulo because I watch the Brazil League. I never thought that kid would become a top player or would become any player that will be a top level. Ajax spotted something in him that I didn't. Nobody else did. They bought him at a young age, and Ten Hag is developing him to become a very good winger.
Well, no, and he is going to go. I can tell you right now, my 13-year-old son, if you were to ask him what academy could you play for in the world, his first choice would be Ajax.
Yeah.
Even though he's a Tottenham and a Juventus fan.
Because they know how to develop kids. They know how to look at.
You can go to any academy to be Ajax.
You know Davinson Sanchez, yeah? I think he came into Ajax a year before he left for Tottenham. So he was there for a year. I think it was only 1 year. Correct. Right? 1 year. Yeah. Then he came to Spurs. He wasn't brought up through the Ajax development system, the youth system. Eriksson was. Toby Alderweireld was, Jan Vertonghen was, and look how they turned out for us because they had that core, that sort of, what's the word? They just had the fundamentals of how an Ajax player, an Ajax youth player should play, and they learned. Yeah, well, yeah, this is it. They had the training, the right coaching from a very young age, and that's why they've got that mentality, that Ajax mentality in them. That's why they turned out to be great players.
Yeah, but getting like a Ten Hag does not mean that we're going to get like their whole recruiting.
Exactly.
At the end of the day, it's still going to be.
My point
is, why I said the whole recruiting team.
Yeah.
That's why I said if you're going to do this, you go full hog. And what you got to remember, go on, Danny, go on, you finish and then I'll go.
All I was going to say was, this is the problem where Spurs are in at the moment, right? We're in a catch-22 because no matter who the fuck they bring in, it could be Nagelsmann, it could be Ten Hag, it could be my auntie, it could be Brendan Rodgers, right? They're still going to have that fucking muppet, Steve Hitchin, as our head scout. And no matter what, Tottenham are going to still buy the players, and what they'll do is they'll ask the manager if he's approved for it, and if they don't approve for it, they won't get him, and then they'll have no one. So it's either you take what the Spurs board offer you, or you fucking get no one, and that's what Jose's had to do with. I think the only player that he actually wanted was Højbjerg. I think out of all of them, and probably Reguilon. He probably the only two he actually wanted from those seven. What
about Doherty? We can't say Doherty now wasn't a Mourinho signing now that he's failing.
That's
no,
a
it's not
Tottenham
that.
signing.
We signed. So I keep going on about this one. We signed Bergwijn, a right winger, who we now play at right back.
That's a Tottenham signing.
We then bought a right wing back. When we don't play right wing back, we play a right back. You're playing completely out of position, and Wolves even knew he weren't a good right back because they sold him when they knew they were going to a back four. We
Yeah.
got sold.
Yeah.
But the thing I'll add about Ajax, I've seen a documentary on Ajax, which is so close to Brazil, because I saw a documentary on Brazil. Their youth academy and their youngsters, when they're at they kick a football everywhere. If they go to the toilet, they kick a football to the toilet. If they're at the desk, if they go to the lunchroom, they kick the ball. And
Yeah.
not just that, they start off by playing 11-a-side football matches on a 5-a-side pitch to master close control, how to pass the ball, how to deal with it, and that's what they do.
That's what
That's
Ronaldinho
what they
did.
do.
He used to play a lot of club football. Ronaldo,
In those little cages.
yep, Neymar, every great dribbler that Brazil's ever developed went through that system.
Exactly.
But the thing is also, I don't want to divert too much away, but I really do want to ask this before I go, and I think you brought it up many times, Abdul, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you brought it up very much, and I don't know if you guys care about this, but I am kind of starting to care. The style of football we're playing. It's
And I
getting
want to talk more into that.
it's getting like, as much we can talk about Mourinho or Steve Hitchen or anything about this. I'm sorry, but this style of play that we're having, I thought in the beginning, like, I could stomach it as long as it results, what I mean? As long as we just, like, it starts going well. But I feel like it's almost like I sold my soul to the devil, and now I am regretting it, because this style is so hard to watch, man. It is so painful to watch.
And the thing is, when you're watching these Spurs game, you kind of have no idea as what they're trying to accomplish. Like, at least when you watch a side like Arsenal, you know that they play out from the back. And a lot of time it'll result, they might fuck up, like a Granit Xhaka own goal or whatever. But you know what they're trying to do. When you're watching this Tottenham side, they can't string more than 3 passes in the midfield. And you're trying to tell me that you have players like Lo Celso and Ndombele, and these guys cannot string more than 2 or 3 passes. The game is tied 1-1, and then instead of bringing on another midfield who can help control and add more stability, you're bringing on somebody like Sissoko, and you're practically just saying, you know what, I'm satisfied with this 1-1. Let's just try and get away with this point. And one last thing I have against Jose Mourinho is, listen, we brought in Jose Mourinho. He's supposed to be some defensive mastermind, sort of like a Diego Simeone. And one thing you have to compare those two is somebody like Diego Simeone, he can create these great defenders. They had Diego Godin. They sold him. Before Diego Godin, they had Miranda. They sold him into Milan. Diego Godin came in, they sold him. They have guys like Stefan Savic, who was a flop at Man City, who is like a loser at Fiorentina, and now he's looking like a great defender. They bring in Kieran Trippier, and he's turning him into a great defender. At some point, you have to look at these guys like Sergio Reguilon, who's looking like his defensive frailties is kind of being exposed now. And as a defensive mastermind, Jose Mourinho, as a second highest paid manager in Europe, what is he excelling at? Because he's not scoring a lot of goals, but his defensive positioning and his defensive shape is terrible. So that's sort of
100. Thank you, Abdul. Thank you, Abdul. You watch a Simeone.
I told you it was good, Marcel.
You're fantastic. When you watch a Simeone team, his players die for him. His players will literally sweat 90 fucking minutes for him. We have not seen that from Jose Mourinho. And Simeone developed those players.
Is like Nuno Santos, and you have somebody like Willy Bolly, which, like, let's be honest, 2 years ago, none of us would ever want him in our team, but he's looking like a solid defender. Connor Cody, who was a Liverpool reject, he just finally got his England call up. What I'm trying to say is, when you have a defensive manager and when you have a mastermind, he can create great defenders. And I don't expect Jose Mourinho to turn Davinson Sanchez into like a Carvalho or whatever, but I mean, like, Pochettino was able to do more with Davinson Sanchez. Davinson Sanchez always had a mistake in him, but at least Pochettino was able to kind of build a system that could kind of protect him, And but the thing about Pochettino is he knew how to break teams down, so he kind of forced to be like. Sorry, go ahead.
What you were saying, Abdul, was absolutely bang on the money. But again, I see. Will you really have triggered me with fucking Levy? Okay. So, Liverpool. I'm going to use Liverpool just as the reason. They had Brendan Rodgers. an attacking, forward-thinking football manager. They sacked him. What did they do? They went and got Jurgen Klopp, a forward-thinking, attacking football manager.
Yeah.
We had Martin. I'm going to go through a few managers. We had Martin Jol, the catalyst to all this.
Yeah.
Who started off as an attacking, free-flowing football.
Yeah.
We then brought in AVB, a defensive thinking football coach.
Yeah.
We then brought in Harry Redknapp, an attacking, forward-thinking manager.
Yep.
We then had Tim Sherwood. Well, he weren't there long enough. Then we had Poch, a forward, attacking, thinking member of football. Now we have Mourinho. The play every time, like with Conte and Sarri, you can't buy attacking players for an attacking manager and then sack him and expect to play a defensive manager and these attacking players to play defensive. And then you can't buy these defensive players for this manager, then hire an attacking manager and expect these defensive players to play an attacking style for the. You can't do it. There is no. The bug solely stops with the fucking four-eyed buffoon that everyone fucking raves about, because you can't keep doing it. You can't go, okay, I'm going to play this way, no that way, this way, no that way. You can't do it. These players are athletes, yes, but they play in a. These managers wanted them because they suited their style of play. So you can't get the opposite in and say, right, well, I've got you because you're really good at attacking, but now I need you. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, but I'll say this. I'll also say this, Brian. You have been a Tottenham fan probably longer than any of us, right? Defensive football just isn't part of Tottenham's culture. It just has never fit our culture. And I think Levy to get a defensive.
I could care less what the style is as long as we're winning.
I understand that. No, I understand that, Will. And I think most of us would agree as long as we're winning. But I think the hardcore Spurs fans, you will know, Brian, just doesn't tolerate this type of football. There's a strong tradition in Tottenham's history about attacking, go out, guns blazing football. That's just the football we've always enjoyed. That's just always been our philosophy. That's just always been the culture of our club. And I think Levy thinking that he can get this attacking team to play defensive football, and that this defensive football would attract the fans and would please the fans, is again, like you said, another egghead move of him. He just completely ignored the culture of the team, and he also completely ignored the culture of the fan base as well.
So listen, the perfect example of that is I'm going to go back pre-Wenger days with Arsenal where they had George Graham. I don't know if anyone was watching football then or around or whatever.
No, I knew about the 1-0 to the Arsenal and everything.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I understand.
So every other football club used to sing boring Arsenal.
Yep.
Whilst they all sang 1-0 to the. Do you think Arsenal gave a fuck?
They didn't.
How they were winning? They were winning trophies, so they didn't care. Just like we wouldn't. But the thing is, there is no. That's why boring. They took the piss out of themselves. They went 1-0 up, and it was like, even if it was the second minute, bang bang, clean sheet, we're not letting a goal in, 3 points. Arsenal fans did not care because they were winning and they won the league. If, like Will said, if we had been carrying on like that,
for Jose Mourinho,
because they were the squad was made for Pochettino, an attacking forward manager. And
Let me interject before this is going to add to your rant, Brian. And so my point is, losers say it's not about how you play, whether you win or lose. It's about how you play the game. That's what losers say. That's not what winners say.
But listen, the problem is, right, is this squad, it's like Abdul said, this squad is not built for Jose Mourinho team. This is still Pochettino's squad, barring a few players, right? This is basically Pochettino's squad. And they're all players who played a certain style, a certain way. And it's not just that, it's also the quality of players we have. Because we went 2 windows without signing a player, we've just regressed, and we've got to a point now where we actually need to spend. We actually need about £250 million invested into this team to actually get it to where we need to get to even challenge for a top 4 spot, let alone challenge for a title. So the Tottenham are at a crossroads right now because they're not going to finish in the top 4, right? We don't know what's going to happen with Harry Kane. I don't think he's going to go. I think he might ask to leave, but that Levy selling him is a different story, because Levy will say, yeah, you can leave, mate, as long as someone pays the money for you. Of course you can leave.
So, but let me ask you this, right? Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interject there, Will, but I kind of have to disagree with you a little bit. You remember the Posh days, Danny. You remember the Posh days, Brian. You remember the Posh days at its peak. Tell me or not, and Abdul, you and Jason, everybody here. Tell me yes or no. When you woke up and it was match day, were you not just so excited to watch
to see that pretty football?
To watch that pretty football.
It was the same roller coaster I'm on now. It was the same roller coaster where we could go out and win 5-0, we could go back and we could lose 4-1, or we can give away handballs in the Champions League final. It's the exact same roller coaster. It hasn't changed.
It's a slightly different roller coaster. It's a slightly different roller coaster.
It was more positive than negative.
So first of all, you woke up, and during that peak Poch time, you pretty much were guaranteed that we were going to win. That we were guaranteed.
Yeah, usually.
Okay.
Point total.
And also, the second thing you were guaranteed was that the players would show some fucking pride, some fucking commitment, some fucking aggression, and they would do everything. Right now, as I keep saying it, it's literally like us 6 or 7 literally went to a park now, threw our jumpers down for goalposts, and just said, let's just run around. Because that's what they're doing.
That's the thing. There's no pattern of play. So the question you gotta go, Marcel.
No. Go on. Finish your point, and then I'll add on.
So like my point is, as Daniel Levy or all of us, what kind of player does Jose Mourinho have to bring? Because there's no pattern of play. Let's say, for example, you do bring in a defender. You do bring in, like, I don't know, like an Eder Militao or whatever, somebody who's affordable. There's no pattern of play in the midfield. There's no reason, there's no optimism to believe that even if you do get a defender, okay, yeah, we may be able to hold that 1-0 lead against Fulham.
Okay, so
we're still going to be playing for fear.
Let me bring the numbers back into the number, right? So Pochettino only had one really good season where we got 86 points. The rest of the seasons were low 70s, high 60s, right?
Yeah, but we still got
hold on. We got 7 league matches left. 2 of them we have a chance of losing, Everton and Leicester. The other 5 we should win, right? Leeds, Sheffield United, we should, right? Mm-hmm. So even if we only win those 5, that adds 15 points to our total, which gives us how many points?
I don't know. How much do we have right now?
49.
48.
So like 64?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's an average Pochettino season.
Yes, but the thing is that's completely out of context, because you've got to look at it. First of all, football isn't what football is right now. Second of all, if we have Pochettino right now playing the Pochettino way with the players we had, you'd still feel very, very confident that we were going to win that, or at least get a draw in those games.
Right, but
right now,
this team just seems deflated, man. Like,
right now, I honestly don't see another point this season. I can honestly, and I'm not just joking, I cannot see. You were saying we got 2 hard games, minus the Man City, which is Carabao Cup. I cannot see, and expect to cut you off there, Abdul, man. I literally cannot see, physically, even Sheffield United, we know what happened at Sheffield United away last season. I cannot guarantee you or tell you I see a single point coming from anywhere. With Pochettino, I could give you that.
Yeah. The thing is, I just also want to add,
in the league, in his last 24 fixtures, he got 28 points.
But the thing is, I want to add, though, Will, is that we also played with real nice style. And whether win or lose, there was some satisfaction. There is sometimes I don't even get satisfaction from, like I obviously, when we win, I always will feel happy. But, like, there's, like, for example, the Fulham game where we won, but it's like, you know, like that was real. That was really cagey.
Yeah, but the 2 games, the game before that and the game after that, were great.
They were great. Yeah, no, I got to agree with that. The Burnley and the Palace one were great wins.
Southampton.
Yeah, no. There was some good. I'm not saying all games were bad under Mourinho, but there was a lot of cagey wins, and there was a lot of, like, also the losses are really bad.
And see, this is why I think emotion gets tied into it, and this is why I think I'm a unique bird. I'm a strange bird, because I try not to let emotions get into it as much as possible. And that's why you were so shocked, Marcel, when I'm screaming on Maddie Say's channel, right? I mean, like that, I could literally see your eyes go from, normal face to, holy crap, Will's screaming on the street. But even our goals, right? If you look at the goals scored under Pochettino, the numbers of goals and the numbers of goals that we will potentially score this season, it's very very close.
Yeah, no, it is.
3 or 4.
But what I say, but that's what I'm. But Will, what I'm saying is there is more style under Pochettino. There was more flair. There was more teamwork. There was more coherent. Like a lot of times when we did lose under Pochettino, it was like some bullshit
it's
loss.
because we were
Like
coming out of a worse era.
The one with West Brom and everything. I think no, but like I think a lot of those goals, right? One, a lot of it was like, the Europa tax when we played a lot of those poor teams in Europa. Two, and the league, I think Son and Kane has been fantastic. I think Jose inherited two of the best partnership in Europe, and they have been exceeding over their XGs. It's been fantastic.
Year after year. Yeah. But what I'm saying is that Poch was the up manager, right? So Poch is coming out of the AVB Redknapp era where Redknapp had some success, but it was sporadic. And then you have Pochettino who comes in and it's year after year after year, finishing higher than Liverpool, finishing in the top 4, going to Champions League every year. So it felt different because we're coming out of the 90s, right? But now with Jose, even though the point totals are very close, plus or minus 3 or 4, the goals totals are very close, plus or minus 4 or 5. Right, it feels like, even for me, even yesterday, we were sitting in 5th place and it felt like we were 12th
because of the style of play. That's what I mean. It's just there is like it's like Abdul said. It's just deflated, boring, flat football. But then
it's like we turn up when we want to. It's like every now and again we get a performance where the different Tottenham turn up, and then they're going back to a team.
Season of Poch too.
But I would say
also from the first half too, like a lot of our points, like remember how great we were in the first half, and just like the difference from
we had
the
never
first half to where we are now. Imagine if the whole season has been like our second half of the season. Imagine how bad we would actually be. So
we had never
feel like those stats can kind of be fooled around a little bit, just like by the difference. And one of the thing is the second half, how we're practically like the worst second half team. Like we scored like the least amount of goals and all that. I feel like whenever the second half comes by and whenever the other team does put pressure on us, whenever they don't respect our players, they don't look at Harry Kane and Son, and they just attack us, we're way too predictable. I always know what we're gonna do. Laurie's going to have the ball, give the ball to Eric Dyer. We're going to press him.
They know where to get us at.
Exactly.
They just pump balls into the box.
That's one of the things what made Pochettino so great, because Pochettino was like, if you want to press us, that's your loss, because we're going to find that open space every single time. And with Jose Mourinho, there's no hope that this team can figure out a way to break that press. And I do feel like, and you do have the great midfielders to do so, but they're not doing so.
Also, go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, Jason.
Like today, because today, under Pochettino, right? Let's just think, or just under another manager, instead of bringing Sissoko on, right, for Lo Celso, in my mind, and I know he wasn't even named to the bench. In my mind, I said, okay, I would have brought in Dele. You know what I'm saying? That game screamed for Dele in that game. Okay, if you go back and you watch, there was a moment there where Sissoko got the ball, and there was a break, and Son is whipping down the left side of the field, and Sissoko's head, he's not even looking. His head's down. You know what I'm saying? He can't pick a pass for shit. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what the frustration is what everybody's getting, is because
Carlos Vinicius. How many times has Pochettino brought on Fernando Llorente to play with Kane? Right, the game against Ajax, where we went to the Champions League final, we were just whipping balls over to Fernando Llorente, trapping the ball and holding it off.
Right, and then you had runners off of that.
We lost your audio, I think, Jason.
Oh, okay. No.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Jason.
Your audio.
Yeah, your audio.
Yeah, I think you're muted.
Whilst we're waiting for that, Abdul, I just have to say, mate, you are a goddamn superstar.
Yeah, you know, I love hearing you, Abdul.
So do I.
I just feel like this team is not learning from their mistakes. Oh, are you back, Jason?
Yeah, I'm back. So, and I agree with what you're saying, because the substitution patterns. We can all admit that the substitution patterns in these second halves have been our undoing. It's like The one time
defensive substitutions as well.
Well, the thing is, I feel like that everything to me, I feel like Jose's decided to change things since that West Ham game, because remember in that West Ham game, the first West Ham game, he brought Gareth Bale in. He could have went up 4-1, okay? And then he went and brought, because the first substitution was Gareth Bale. We almost went up 4-1. Then he brought in Winks. And it was Winks and was it Winks and Sissoko or I know
I don't
Winks
remember. I have no idea who the third.
It was
Yeah.
Winks.
And then-
He took off on Ndombele and for Winks,
Yeah,
and then we lost that
we-
midfield completely.
and it was just completely went to shit from there. And from then on, and all his substitutions have been the same. It's just like even when we have a lead, he says that we push forward, but he doesn't make forward going substitutions. You know what I'm saying? We've all like Sissoko doesn't have the legs anymore. I'm sorry, he doesn't have, and so now he's just there. He looks stiff as hell. He can't pick a pass. He doesn't score. Okay,
Maybe
so
he doesn't know how to coach going forward. That's just probably his weakness.
Yeah.
It's not even about coaching forward. It's just like we have, the thing is, we do have players in the squad that have that ability. Okay, for whatever reason that they're falling out. Okay, whether they're fringe players, and something's going on in this mentality with this team where I just don't get it, because like there's games that I can watch and I can like, man, this game is screaming for a deli. This game is screaming for so-and-so. This game is screaming for this person or that person. And it just doesn't happen. Those substitutions don't happen. No, where's Birdvine? Where's Birdvine?
But
You know,
can
where's-
I add something also to Jose, where I think he has failed also the most. We talk about these players just being Pochettino players and everything, right? But if you really look at it, right, Ndombele, and Brian can back me up on this, Ndombele is not really a Pochettino player. Pochettino needs a specific amount of time to work with a player for him to truly become a Pochettino player. Ndombele was practically a fresh player when Mourinho came in. He did not have enough time to work with Pochettino to become a full-fledged Pochettino player. Same thing with Lo Celso. Højbjerg is not a Pochettino player. If you look at Reguilon, not a Pochettino player. Okay, Aurier is, Dyer is, but he chose to play Dyer.
But the thing about Pochettino is he can form his system and kind of make little twists. And
I'm going to get to that point. I'm going to
okay.
get to that point. But Jose Mourinho has a lot of players like, Bergwijn, everything. All these players who weren't influenced by Pochettino, yet he has yet to build any influence on them. Compared to Pochettino, when he came in, guess who was in? Dembele, Eriksen, Jan Vertonghen. All these players were before Pochettino under different managers who, by the way, failed with these players. Pochettino came in and he looked at these players and he was able to instill his philosophy into them. These were not Pochettino's players. People forget that. Jan Vertonghen, Eriksen, all those guys, Dembele, all those guys were before Poch, and yet they become one of Poch's most important players because he was able to instill his philosophy into them. Jose Mourinho has yet to do that, and he has been here for a year. A year, Brian, in Pochettino's reign, you knew who were Pochettino's player. In his first season, you knew who were his players and who were not. We have yet to see that with Jose Mourinho. Yet to see it. That's a big problem.
He's bang on the money. He's literally absolutely bang on the money.
But
Pochettino could develop players. Mourinho can't develop.
And this has been a record stream all over the place. Not only have we had the most steady, it's been like hanging at 50 for like the last 2.5 hours.
Let's go.
Wow, I've just seen the length we've been on.
It's 3 hours and 45 minutes. So that's why I want to give people a chance who I know that Brian has a channel and Danny's starting a new channel. Maybe someday we can get Marcel to do one. And also too, before we do that though, I want to say that the great thing I love about this format of the stream and everybody coming in all at one time and there being up to 9-10 people in at a time is that we're able to discover hidden gems like Jason, Abdul, Victor HM, that we may not have seen on other channels where they tend to select a guy here and there who already has their own channel or their fan show is fairly short, and I think that's extremely valuable to the what I call the THFC YT family, right? So
again, thank you for creating this platform, because
again,
there's so many other Tottenham fans out there who know their shit, right? But they don't really have a channel. They don't really have the time to kind of create a channel. That takes a lot of dedication.
Or it's the wrong time of the day. Yeah. And for me, there's people like Cody Mack who kind of came out of nowhere, right? And he's an absolute genius as well. You know, and he doesn't have Marcelo. He doesn't have time to start his own channels, but everybody loves hearing what Marcelo has to say.
Exactly.
You know? So I mean, that's the value of having things at different times, at different places. Because
Marcelo, he's like the tie of the Tottenham, in which everybody wants him to have it. No, I'm not saying you're delusional. I'm just saying everybody wants you to have a channel, but you just don't.
Yeah, and I had a meme sound to play for you, Marcel, but my phone died because it's like a 3-hour and 45-minute stream. It's like, you know, controversial, but yet so brave, right? Like,
hey, that's something. Hey, listen,
I had to come on after WrestleMania. Forgive me.
But no, that's what I'm saying. When Brandon Marcel got in here, it was better than WrestleMania. That's what I was saying. I honestly, for having an event like WrestleMania going on, I thought that the ratings for this show were pretty dang hot. But anyway, let's go around, make your outros. We'll start with Brian, go to Marcelo, down to Danny, Jason, Abdul. Let people know where they can find you. Hey, maybe even if it's just a Twitter account, let people follow you, because then, you know, you can start to build your voice and stuff like that. Honestly, I have more subscribers on YouTube than I have followers on Twitter. So,
well, this is the thing I wanted before I go on about my channel. Before I go on about my channel, Abdul and Jason, are you both on Twitter?
Yeah, I don't even know my Twitter. I'm going on my Twitter right now.
No worries. What I'm going to do is right now, I'm going to give you my Twitter handle. I want you to direct message me because I want to talk to you guys both offline, because Will has been on my show. Danny is going to come on my show. One day, please God, in the next millennium, we'll get Marcelo on. We'll try and get we'll wait this live. Because you know what? I remember talking to Marcelo just when I got Tottenham Away started. And I said, yo, Marcelo, I've got this pod going on. Do you want to come on? And he was like, yeah, Brian, listen, love seeing you when we are Tottenham. We'll make this happen. This was in October. So basically what me and him are going through is like the Sun contract negotiations, but we are both genuinely busy people. So Marcelo is a very, very busy dude. So first of all, guys, take my Twitter handle. It's just BRI. So Bravo Romeo India.
Let me get it.
Sorry, can you spell that again one more time? It's BRI?
B for BRI, so Bravo Romeo India. And then my family name, which is Delta Alpha Golf Uniform Lima, and it will say Bri, come on you Spurs Dago or something like that. And you'll see the Tottenham Away logo as my picture.
Alright.
So it's Bravo. This is Twitter, right?
Yeah, Twitter.
I repeat. So Bravo.
Romeo India.
Oh, okay.
Actually, do you know what? It'd be a lot easier if I just get my Twitter account up so you can see it. 1 second.
You can just
you can edit your name.
You can just link it in the private. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you can link it in the private. Also, too, you can edit your name.
In the comment section, and I'll quickly just find it.
Wait 1 second. There you go. 1 second. I'll put it right there. Well, if I can get the camera right. Oh, for fuck's sake! There you go.
Okay. Is there any way you can just type it in the? I can't really.
It's in the chat. You already did it. Jason already got it.
Yeah, that's whatever. I'll find it in the chat. I'll just quickly go.
You see, I'm not the technical. I'm quite technical, but not the best. But yeah, my channel, Tottenham Away. So it's me, Brian Island, who's on.
Yeah, I seen your channel. Yeah.
We do a podcast every Monday. We're doing a couple of spin-off shows. Marcelo, if Monday doesn't work good for you, me and Brian are doing a show every Friday at 7 p.m. So
are you doing one tomorrow?
We're doing one tomorrow at 3 p.m.
3 p.m. at Eastern time.
Our time, yeah.
Nice. I'll be watching that.
3 p.m. our time, and our guest is Bob. Our main guest is Bob Spur, but then the phone lines will be open.
Bob Spur, yeah.
We normally have a main guest on a Monday and maybe a phone in, but we do other shows during the week where it's just phone fan in show. We'd love to get you on. Listen,
the Two Brian show on Friday nights is a favorite of mine. It's after. It's usually after the Irish Hotspur call-in show.
It's a little bit more light-hearted. Will's a regular on there. We put crazy bets on about score predictions. No one got it right this week. The score, the things that we're going to have to do when someone gets a right score is just ridiculous. They're like literally ridiculous. Danny will be coming on some point.
Ryan's
soon.
in Canada.
I am indeed. I'm the next door neighbour to Marcelo and everyone else here, apart from Danny, who's obviously back home. But yeah, Tottenham away, we're a channel that's growing. We love all interaction, and the great thing about it is we're trying to incorporate it with the word away with fans across the world, just like you were saying, Abdul, about getting fans from around the world to connect and have a platform. So this is exactly what we're here for. I was going to say you can find us at blah blah blah, but then Will reminds me you just need to go to featured on his YouTube stream, and you'll see Tottenham away there. Like, subscribe, get in touch with us, and we'll get you guys on because you're phenomenal. And as I said, Danny will be on one day soon, and Marcelo before 2030, let's say. Let's give it a 9 year. Let's give it a 9 year time.
No. I'll be there. I'll be there. Don't worry.
I love Marcelo. Yeah, no, I love Marcelo. Marcelo knows how much I love him.
I love
the only time I've actually got to be on with him is when we're on Will's show.
Yeah. The thing about Will's show, it's great is that it's at midnight. So I've done work, I've done everything. So I just come in here and just chill.
Yeah, that's why I picked this time, because it's kind of free.
I'm up the house is on this channel.
Yeah, we're almost at 300 subscribers in 3 weeks. So
you got this. You got this.
Great milestone.
Yeah, but the cool thing about it too is not only the number of subscribers, which is great. I appreciate everybody who does that, and it's a big help. Because the more people that interact with the page, the more people that see it, and but I mean, we've had a ton of views too, man. We've hit like almost 10,000 views in 3 weeks too, which is pretty crazy.
That's fantastic.
Jeez.
And the shows aren't short either. These aren't like even my shorts are 25 minutes long. So if people are watching,
I was actually going to say to you, sorry to cut it. I actually want to see now, like you did for me for Levy, and you edited everything down. I expect to see a Marcelo Jose, and then me and him could go to battle. Yeah. Because that's good. That's gonna be.
Because I'll do like a WrestleMania themed thumbnail. It'll be like Marcelo v Brandon v Dixon, the main event, and throw that out there.
I'm down.
But no. But anyway, thank you guys for coming on the show. I absolutely enjoy it. John Fitzpatrick from Australia, and that's a cool thing about the show too. It brings people in from Nepal and Australia and Hong Kong, Korea, and all over the world, because it just fits a time that it's easier for, because like for the guys in the Far East, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, whereas all the UK shows are like in the middle of the night. So this time slot, the only people that's really excluding is all the people back in Danny's time zone staying up till 5, 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, Daddy's a trooper this evening, bro.
Yeah, man. I always have 1 or 2 UK guys that hang out with us until the very end, to the wee hours of the morning. But Marcelo, promote your Twitter and other stuff that you're doing. Your Frenemies episode you got coming up this Thursday, right?
Yep. So if you want to follow me, you can follow me at Marcelo at Tagangsta25. You can also, if you want to watch some content with me, I try to do a weekly series that David, the Irish Hotspur, and I do. It's called Frenemies. We'll be doing one on Thursday. I will be defending Son as to why I think he is the best player right now at Tottenham and this season, and he'll be defending Kane. You know me, I love Son. He loves Kane, so it should be a good one. And he got a little bit cocky. He said, "Oh, I think you have a losing battle," but I said, "You better come in with your facts, bro, because there's no losing in my mentality, bro. I'm not like these Spurs player." So I told David he better be ready, bro, because I ain't gonna bottle this. I ain't gonna bottle it. Just he'll know. He'll get this message, bro. But that should be a fiery one. I can't wait for that. Don't miss it, guys.
Yep, and the thumbnail for that show is absolutely amazing. I don't know who made that thumbnail, but he's an absolute genius. I'm just playing.
Do you know what?
It was a fantastic thumbnail, Will. Big up you, by the way.
I'd actually love to come on that Frenemies show and actually say that Højbjerg is the player of the season this season.
That's fair enough.
Okay.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay.
And Danny, I know you got a show in the works, my man. I'm gonna tell you what. If you're like all the other UK guys that forget to invite me on your show, I'm gonna be absolutely irritated.
Oh, you're gonna be one of the first guests, Will. You're gonna be one of the first guests. But I want an angry Will.
Shots fired.
Yeah. So for people who want to contact me, you can contact me at Danny Kyriaki. It's just down there on Twitter. We're gonna have a channel coming out in the next few months, hopefully. I think we might try and launch it for the start of next season, just because of what everyone else has got going on in their own lives at the moment. So we're gonna have, I think, it'd be like a generalization of football chat and stuff like that from all different leagues, not just the Premier League. We're also gonna tie in a bit of sports coaching and the sort of psychological aspects of football and stuff like that, because we've got a few professional sports coaches who are going to be doing some of the stuff with us as well. And it's also going to be quite we're going to have a lot of banter on there, because the characters we've got, they're all different fans, and a lot of deluded Arsenal fans as well. So it'll be interesting to watch some of those deluded Arsenal fans. Yeah, no, we're gonna have some like call-in shows and things like that. So just look out for that in the next couple months. But you'll if you follow me, you'll see some more information on that coming soon.
Great. Those are the best kind of shows when you have fans from all different teams. I'm gonna give a quick shout out. Turkish, he's an Arsenal fan. He has one show called The Big Six, where he has basically a fan from. You guys know that show by any chance?
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, great show, amazing show. If you guys haven't seen it already, Tapin Tobes is the guy representing Tottenham on that.
He's on that show all the time.
As for me, I'm just a fan. I'll show up. I'll pop up every now and then. I don't have. I'm not on Twitter right now. I gotta get back on Twitter. I was banned for a while, so.
I
had a Twitter account that was suspended, so yeah, I don't want to get into that. I'll go to anyway. But anyway, so maybe I'll make another Twitter account.
Just make one for football only. That's what I do.
Yeah, and I'll behave myself on that one. Yeah, I'll behave myself.
Abdul, quick question: where are you? Like, you in America or Canada?
Canada.
Toronto,
Oh,
Canada.
my boy,
He's
is in my city.
Brian.
My boy. Okay, we really are going to talk.
You're in Canada.
After all the lockdowns end up, you guys got to make your own supporters group.
We've got Toronto
Yeah,
Spurs.
we got some new 4-week lockdown here in Ontario. It's shaky.
We're trying to
Things are starting to open up here.
Yeah, we're trying to open up here down in South Florida. Well, we're opening up before.
Oh, you've been open for ages, Jason. I don't want to hear any of that noise.
I know.
I was down there in December, and I was able to go to amusement parks and all kinds of crap.
Well, I just came back from SeaWorld a couple weeks ago. So.
Yeah.
I swear, man, when I went to the South, it was like a whole different world. Yeah. Here in the North, everybody is like, oh, you gotta wear a mask, gotta wear a mask.
North Carolina, dude, you gotta wear a mask for everything. If you go down if you go to the bathroom on the main floor of your house, you gotta. There was actually a point in North Carolina where if we had guests over at our house, we had to wear masks in our own home.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Because in North Carolina, when I went my friend's base, I mean, it was a small town. Everybody in the restaurant, everybody walked around, no masks, nothing.
Yes, it would have to be like you're probably like Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, or
I think so. I don't know. It was I'd have to ask him, and I'll tell you.
Or the Army, but yeah,
he wasn't Army. He's a Marine.
Oh, Marines. The Marine would probably that's down. I know what you're talking about, but that's more southern North Carolina, down by Wilmington area, the coast side.
Yeah, I think
closer to Myrtle Beach, maybe like an hour and a half from Myrtle Beach or something like that.
Yep.
Those folks down there, they like to be rebels. But like if you're like in Raleigh, Charlotte, Greensboro, you know, they're pretty hardcore. Like my kids first time my kids went back to school was in February.
Wow.
So nice. When they're playing, he has to wear a mask even at training.
That's great.
Really?
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, you have these kids in high school basketball games. They gotta wear a mask while they're playing the game.
Yeah, North Carolina.
basketball game, right? So,
I mean, you run more miles and kilometers playing football than you do basketball, and it's or soccer than you do basketball. But it's wearing a mask is tough.
in the ball court where it's really like humid. There's like a bunch of people.
Hot, 80, 85 degrees outside. The mask comes back soaking wet.
All right, lads. I do gotta go though. I'm about to pass out. You have a good one.
Me too.
Come
I
on,
have to
you
drive to
Spurs.
Washington D.C. tomorrow.
Laters, bro.
Later.
Cheers, my fellows.
Cheers.
Cheers. Take
And
care.
Abdul, you're the last one to promote yourself.
Again, I'm barely on Twitter, but I think I should start getting on Twitter more often. My Twitter is AbdulKareem_15. I'm usually on Instagram. That's usually where I'm at, just cruising around. Does Abdul know if it got? No, I don't know if it got. I know him on Football Terrace. I've been on him, so I've spoken to him through that, but I don't know it got. Everybody always says, "Are you guys brothers or related?" No, we're not related. But yeah, like I guess my Twitter, yeah, like I said, I already typed it down there in the little chat section, and just something that I like to do before I kind of leave. I kind of like to give just a little question of who. Because a lot of times for me, I'm like constantly dreaming about Tottenham, and I'm always thinking about players that would fit into this team, right? For me, for center back, I like older veteran center backs. And I'm not saying some old raggedy, but a guy who knows his stuff, right? Would you guys want like an Antonio Rudiger? Because he's playing great under Thomas Tuchel. He's playing great, and also as the player to pivot Højbjerg. A lot of people may want somebody like Marcel Sabitzer, who's a really good box-to-box, but how about somebody like a Basuma who will just create just a fortress down there? And I know Basuma may not be as great as Sabitzer in terms of that long ball, paying long balls, but I tell you what, if you have a Basuma and a Højbjerg, and then that could really shield that back four, and you just have Ndombele just fooling around up the pitch. It's like a free roam.
Yeah, then you can push in Ndombele. I agree with you. I like that idea because I would prefer to see Ndombele pushed forward more, and instead of being, trying to be that back protection for the back four, I would love to like have another holding midfield with him and Højbjerg, or Højbjerg and another really good holding midfield, so you could push, because I always felt like Ndombele is that player that could kind of play in that middle role.
I feel like he's not getting utilized as full
and Brian,
abilities.
tell me I didn't say that. Like when everybody was freaking out about, even though as soon as the announcer announced and Sissoko's going in for, I was like, no, God, no.
Yeah,
but I also posted in the WhatsApp group, first one saying the reason why that didn't bother me is because moving Ndombele forward could be more attacking.
He was already practically dead at that point. That was
but I think we've got that in Skip.
Yeah, he could be.
Really do.
Don't get me wrong. I just love Basuma, my man from Mali.
Abdul,
I wouldn't mind having him.
Abdul, you should have said this question just before Marcelo left, because we were talking about this before, and we were saying he's probably one of the players at this moment in time in the Premier League who you'd want there next to Højbjerg. If you could get anyone, it would be him, because he's not just a defensive-minded player. He's also a box-to-box as well. He can score from long range. He's got good passing range, but his defensive abilities, he's brilliant.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why I want to pick him up, because there's huge rumors with Arsenal. Arsenal wants him to pair him up with Thomas Partey.
Oh.
And I'm telling you, if Arsenal gets their hands on Basuma and replaces Xhaka, Ceballos, and you put a Basuma right beside Thomas Partey, that's dangerous. And I don't want that.
I agree with what Marcelo was saying earlier, right, about with Arteta, that he has got, if he's backed the right way and he gets the players that he wants, they're going to be dangerous. Like, because you can see they've got a style. I know, because they've got a philosophy and a style that they're trying to implement, but they ain't got the players similar to us. Even though we're not, as in like, when I mean similar to us, I mean not the style and everything, but in terms of they've got a lot of deadwood players like we do in that respect. But if they back Arteta, they're going to be dangerous next year. They haven't fully backed him yet, and that's where they've been let down. for me. But I think for us, yeah, I think someone like Basuma, because if you look at Sabitzer, right, you thinking unless they're going to actually play Skip in that double pivot, which is what I think they're going to do, because I think they're going to try and utilize as much money as they can this season, next season for the summer. So I think they won't buy someone like that. I think they're going to use Skip, but I think we need someone like him as well. Anyway,
I think people are kind of not realizing. I think people think that Marcel Sabitzer is that 10. And I do get it. He is versatile. He's a utility player. He can play as a right wing, a left wing, a 10, box to box, a DM. But the thing about Marcel Sabitzer, a lot of times, whenever they play like a 3-1-4-1, a lot of time Marcel Sabitzer is that deepest one. He's the DM. And I think people are thinking. I think they're kind of overestimating Marcel Sabitzer's creativity. He's great, but he's not a number 10.
He's not. He doesn't. If you look at his I don't have the stat now, but I was looking at it the other day. If you look at his actual tackle succession and his actual defensive work rate, it's near enough non-existent. So he works hard in terms of what he does on the pitch, runs around a lot. He presses, but he's not a very good tackler. And he's
like Jordan Henderson.
Yeah, exactly. He's not like a Jordan Henderson. He's like he's more like a he's kind of like a more versatile version of Ndombele, but without the sort of flair in that respect like Ndombele's got. He can. I'd say he's got a better vision than Ndombele. I can see why Spurs want him, but I don't think it's actually really what we really need at this moment.
I don't think he's a Jose Mourinho type player. I don't like. That's the thing. If you're gonna back Jose Mourinho, you need to give him like strong machine-like players. Like you need to give him like an N'Golo Kante. Like when you give him like Michael Essien, a Frank Maluda, somebody who has an engine, that's really where they flourish under him. So I do think that somebody like Basuma would be perfect in this system. Like that's really who I want. But again, if you give me like a Ten Hag, give me Marcel Sabitzer, because Ten Hag will be able to utilize him to the best of his ability.
All right, so I'm gonna have to kill it because Brian looks like he's about to pass out.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Listen, I've been with you. No, the only thing I will say about that, we spoke a little bit about Basuma, but with Rudiger's a very good player, but he ain't coming to Spurs because Chelsea won't give him to us. We won't pay the price, and most importantly, after the whole racist thing that happened with him and Son, Spurs fans are not going to accept it. There's just no way that deal is going to go through. The actual type of player.
They were close though. He said that. I remember Rudiger said it in a press conference.
Yeah, I think we were in for him in the summer this year.
Yeah, he said that in a press conference. He said that we were close.
Yes, this is the thing. This is what we do, Abdul. We say we're close. The fans believe it. It don't happen. And then we do this again.
But what about this from the player himself? I can understand Daniel Levy saying we're close. But when Rudiger, the person himself, saying that I was close to joining Tottenham, doesn't that give you like some hope that, because that's really who I want, really like Tony Rudiger.
It gives me no hope because it literally, this happened with Fernandes. Fernandes wanted to come to Tottenham.
Yeah.
Look what happened. Dybala wanted to come to Tottenham. Look what happened. Eden Hazard wanted to come to Tottenham. Look what happened. I could go on and on and on with this.
I'm trying to end the stream, but it just won't die.
That's my last question.
There you go.
Every time I end, I have to come with
and good night, folks.
You do realize half an hour ago you said let's end the stream.
Drag me back in.
Sopranos.
I had sounds off for that, but my phone died. That's how long we've been on the stream. 4 hours sitting there with the screen open.
I'm done.
I do all the sound effects on my phone.
Okay.
So, but anyway, fellas, I love it. We'll be back here. Holy crap! It's a Friday game, isn't it? That means
Can I just say something? Everyone needs to smash a like and subscribe to Will's channel because this guy is absolutely brilliant. What he's doing at the moment is absolutely amazing, and I can't say enough about you, Will.
Well, thank you, Danny. I appreciate it.
Ditto.
Thank you, Brian. You guys are great. Irish Hotspur, he's been great. We've actually become pretty good friends. We chat with each other often, and I help him out. I'm a graphics designer. That's what I do for my work. So for me, like throwing up these thumbnails and stuff like that, it takes me like 30 seconds. It's literally.
Well,
I might need to have a chat with you, Will, actually,
Yeah.
to discuss some ideas of mine. Because I used to do a bit of graphic design as well before, but I'm not in touch with that side of things as much as I used to be. So I might have to come and have a chat with you.
Yeah, and so like for me,
Spurs family.
Yep, I just do it. So he just asked me, "Hey, I need," and honestly, I wish he would ask me more. And David, if you watch this back, I'm sorry for throwing taking the piss out of you a little bit, but he asked me. He had a guy that was helping out with thumbnails, and he couldn't get hold of him, and he asked me for a thumbnail for this match, for his pre-match show. So I made him one that was pre-match, and instead of asking me for a post-match version, which is literally just I save all the templates. All I literally have to do is double click and type delete pre and put in post. And instead of asking me, he threw the same one up for both pre and post. David, don't do that. Just ask. It literally would have taken me 35 seconds.
You know what you've just done? It just shows we've had Jose too long because you have just gone and thrown David right under the bus.
Yeah.
Right under the bus. That's what you've done. You've just gone right
and I'm
under
throwing
the
him
bus.
under the bus because he feels guilty for asking me for those things. And the reason why is don't feel guilty. Right now, granted, if all of a sudden 50 people come in and start asking me to make them thumbnails for nothing, that's different. But for people that are already in the YTT family that come on the show and do all that stuff, if they need help with something, I'm helpful. Or if they need advice on how to do it themselves or do whatever, I'm willing to help that out too. But yeah, I mean, like all the graphics and the intros and all the stuff on my channel, I just threw those together. Those are actually pretty quick.
Nice.
But yeah, but I just thought it was a funny story.
Yeah, it is a good story.
Yeah.
Pre-match, and then he used the pre-match. It says pre-match, but it was for a post-match. Like, come on, David, just say, Will, can you make that pre a post? Yes.
Yeah, man.
Now
I
I'm
mean,
just gonna double.
David is next up.
Generic one.
David is next up on that. Next
David's on
Spurs
his way
channel
up.
to
I'm
blow
telling
up.
you right now. I like his stuff a lot.
He's next up. Like, you know, you have the We Are Tottenham TV, and then you have like expressions, and you have David Harris, who's coming up there. He's getting up there. I can see it in him. So
yeah, I think so too.
Top them away. Top them away.
for sure, you come on, man. Come on, of course.
I want to say every Tottenham Away and Will Stewart THFC Rants are both unbelievable channels. So everyone listening to this who's still listening, they need to get onto those channels and give them both a listen and give them a subscribe because they're both different in their own ways and they're both brilliant in their own ways with the content that they have as well. So please do that, everyone.
Danny.
Good deal.
Of course.
All right, fellas, well, I'm going to kick you out and then I'm going to end the show. So,
ta-da. See you later.
Before you guys out, though, I want to announce when we're going to be
going.
next. So, if the game is on Friday, that means pre-match will be Thursday night and Friday night that we'll be streaming for sure.
After the two Bryans, yeah?
After the two Bryans, yes.
Oh,
I don't start till 10.
Friday's Everton, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys go 7 to 9, right, Brian?
7 till 9, 7 till 10. Oh, yeah, you're 7 till 9 up. We'll make it 9:30 latest so we don't interrupt with you.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I usually don't start till 10. The only reason why I started at 9:30 tonight was because I knew that because of the result, this was going to end up being 4 hours plus. So
yeah, but that you could say that with the Everton game.
Rather than me being up until 2-3 o'clock in the morning, I figured it'd be easier to start earlier since nobody else is streaming. But I also be I do Q&As during the day sometimes. So I'll do Q&A Tuesday. It's like an hour, just an hour Q&A with the audience. I may start bringing 1 or 2 guests in the future to do like a joint Q&A. It won't be a conversation between each other. It will be both of us kind of just talking to the audience. And then I'll probably stream. I may not do a midweek 3-hour stream this week because the game's on Friday. Because that means I'd have to stream like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 3 hours in a row. And that's 9 hours in a week, plus the 1 or 2 question and answers that's kind of rough. I usually like to have a day break to let my ears recover from having to wear headphones for 9-10 hours.
I think Brian's ears have fallen off by this.
He's about to fall asleep. He's going to.
No, I'm not. I'm actually sorry. I've just got a private message on Twitter, so I'm just kind of tweeting or responding to a private message.
But the way you're looking down at your phone, though, it looks like you're done.
It looks like you're dozing
You know
off.
what it is as well. This is what I love to say. At I'm just telling you now. At precisely 3 hours, 42 minutes, and 49 seconds, you said, "Okay, let's do these outros."
Right, and that was 30 minutes
Here
ago.
we are, 4:13 and 21 seconds. I got 21 seconds to go.
I
got 21 seconds to go.
Head will just land on it.
Yeah.
Then you can just go.
All right, guys, take it easy. I'm going to roll the outro, so we'll see you next time.
Peace. Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.
Let's go. Danny?
Peace.
Peace out.
Peace, everyone.
Peace.
Abdul, take it easy, my fella.
Take it easy, my man.
Yeah. All right, folks. That was another great show. 4 hours and 13 minutes. Are we insane or what? A little bit of seriousness, a little bit of craziness, some peace, some comedy, some fun. But yeah, 4 hours and 15 minutes. Anyway, folks, like I said before, please like the stream. It really helps us out. And please subscribe if you haven't already. Only about 55 to 60% of our viewers are subscribers. So if you're watching this later or after the fact, it would really be great if you guys could hit that little red button. It's free. Ring the bell. And we'll see you next time. Stay strong. Stay Spurs. And let's roll that outro.
1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go now.